Righty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it is not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting week. You are going to have a ton of things this week, not as much economic data. You are going to get the State of the Union on Tuesday. You have PHILO on Tuesday, and even waking up here over the weekend, believe it or not, the biggest news, it was the balloon, okay? China's reacting, Japanese stocks. There was even a rumor of a new Bank of Japan. The government has already refuted it out there in Japan, so we're going to see, but the yen is moving, the dollar is moving, and everybody's getting a little antsy, but overall, we're still in a pretty good bullish trend here. We're going to see if anything changes this week, and oh my goodness, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting one. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. I'm glad to see you here on a Monday. I'm sure in the next few hours, we're going to see how this week is already shaping up, but it's a little different than last week so far. We're going to find out, Chad, but good morning. I hope you're ready. God bless you. And let me say good morning again. What's up, baby? Oh, Benny Silverio in the house. Good morning, baby. What's up, Marvin? What's up, Laker Jay? So beautiful to see Benny. Let's go, baby. Nick Wynn. Good morning, Caesar. Maria. Kurt McGart. Oh, Carissa Hines in the morning. Oh, Lori too. That's amazing to see. I love it. That's how we start Monday. Good morning, baby. Good morning. What's up, Kira? What's up, Alaskan Assassin? We got Juice Trades in the house, too. Good morning. Buenos dias, Ari. Buenos dias, Tyler. Royke, baby. Good morning. Oh, look at the chat. Matthew Warman. Good morning. Casey, Jay, Doug, Christian, Dan, Riley. Oh, what's up, Sir Cody? What's up, Jose? What's up, Vincent Estrella? CX3, baby. Good morning. Yeah, pray for Turkey. That was wild. Keanu. Oh, what's that? You got to tell me how to pronounce your name one of these days. What's up, Gabriel? What's up, Poppy Shooter? What's up, Will Smith? We got Will Smith in the house. Please don't slap me. What's up, Jay? What's up, Lil John? What's up, New Perspective? Good morning, Della. Good morning, Sage. Brian Bain. Garrett. XYZ. Astro, Tez, Gregory Ruiz, Battleborn. Oh, look at the chat. What's up, Dina? What's up, Oscar? Get some, baby. What's up? How you living? Unc's out here. Amen, amen, amen. Caesar Reyes, Stacy B. Nepal. Good morning, baby. El Chapado. Oh, Chad, look at y'all. What's up, Yatana? How you living? Mother Liquor, Picky Audie. You're a good rabbit. Real fried rice. Oh, the Twitch is alive and well right here. What's up, Joe Beck? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Fried rice. We live and ready to go, man. Amen. It's a blessing. It is a blessing, you know? So let's make the most of it. Oh, who's with me? Who's with me? Good morning, all, and God bless. Amen, amen. So, Chad, I hope you guys are ready. Yeah, I'm saying how it's up to. I try my best. If I missed you, you know, the Chad turns up here in the morning, so I apologize if I missed you, but hit the like button. I don't think that's a good apology. Is that? Yeah. Hit the like button. Good morning, baby. I hope you guys are doing good, but hey, before we start, we got a lot of stuff we need to get to, but you know what I got to do, man? I was very impressed. Here's the watch list. I hope you all watched it. It's always good to see you guys on here, but I was looking at the comments, bro. Oh, the random play was bumping. That's it. Y'all were hitting it with the random play. So I hope we get some good ones off of this. So we're going to do what we got to do. Lord bless it. That's the link. You know, let's go. Let's run it, man. Let's run it. How many comments we got? 90. 108 comments. Oh, I'm excited. Lord, let's go. Amen. Bless it, baby. Bless it. Let's see. What do we got? First time. Oh, Apple 317, 135 put. That's an airdrop, too. That's an airdrop. So that's good. I like that name. He committed. He got the profile pic and everything. Oh, man, we got it. All right, Apple 317, 135 put. That is going to be your random play of the day, Chatadonia. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So let's see what happens with I didn't do the poll either, man. Oh, man. You know what I was doing in the morning? I was doing hip workouts. We're going to do some hip workouts today at push-up time. Okay, so that's what I was doing. I forgot to do the poll. The market will close. Like the video. I know you can see this. I know you see it, Chad. I know you see it. Airdrop the rain. Isn't that hype? I got pretty hyped on that one. Green, red, 50-50, unchanged, Habibi. 50-50. You know, 50-50. You never know. In this marketplace, you know, the Jerome Powell, the Tuesday, everything, you never know, man. You never know with these people. You know, the market, one day it's a down, one day it's a up. The non-farm, make it go down, and then they buy it up just to sell it off. You know, that's it. The market's right today. There's just a lot of random things, but mainly China dropped. So that's why I said, surprisingly, I thought we would be reacting to other stuff. I think we got a hangover yesterday from the non-farms, but, you know, those Chinese tensions and that balloon definitely took a lot of the headlines, and even China stocks, and then Japan and what it ended up doing to the dollar. Even though it was a rumor, it still had some pretty big effects. So we are going to see, ladies and gentlemen, but let us get to the news here. There's a $40 billion flurry that brought some respite for deal makers after a prolonged period of sidelines. Newmont announced the year's biggest transaction with the $17 billion offer for Australia's Newcrest. That came after Public Storage made an unsolicited $11 bid for Life Storage in Europe. The Rothschild family is planning to take French bank private for roughly $3.7 billion. The latest next big thing, PIMCO's Dan Ivaskin thinks it's corporate debt. As the Fed nears peak rates, companies face a big reset higher in borrowing costs just as the economy cools. That'll royal credit markets, creating buy opportunities in a variety of distressed assets. Newmanberg Berman, Steve Eisman sees a paradigm shift with the new giants being companies tied to the reshoring of the industrial world back to the U.S. and greenification. It's not gentrification, it's called greenification. I think that's a new one. Futures fell with stocks in Europe and Asia as last week unexpectedly strong jobs report continued to reverberate through markets. Benchmark treasury yields rose to the highest in almost a month, and the dollar gained for a third day. Oil fluctuated and gold advanced. Two massive earthquakes along Turkey and Syria's border killed more than 1,300 people, with the toll rising. Thousands were injured and trapped in collapsed building after a pre-dawn 7.7 magnitude quake. A similar tremor followed about 9 hours later. Turkey halted oil flows as a key terminal on the Mediterranean coast, though no leaks were detected. Borsa Istanbul suspended some functions. Balloon bickering. U.S. divers were sent to salvage what's said to be spy gear from the Chinese balloon shot down in South Carolina, adding an extra layer of intrigue. Questions emerged about whether the payload used U.S. technology. A person familiar said pressure mounted on Joe Biden to hit back with new export controls on sensitive technology. Dell will eliminate 6,000 jobs, about 5% of their global workforce. Gautam Adani family has prepaid $1.1 billion of borrowing costs by shares as their flagship firm shelved the plan to sell bonds. Tyson slumped pre-market after reporting first quarter earnings that fell short of consensus. Goldman is moving Matt Gibson from global co-head to the technology, media, and telecom group to help spearhead sales at a newly retooled asset and wealth management unit. People familiar said the business is seen to be the key to improve the stock's desirability. Carlyle named ex-Goldman co-president Harvey Schwartz as their next CEO. Chart of the day is Wall Street's bullish case for emerging markets is showing cracks, with JP Morgan and others being more selective on strategies as new risks arise. The mood has shifted quickly. The MSCI doubled developing currency index had its biggest one-day loss on Friday since early December after the jobs data. Man Group said it's expecting an EM sell-off within the next 2 months. 11:30, you're going to get $60 billion of 13-week bonds and $48 billion of 26-week bills. Bank of Canada market participant survey. Earnings include Activision, Pinterest, and Skyworks. Talks on raising the debt ceiling are an absolute non-starter. White House economic aide Jared Bernstein said, but Biden is ready to discuss spending. The IMF's Kristalina Georgieva told CBS the impact of last year's inflation would pale in comparison with the pain consumers would feel if the U.S. defaulted. Janet Yellen called the U.S. economy strong and resilient, saying it remains on a path where recession could be avoided. She also told ABC not raising the debt limit would produce an economic and financial catastrophe. The view from Wall Street, Goldman said that the S&P is already pricing in a soft landing, and alternatives to U.S. equity offerings offer better risk-adjusted returns. J.P. Morgan also sees that stocks are unattractive. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson reiterated that a reversal is ahead, but it may take longer than anticipated. Chile's President Gabriel Boric declared a state of catastrophe after a third region ravaged by wildfires as the death toll rose to 24. The government has detained 10 people accused of starting the blazes. The Bank of England must stay the course on rates given upside risk to inflation. That is what Catherine Mann said. She also evaded to the Brexit debate, saying that trade barriers added to price hikes. The UK may boost bond sales to investors that may alleviate pressure on traditional buyers and draw between 40 and 70 billion euros. Mortgage lending is set to grow at the slowest rate since 2011. Demand may rise 0.4 this year. France may allow those who started to work at 20 or 21 to retire at 63, Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne told JDD. Germany factory orders grew 3.2% in December, beating consensus for 2%. Sweden's krona fell to the weakest against the euro since 2009 as a housing market downturn fueled broader investor concern. The yen slid in the Nikkei after the Nikkei said Japan's government approached Bank of Japan Deputy Governor Masayoshi Amamiya after succeeding Haruko Kuroda, a longtime heavyweight at the Bank of Japan. Amamiya is seen as the closest to a continuity candidate among likely replacements. Officials refuted the report. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning. How you living, baby? Australian ex-inflation retail sales fell 0.2 last quarter. Inflation may slow this year after peaking in the fourth quarter. AMP Capital said the border between Hong Kong and mainland China has now fully reopened. Daily quotas and testing requirements were dropped at checkpoint gates. A ban on unvaccinated travelers was also lifted. The mass trial of prominent Hong Kong pro-democracy figures began today. Saudi Arabia raised March oil prices. The OSP for Arab Light to Asia was bumped up $2 a barrel above the regional benchmark. Russia's seaborne crude flows rose for a fourth time last week to the highest since June, helped by the diversification of volumes that were previously piped directly to Poland and Germany. China's oil comeback appears to be gaining momentum. Goldman said demand rose to 15 million barrels a day mid-January from 14.5 in November, a raise of estimates of consumption. J.P. Morgan also said they upped their forecast, and OPEC's chief said he's seeing an upbeat outlook. Danaher is weighing a bid for Catalent at a significant premium, though a deal isn't imminent. People Familiar said the contract manufacturer has a market value of about $10 billion. 6 billion companies are looking to sell U.S. investment-grade bonds today, underwriters said. As many as 8 issuers are said to be looking, but not all are expected to proceed. Hong Kong's leader John Lee will seek to convince Aramco and its units to take secondary listings in the city. Uber agreed to sell their stake in Russian car-sharing JV partner Yandex for about $925 million, RBC reported. Game over or game on. Microsoft's $69 billion deal faces UK test. CVC agrees to buy majority stake in logistic firm Scan Global. Activision comes after the bell with revenue set to be boosted by the most in 7 quarters by release of Overwatch 2 and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Pinterest, they are also due with U.S. monthly active users expected to post a year-on-year increase for the first time in 6 quarters. Apple's latest iPhones are selling at a discount of more than $100 in China, an unusually steep price cut just months after launch that suggests dwindling demand. Musk says Twitter is right on track after a tough 3 months. Deutsche Bank is looking at strategic job cuts. Carlyle picks Goldman veteran Harvey Schwartz as next CEO. Game over or game on. Microsoft's deal faces test in UK. Goldman moves high-profile banker in a key asset management role. Chinese retailer JD is selling iPhone 14 at $118 discount. Departures of Goldman Sachs special sits unit. Dangwon submits preliminary bid for McDonald's Korea. Mael says Dow assumed outperform at Credit Suisse. Janssen says phase 2 study of nipocalimab met primary endpoint for Johnson & Johnson. Bigger, better, and brasher. Chevy's 2023 Corvette Z06 is an absolute beast, but hardly a bargain. Bloomberg's Hannah Elliott writes, it's the most powerful non-turbo production car on the market. Now, if only it got a few other things right. Oh, how much does it cost? They got a Z06 now? Football pro Manchester City faces an investigation into unit's finances by the Premier League, risking points of deduction that may dash their chance this season. A panel will examine alleged breaches dating back to 2009, soon after it was bought by the Abu Dhabi-backed group of companies. MVP of the Skies, Delta's frequent flyer program, was named the world's most valuable according to On Point Loyalty. Apart from the Southwest offerings, the loyalty plans are worth more than the stock market valuations of each of the U.S. carriers, the consultancy reported. Beyonce won 4 Grammys, breaking the record for most wins. But once again, coming up empty in the top categories, Harry Styles, Lizzo, and Bonnie Wright split the 3 biggies: Album of the Year, Record of the Year, and Song of the Year. And then all in the family, Bernard Arnault has a $196 billion fortune, 5 children, and a drive to avoid infighting that plagues many dynasties. In fact, LVMH founder has exploited weakness in other family-run businesses, including Hermes, to try to gain an upper hand in past takeovers. He's laid the groundwork he hopes will prevent such an outcome for his own empire. And then on this day in history, tennis player Arthur Ashe died in 1993 from AIDS-related pneumonia at 49. He was believed to have acquired HIV from a tainted blood transfusion following heart surgery. He was the first black man to win the singles title at Wimbledon, the U.S. Australian Open, and he went public with his illness in 1992, working to educate others as part of his legacy. Wow. Arthur Ashe. Oh, I hope you noticed something, Chad. We got through that one quick. There really wasn't that much if you think about it. Compared to what we've been getting every other day, bro. Oh, man. Stop playing with me. Z06, 119. And then they charge a $20,000 premium. Scammers. Do they still charge premium on cars? Or have they been chilling out with the market, calming down? I don't know, baby. I don't know. But even though there's not that much news, we got a lot of other plays here. Celsius Holdings, CELH, the race to outperform from neutral at Woodbush, says the fitness industry drink maker distribution transition into Pepsi has gone better than expected. Children's Place, PLCE, falls 12% after reporting adjusted earnings that missed. Datadog slides 4.4 on a downgrade in sector weight from overweight at key bank capital markets, with analysts noting there'll be a meaningful slowdown as software spending growth over this year. Direct, DRRX shares are dropped 12% after the biopharm company announced last week it would sell $10 million worth of stock. Faraday Future, FFIE, shares surged 28% after the electric vehicle startup announced $135 million in convertible secured note financing. Newmont shares fall 6% after an offer to buy Australia's Newcrest Mining for $17 billion. Outlook Therapies, OTLK, gains 6% after being initiated at overweight by Cantor. The broker notes that the biopharm company Lytenava could become the first FDA-approved ophthalmic formulation of cancer drug bevacizumab for treating retinal disorders. Why are there so many big words, man? Okay, that one's OTLK. Personalis, PSNL, shares are up after Needham upgraded the healthcare service company to buy from hold. PayPal declines 2.6 after they are cut to market perform from outperform at Raymond James in view of the stock market's outperformance this year, paired with the broker's cautious stance on the digital payment company's fourth quarter results. RH declines 4.6 after the luxury home furnishing retailer said it now sees full year 2022 revenue growth at the lower end of their range, and they will correct some accounting errors in prior 2022 statements. Sage Pharmaceuticals rises 2.1 after the company partnered with Biogen's new drug application for zuranolone to treat major depressive disorder and postpartum depression. It was previously accepted for priority review by the FDA. SoundHound, SOUN, and Big Bear AI led fellow artificial intelligence stocks higher. SoundHound gains 27%. Big Bear is up 10%. BuzzFeed is up 12%. AI is up 7%. GuardForce is up 13%. Spotify gains 2% after Wells Fargo and Atlantic Equities raised the music streaming company to buy equivalent ratings, citing improved margins. T-Mobile shares are down 2.3% in pre-market after MoffettNathanson downgraded the company to market perform from outperform. Tyson Foods is getting hit by falling prices on beef and chicken that squeeze profits. Shares are down 5%. U.S.-listed Chinese stocks are down for their third session after Washington's move to shoot down the alleged surveillance balloon from China has spurred new tensions between the two countries. Wow. So, Chad, we're down about 0.75% right now. Got a lot of different movers here. Again, we've went over all the news. It seems to be overseas, waiting for Powell, getting ready for a little bit more earnings. But overall, it's kind of the hangover that we got from Friday, Chadadonia. So I hope you're ready. But we have a lot of time. So I'm going to go to the potty, if that's okay with you. I think they're still on, like, commercial break here. I think we're a little bit too early. So, Chad, I think I'll skip over. I want to get you guys up to date with it. Let's see. I'm going to give them one more ad. But how y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? It's on it's 616, 617. Come on, they should be on there. Waiting for Mena. I want to see, man. I think today's going to be weird. I want to see how the first couple hours moves. And I kind of want to trim a lot of stuff. I was very tempted to sell my yen play last night. We're going to see how it plays out. But they did deny the rumor, which I think made it a little bit more interesting. But we're going to find out. We are going to find out, Chad. So I hope you're good. We good. I hope you're good. Hey, man, good morning, Charlie. Good morning. Are they still just hitting these ads, bro? It's a Vanguard ad. All right, we're going to go back in time. We are going to go back in time a little bit. So this isn't as up to date, but I'm going to go to the potty. I'll be right back. Wait. Nope. Yep. Okay, I'll be right back. I love you. Follow me on Instagram.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And even just last week alone, you saw triple C's really outperforming because everybody thinks if you have a soft landing or a no landing scenario, triple C's will do extremely well. So credit spreads, high yield, they broke through 400. That's certainly telling you that the economy is going to do well. Investment grade spreads down I think it's 108 on the credit index, maybe 115 depending on other indices that you look at. That certainly, while not rich, it's by no means pricing in any kind of recession. It's not financial conditions tightening at those levels. So the Fed is going to have to talk this back a little bit if that's what they want to focus on. But they had the chance, and that was what was so peculiar about Powell last week, is he had the chance and he didn't take it. So he seems as if he's okay with it for now.
Well, for some, it was a green light to add more risk. Now, Matt, I just wonder whether it's rich relative to what you expect in this economy. We've had a massive rally. Is it too rich?
So we don't think it's too rich because people are looking at all-in yields. And, we get focused on spreads, and that's really what historically we've done. All-in yields look cheap, and the technicals are just so overwhelmingly positive as the inflows come in that I think that this is going to be a little bit of a buying opportunity on any kind of backup you get. If people say, well, I missed it at 5%, and now it goes to 5.15 on credit yields, whatever they're looking at, they want to buy more. And the inflows are certainly nonstop right now.
The inflows are huge. James, I just wonder, never mind fundamentals. This was a story we talked about over the last week, just positioning, the flows. Fighting that just seems really difficult. I know yields are high today, but is there just this wall of money just waiting to come in and just buy it in fixed income?
I mean, well, the answer to that question, we'd be here for hours, because I do think that that's just the way that the market operates now. It has become this momentum machine. This is not just about credit spreads. It's not just about equities or equity sectors, but you're seeing it in bond markets as well.
I like that.
The worst before.
I like that a lot. The momentum machine. Oh, momentum machine Monday now. So, Chad, what do you got in your momentum machine? This is your time. I want to hear from the Chad. Y'all have been killing it the last couple of days. Mods, feel free to ban anybody if it's not serious, and that's your warning. So do not let your badge nor anything else get in the way. You will be banned. So, Chad, give me your first play of the day. Keep it serious. Mods, get you strap up, baby. What do we got? LSI and PSA. AI plays, Bristol Mile calls, CMG calls, Boyle, JEP Long, gas calls, VFC puts, Pfizer shares, CLNE Long, Meta puts, Meta calls, Snow puts, Netflix puts, SPY puts, Microsoft short, CLNE, GNS calls, Tesla leap, CVS shares, AWIN shares, Boyle calls, anything QQQ, puts on Ford and Amazon, GM, watching Tesla, coin, Meta calls, selling cover calls, APRN shares, Apple puts, QQQ puts, Tesla, LMT, LHX, Activision puts, NVIDIA shares, BART calls, Boyle calls, Meta puts, still on Apple calls, Take-Two puts, NVIDIA calls, Meta calls, AI calls, SPY puts, selling SPY puts, watching today, going long, 4 puts, Google calls, Meta puts, Intel calls, Tesla leaps, Palantir calls, SQQ, QQQ puts babies, SOH calls, no plays, wait until power, Norfolk Southern puts, they had a derailment 20 minutes from my house. Oh, I didn't hear about that. TTD shares calling, CMP, sit tight, DA to 1580, QQQ, SPY puts, long ES, soon calls, paper trade, balloon calls, watching today, making my move on power, SPX calls, coin puts, AMC, VLO, Square puts, DAX, SPLG, Bitcoin, Tesla, Ford special dividend calls, Palantir, Balloon, get them. DraftKings pots, SPY puts, 11 a.m. only. Oh, no place today. SPY calls, AMD, UNG calls, C3 AI, Mara, Disney short, Apple puts, Redfin puts on everything, DAL, Palantir puts for earnings, gold short, long on patience, Soxel puts, AMD calls, Amazon calls, Airbnb, and Apple calls. Let's go, baby. Oh, the chat is ready. The chat is ready. So let's go. I love it. I think there's only like one or two. I think the mods were even generous about it. I think if I could already found one. I just have to scroll up and get him. See, I already got him. Oh, yeah, that was a delayed one. He thought he got away with it. Good morning. It's okay. We love you, though. The chat's been killing it, though. I love it. Random plays. You're in there. Y'all have been focused in the morning. Let's go. Welcome to February. So I got a couple of plays for you. I'm going to be looking at Uber and Disney. They have earnings there. PayPal, we've been in that one. They got that downgrade. And again, like I said, I might go through a couple of plays here and might want to clean them out here, especially with the bonds going down until we actually get an idea of what's happening, or we wait till Powell on Tuesday. I'm going to be watching Meta. I still am in that one, and holding Tesla as well. Then defend and the defensives. And then I do want to take a look at China, Baidu, and see if we get any sort of bounces off of any of that. So other than that, it really wasn't too crazy. We're going to find out. The dollar is reaching the highest point since January 11th today. So we'll see if anything happens. Again, bonds are moving, and Bank of Japan. I know, Jay, right before I went to the bathroom, you asked for confirmation there. They did refute the rumor. So in Japan, the Amamaya guy, he was supposed to come in. That's what brought the yen down. They said it's not true, but the stock or the whole market ended up doing good in Japan, but then the yen started dropping a lot. So we will see what happens. We will see what happens. So we got a little bit more time here, baby. We got a little bit more time here. Any pressing questions before we begin the day, Chad? How you feeling? Good morning. Did y'all like the video? Are y'all ready for Monday? Did you wake your ass up on Monday? I hope you did. I hope you did. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling good. I got you, bro. I got you. Fun fact, yesterday was the highest trading volume ever on the VIX. That's on Friday. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll give you another fun fact. 0-day options do not reflect on the VIX. That's another fun fact. That's another fun fact right there. Are bonds going to flip? Do they misprice? I think the bonds are reacting to the yen and the whole Japan situation, but I think we're going to have to wait and see here either on Powell or more data, but it's definitely, I think the bonds are reacting to the whole dollar situation and everything else, so we are going to find out. My weekend was great, man. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be here, bro. It's an honor. You know that. That's it. The markets, baby. The markets, and then the balloon. Everybody was dealing with that, so that was fun. It's kind of weird. Saw 2 Chainz in concert. That must have been fun. Toe Chainz. I should call me Big Stock, so I call it Big Stock. No, I was going to say Big Booty, but then I said no, and then that's a 2 Chainz song, and then now it just got weird. I don't want it to be weird. Good morning. Just like the video. Let's focus on the likes here. Oh, y'all slacking on the likes. Oh, I don't know if I got it. Actually, I have really good 10 to sell you today. It's not even 10. I got 10. I got economic data. I could give you one right now. We got a little bit of time. We got 2 minutes. How many? What's it looking like? You think I could get like 100 likes real quick? Is there 100 likes available? I could give you one right now. I could give you a good one. I don't know if you're interested in it. It has to do with tech and valuations. Oh man. Oh bro, my computer's slow today. Oh, there it is. I got one. I could explain it to you, but I haven't explained it here. You know, I could explain this. You see this chart? Oh, wow. You guys came through with the likes. Just hit it. Let me get like 5 more. 5 more. Just throw in a tip. Let me get a tip, bro, on top of it. But pretty much the divergence between NASDAQ 100 and 10-year bonds is now becoming the most extreme, with the negative signal for the index during the past 16 months. According to cross-asset sales, the tech-heavy benchmark has been particularly sensitive to rising bond yields and is seeing a strong corrections during the past 4 occurrences when it has decoupled from rates. Last week's U.S. jobs data, as well as strong ISM, surprised the markets, fueling a rally in bond yields on bets the Fed will stay hawkish for longer, with the next inflation print on February 14th, a.k.a. the bond divergence that we saw all last year. Anytime that bonds don't go up with a big bounce like this, usually the NASDAQ comes crashing down. So that's a fun fact for you. That is a fun fact for you. But Chad, that is our time now. We have to get ready. And before we do anything, this is the best way to get ready, man. It's by showing love, appreciation, and honor to a very, very special group of people. And that special group of people is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, before we do anything, man, we just like to say we love you and thank you to all the people who have made that sacrifice for our country, those active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served. God bless you and thank you. Same shout out goes out to all the families as well, too, because they have made their sacrifice We love and appreciate you. Shout out to the vets, baby, and anybody out there supporting their local community, man. Whether you're a doctor, nurse, teacher, firefighter, police officer, you volunteer, Boys and Girls Club, nonprofit, you helping out grandmas with the groceries, man. I don't know what you doing, but you being a light in your community, man. I hope you know you're appreciated as well, too, baby. So God bless you and thank you. And Chad, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Ah. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, happy Monday. Happy Monday. Wake your ass up. Wake your ass up, baby. Okay, let's go, man. What do we got? You feeling good? It's game time, baby. It's game time. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You ready? I hope you're ready. Whoa. So we got about 1 minute, bro, but what the hell? This is in Ohio, man. JG. Bro, chat is just, oh, man, my thing's not loading here. But pretty much there was a derailment on a Norfolk Southern. Why have this not hit the news? Oh, man, look at that. Bro, what is this? So there was a train derailment, Norfolk Southern in Ohio. One of the chads just sent me this right now, but this looks insane. Bro, this is from your house too? That was on Saturday? Oh, so this isn't like right now? Oh, but still, that's actually pretty crazy. They're letting it burn itself out. Is that for the Bulls or the Bears or oh you mean the train? Oh, I feel. Well, Chad, we got about 41 seconds. Okay, I need you to like that video. I need you in the game. Make some call outs if you got them. Let's have some fun here and let's make the most of the day. It's either going to be a short one or a long one. We will find out very, very soon. You ready? Y'all ready for this? Down. Again, bonds, yields, bonds and currencies. The yen, we're going to have to see with all of that. Like the video. The random play. Oh, I almost forgot. It was an Apple. Apple 135 put, I believe. A 135 put for March. Round 1. Fight. Oh, man. They giving PayPal the dump already? Oh, my underperformer. They clapped him. Okay, let me get that play. Apple. Baidu. Again, China stocks are down, but again, a lot of the AI names are holding up here. So if that does good, we'll find out. What was it? It was a March 17th. Or is it 135? All right. All right, we got the random play. That has now been secured. So Meta's dancing. Watch PayPal. I'm going to see. We're going to want to do something with those plays. Tesla's up. Then the Meta is down. Where is Disney? Disney is down for a little bit. Ross is on the high. I haven't seen anything on the retailers. TSN drops 5%. Again, they're coming off bad earnings, but they've already recovered 2% on the initial cash bid. I do not know anything about that derailment. No, I don't know the cause of it. There's Okta, Diz. Damn, even Diz that clap there? They all did. Where's Boeing? 205. Boeing's at a very key level. Yeah, Tesla's moving up. Lockheed's even running up there. Tesla's doing great. At least Meta got in it. And then there's Apple there towards the low. Amazon. Is Amazon still dumping? No, Amazon's going up. Remember on Friday, Amazon was one of the only ones that went down there. The random play was an Apple put. Amazon's ripping, and then I still have the Apple. I think I'm going to close the Apple. I'm going to take the $700 loss on that one. Again, that was after getting the $2,000 on it the other day. I closed Apple for a loss. I don't want to deal with him anymore. Got a little bit back from Friday. Yeah, LMT's, again, the tensions were the main thing this week. That's actually the craziest part about it all. And then PayPal. Apple going to 125. I just don't want to deal with it again until even now with like kind of how like there's a fat divergence with the bonds. My bonds aren't giving me what I want out of it, but it's also kind of pointing to a lot of different things. I think it might be smarter here to chill out a little bit. Again, I think even on Friday, you know, as I got to meditate a lot on it, it was very easy to get trapped on Friday. And I think until we either get Powell and riding everything else at, I mean, it's very, very easy to get caught up in the middle of this. And that's why, like, even those earnings, those 100 shares did a lot. I could ride with it, but I don't really want to waste the time. But I think it's just long. I want to clear up a lot. There's a couple plays like right on the cusp I want to do some stuff with. Watch Uber too. They're going. Meta's now popping up here. And NVIDIA on the high. Tesla almost at 200. I still have that one short as well too. Damn, Tesla's up 3.5% right now. And NVIDIA's on the high. Where's AMD? And then Netflix, there was kind of news back and forth with their whole password sharing thing. And NVIDIA is strong. Again, watch any of the other chip makers. Right now, Dow Jones is the one that's doing the best. NASDAQ's down 0.6. S&P is down 0.46. Energy and discretionaries, they are in the green. And then real estate, tech, and communications, those are the only names in the red. Oh, I have levels for you guys, too. So 4118, let me see. Damn, you gapped down. UAA. Spotify. There's Meta holding. Tesla even too. Amazon's coming in. Redfin's on the high. I'm trying to load this up for you. It's not loading. I have different levels there. Caterpillar. Watch TSN too. They just had earnings. Uber's slipping. Uber was doing very, very good in the morning. Meta's getting back to 190. Even Google's coming up now. Netflix, all the big tech is starting to move here. Is PayPal selling off on that? No, they're going up a little. Roblo, all green. Uber, I mean, they just have earnings coming up, but just be on the lookout for that. And then there's Meta. Google's actually starting to really, really run. They're still in the red. Meta and Tesla, those are the only ones like in the green solidly. And Tesla's near 200. AMD, yeah, AMD's about to go green there. 85, same thing with NVIDIA. Random play was an Apple March put. There's Google. Bonds have recovered a lot, but they're still down there. Now there's Meta one more time. Watch Qualcomm. I'm trying to load up this picture for you. There it is. 190. What was it? There it is. So here are your levels. I think we're at 4118 right now. So really, I think the next level here is 4100, and then we either break 4100 or not. That will be very, very key. Tesla moving back up. Tesla's going to be interesting here. Again, it's near 200. They had the Chinese numbers too. I'm surprised they had like delivery numbers, and China was looking good. CVS long on the upside. Walgreens is down. How's healthcare? Not bad, actually. There's materials. Yeah, Uber is selling here. Amazon, they were doing good in the morning, but they're chilling. Ford, yeah, they're down. Uber is now negative after being positive. Watch out for Disney as well. Again, Disney has the pre-earnings. It's only been about 7 minutes, so let's see here. You're at 41,112. The next level is going to be 4,100 flat. So we're going to test 4,100, and this is either going to eliminate the PAL effect or we came down quite a bit. It's kind of weird to see. You know, Powell was a big day, but now you're right at the halfway point. So depending on how today plays out with this 4,100 test, we're really going to see what's up. Watch Meta for the sell-off. Watch all of them. Again, any of the big techs, because again, rates have been going back up. So that's that chart I showed you here in the morning now. It's one thing where the market has gone up a lot, but now with the rates kind of coming back up here, we want to watch out if the tech stocks are going to be sensitive. And there is a couple more earnings on the way, but I don't know how big of an effect it'll have. Earthquake in Syria. Syria and Turkey was really bad. Apple, new low. I cut that one too early. Good morning, Chad. Wells Fargo on the line. I didn't even think about banks. Cigna is also dropping. Healthcare. Airlines and travel are up there. Yeah, dollar because of the yen. And so even though they said the rumor on who's going to replace the yen or the Bank of Japan, they said it was a rumor. They said it wasn't true, but it still managed to drop over there. Snap is up, yeah. Again, Meta is doing good as well, too. See what Tesla does here after this 3% move. AI, again, another one. Where's Baidu? Oh, Baidu's down a decent amount now. I think Baidu's cheaper than when we bought it. Or did we get it at like 140? I think I got it at 140 flat. So watch out. If that one keeps going down, that one could be a decent one. Yeah, Powell speaks tomorrow. We'll talk about it. I discussed it on the watch list a little bit. There's kind of a simple breakdown for it, but I'm sure we will hypothesize on that one today. Okta's doing good. Meta's moving up. KL. Google's actually doing very good there too, but SPY's coming down. Again, Dow Jones is doing the best on the day. Amazon's dropping now, but SPY's catching up with the SPY is starting to catch up on it with the NASDAQ. China noted Trump denied allegation, alleged Chinese balloons. I'm still in the PayPal. I want to cut it though. I think it's down off of the downgrade, but I do also think, I don't know, I don't think it'll hold too much here, but I want to clean up a lot here today. I didn't like getting trapped on Friday. I felt like a schmuck, and I think it wouldn't be too bad. Like there's a couple plays either barely up or barely down. I'm cool with clearing them out, but now PayPal, that one cost me. Yeah, Disney's already below Powell. Spotify, they got a nice upgrade. No, I didn't sell PayPal yet. I'm telling you my plan. This is just how I feel with it. That's why I don't want to get trapped with anything. So watch out for 4100 though. That's what we're waiting on. You're at 4113. Low of the day is 41109. 4109. So 9 points. PRVB, we're getting very close. You'll probably get an update. There was even like Omer this morning. They got an announcement, like their news of somebody paying them a milestone payment, and they shot up like 28-30%. But we'll see how PRVB plays out. But we have about 7 more days until the event. Roblo is on the high. Roblo just went green there. And then see what happens here with bonds. Uber popping. Yeah, a couple things got some steam. It looks like NASDAQ and SPY. I think energy is bringing SPY down, but then a couple of names are going back up as far as tech. And then the Dow is, again, the best performer right here. Goldman Costin says U.S. stock rally will fizzle on growth risk. Higher valuation, lackluster earnings, pressure stocks. Morgan Stanley Wilson also sees tough year ahead for shares. Yeah, I'm going to cut the Disney. That was the one from yesterday. I feel like it's kind of early, but... All right, sold the Disney. That was like a 180 loss. Where is it? But the plan on that one, again, I wanted to flip it. But with anything, I just don't want to get too trapped too high on any of these. I'm still holding the Meta and the Tesla. I'd be cool with holding those. And then I still have the Okta as well. But like I said, I want to go through and clear a couple different ones. Uber, I think, is on Wednesday or Tuesday. There's the PayPal. Meta's actually going up. Watch Tesla, too, again. Tesla's holding up very, very good. They're in the middle. Let me see Uber. Uber earnings is on the 8th, Wednesday. Yeah. And then I think either Lyft is right before or usually right after. Couple of tech stocks getting steam there. Again, at least Facebook towards the top. Even a couple travel names, too. Yeah, Snap did very good. NVIDIA, they're doing... Whoa. NVIDIA is running. And Udemy. Whoa. That looks very, very rally-esque. Yeah, NVIDIA just launched. So is Roku, Palantir. It looks like a couple of those hype names. Now UAL, a lot of different things. Yo, something just turned on right now. You just had some, again, 4106, 6 points away from the low. You just rocketed up there. Yeah, so NVIDIA's outperformer. Same thing, even AMD. NVIDIA's just solidly in the green right now. Was it Apple? Yeah, Apple, even on that one candle. So you're still like 6 points from the next level. So just be on the lookout for it. But bonds are coming back down here. This is where it's gonna get tricky. Okay, I'm gonna close AAL out. That was an old one from beginning of the year. That'll be $40 loss. Why is it loading? Oh, shit. Okay. So $40 loss on AAL again. I'm going through. Now I think the rest I'm going to hold till the next, like, couple of hours. I still have UAL too. The plan for NQ. That's why I'm holding the NQ. That's what I'm saying. I just don't want to. I'd rather. This is now big enough. Both of these, where I could just ride these out, and I don't want to get. I don't want to get too distracted with all the other plays. That's why. So some of them we got to take a lot of profits here throughout the month. Got to take some losses there on the unrealized, and then I still have some plays. So gonna be holding like Boeing and Lockheed Martin still. I like both of those, but like any of the random like flips that kind of turned into hold a little longer or anything that I purchased later, I'm gonna be down to get rid of those and call it a day. Yeah, every AI stock is doing very, very well. NVIDIA again. They're holding Oxy. I want the energy exposure, but I might be down to cut that one. But like I'm saying, that one I think is going to be decent. But it totally, if they break through here, that won't be good. But I do like the energy aspect of it. Nike's on the low. Wow. Oh wow. Nike's down 2%, Habibi. Yeah, Boeing, they came back down. They were trying to work their way up. Again, LMT's actually doing good here today. So that's good. Good for them. Good for them, LMT. Good for them. Nike's. Yeah, CP3AI has been crazy. NOC, bro, the defensives are on the high ticker. Tesla, yeah, that was a big candle down. Again, Tesla's up 3% right now. Not too many names are up 3%. So NASDAQ still down 3/4. Snap dump. What was this? Fintech crypto. All right, you might get a little bounce off there. Let's see. DE on the high. Where's TSN? Again, some of the automakers are holding. At least GM is up. And then TSN still down 5%. That was earnings. Uber's fighting. Coca-Cola and Pepsi, why are they on the high? That's weird. A lot of the other value plays are doing bad. I think Uber just hit too. No, Coca-Cola, though, and Pepsi on the way up. Meta's even coming down now. Disney's dropping again. Super Bowl sales? Oh, I forgot. It is the Super Bowl. I said, what do you mean Super Bowl? Watch banks. Banks are down quite a bit. 0.5% still. Again, worst on the day is real estate, materials, and tech. Consumer staples are only down 0.04, but everything is in the red right now. Okay, you're working your way up. I think I'm going to keep the Meta. I'm going to close out the Tesla. That was a 280 loss. Okay, I think the rest I wait for tomorrow, because that's a good enough amount. Beyonce stole the EDM? What does this mean, Habibi? What do you mean Beyonce stole the EDM? Huge earnings week. Not as much, though. Again, there's going to be the smaller names here. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah, the dollar at 27.90 again. Like I was telling you, bonds and everything else. It's been a while now. You're pretty much back to where we started this year on the dollar. So once that starts to move, it's going to get a little bit more tricky. I didn't call. I still have the Boeing shares. I'm still short on that. I'm going to hold those ones. I still am in Lockheed. I'm going to hold that. Pretty much anything that in the last like week or recently that wasn't doing as good, I want to clear them out. But then kind of just come back to the original balance that I had earlier and then ride it out. But also, I just don't want to get caught up in anything. That or be able to even average into the bonds. Greedy short, you can. I mean, you have like 10 points on the table. You're jumping right now. So literally next level is going to be 4,100. That's where we need to get it to. Yeah, dollar new high, 41.08. Watch any of the other currencies too, but I think this one's kind of everything dropping. But again, 4,100, and then if we break 4,100, we go to 40.08, which is kind of around Powell levels. D on the high. So 40.08. You're at 41.08 right now. There's a little bit of bid support there if we come down. So let's see. Amazon, Apple, they're all coming down now. MO on the high. Tesla's still holding decent. Meta even came down here a little bit. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA is still holding up great, even AMD. Again, some people are anticipating China ban news on the chip, so factor that one in there. I think that's why ASML is doing a little bit worse. And then TSM is getting clobbered. Yeah, we got the random play. It was an Apple 135 put. India sees chance to increase energy imports from U.S. ON had earnings too. Good call. Yeah, China names are down. Even Baidu. If Baidu goes below 140, though, that could be decent. Again, we bought it around 140 on the first play we hit. Tesla, little pop. Yeah, TSN had really, really bad earnings. But they've been holding the 5. Where's FedEx and UPS? I forgot about those last week. Humana, again, another healthcare. Healthcare is actually about to go green. And then utilities are in the green right now, too. Interesting. But then bonds are at the low. That's where this gets very interesting. Because, again, I mean, if I want to see if we could actually rally if the bonds keep dumping. That is on everybody's mind now. Amazon still 102. Why are the bonds dumping? Because the currencies, because the dollar is getting strong again, and then even with Japan, and then ever since even the jobs report, they had that drop there. Because that jobs report was just pointing to higher rates for longer, and then literally you got double whammy with Japan. But then again, it's not too bad yet, unless the market doesn't come down with it. So that's what we're waiting on now. But it goes back to what we've been saying this whole time, with, the rates have been going lower. The market was able to come up here now. But if the rates are going higher, I mean, this could be very, very risky for tech. That's why I'm saying I don't want to get trapped on anything too much, even if I get faked out. I think it'll be more safer than not. But the bond dollar moves are getting wicked right now. The dollar has a lot of effects. I mean, again, the whole first half of the volatility this year was off of the dollar getting too strong, because it affects other currencies, it affects trade, it affects a bunch of different things. So the value of the dollar, it's a big effect. It could spur a lot of economic demand, or it can make people shy away from it. Russia may not remain top oil supplier to India. India can make supply decisions based on terms, minister says. VRTX, Forte, bro, healthcare is coming up here. I think that's a little bit of a bright spot right now. I know Cigna's down, but UNH is in the green, and then the whole index is starting to move up here. Where's financials? On semiconductor, they're on the high. Yeah, HBI. We sold HBI, sadly. No more HBI, Habibi. No more HBI. There you go. So if bonds come up, I think you might be able to get a bounce on the day. Otherwise, though, I think at this point, if bonds keep selling off, you might watch the market react. I think there's going to be a 13-week bond auction here earlier. So we'll find out. And then a lot of big tech is still kind of down. Again, tech is actually one of the worst on the day. But real estate and materials are doing worse. Yeah, Owen was lagging. Now it's leading. Oh, yeah. It's starting to do that vertical post-earnings move. What was the other one? I know TSM and ASML, they're clapped. And then NVIDIA is the best performer. And then AMD kind of in the middle. Yeah, utilities are holding up decent. And then materials are down. There's PayPal now coming back up a little bit. Coiling up for tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's going to be Pow. So a lot of people are saying, some people don't even expect Powell to change anything. In a weird way, a base case for tomorrow is Jerome Powell says nothing different than what he did last time. The Powell pump. Powell got neutered. I know. Snap is on the high again. What the hell? What world is this right now? It's amazing. Snap and Meta are doing good. Even Tesla's not doing too bad here. Tesla's actually the leader on the day. Is that NVIDIA again? Bro, NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, very, very strong right now. Wouldn't it be a bit bold to assume he'd 180 in a couple days? I think he's going to repeat the same. It would be bold, but it's also like, I mean, we've seen it before sometimes. If the market, if it goes too much beyond what Powell will say, you know, the Fed speakers usually come in. But at this case, you know, people are drawing the distinction, you know, where they're saying Powell focuses on the economy and not the markets. So they're saying, you know, where Powell is speaking to the economy, even though people think he's talking about the markets, but at the same time, it kind of seems like Powell is just stepping away from even reacting to the markets. So it would be bold, but at the same time, it's not as if it hasn't happened. You know, again, that's what happened in July. After the first July rally, you know, the next Powell was a couple of weeks later. This time it was only 1 week later. But then he came in and he totally flipped the script. But as of now, base case is he pretty much sounds the same. Uther, UTHR. The used car prices, like the Manheim Index. I think they've dropped dramatically. Oh no, they've came back up. A little bit. That's the train thing. Interesting, because I showed you guys this one earlier with the CPI, but so last couple of months since like November-ish, you've been watching the down streak, but now they have ticked up a little bit here. Quite interesting. I haven't looked at the Lambo index. And then it's 7:02. Let's see at Euro close what happens. Again, it's already been 30 minutes. Kind of been chill, but you haven't, today you didn't get that cash open, buy everything. So 8 million right now. In 30 minutes, it's decent. It could end up being above average. RCL on the high. AI stocks are still doing crazy. Royal Caribbean's on the high now. Let's see. Uber is still green, but it's not up like it was pre-market. Activision still has the buyout effect, but they do have earnings after the bell here. Amazon kind of bouncing from the bottom. Tyson a little lower. Gap on the high. Lyft is moving now. So Lyft is going up. Again, I don't know when Lyft is before or after Uber, but keep that one in mind as a sympathy. TLT going up means bond rates are going down. And then vice versa. If TLT goes down, that means bond yields are going higher. This time here, we're talking about wheat. Yeah, give or take. And again, I mean, this time last year, too, I think interest rates are about 1.5% higher across every duration. I know the 2 years are up way, way more. But like the 10-year and the 30-year bonds a year ago were like about 1.5% lower. We're going to buy Tyson. We were talking about them for a long term. I said if they go down a little bit more, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I don't know what they're yielding right now. 3.1. I got one. You guys are going to get mad at me, though. I know some people aren't going to like it, but I'm not opposed to it. I think you could get it a little cheaper. But Pfizer's kind of at a decent price right now. It's the highs of 2020, highs of 2018. I think it could go a little bit lower, but even that 3% yield is pretty decent. No, we're out of HBI. I'm never going to buy HBI again. That's it. HBI cut the dividend. So like Pfizer's at like 3.4, 3.7 right now. It's a pretty decent yield when it's all said and done. It's like I wish it could go down a little bit more, but that one wouldn't be too bad. Have you not seen what they've been releasing on Twitter about Pfizer? I have. I still think, I kind of like the power they have, if I'm not as a citizen, but as an investor. That's it. Fact of the matter is, I can't even tell you about Pfizer and negatively without threatening to get banned. So, kind of like them, though. But I wanted a little cheaper, but I was looking, that 3.7% yield's not too bad. Oh, where's Microsoft? They're in the red. Guild is on the high, and then UTHR. Again, United there. Maybe that's why healthcare is coming up. They're actually holding great. And then SPY's right at VWAP. You're right at VWAP, right in the middle. Again, we gapped from 41.37. You've yet to hit the 4,100. In a weird way, this is a very subdued uptrend from that 10-minute sell-off we had in the morning. We'll find out. You can if it's a legitimate complaint. Some people can, but it's just not worth the risk. I've just made I think last time we were laughing at a video and it's crazy, bro. So I mean, it's unfortunately I've been smited already to know to not play with it. Yeah, Snap and Meta. Snap is killing it today. I think Snap is now way above there. But either way, I like Pfizer as a long-term play. Again, might as well diversify it. But not yet, though. I'm on the cusp of it. I just have so much cash there sitting, so I'm in the middle. I mean, everything's holding up now. PayPal's coming back up here. Meta, Snapchat's doing better than Meta. Tesla's kind of coming down, but again, still being a leader there. Who's the other one? Not bad. And Phase. A lot of those names got clapped the other day. So it could be big. Yeah, Pins has earnings today. I think after the bell. Maybe that's why Snapchat's up. Enphase is up 3.5 now. They're doing good. So Spy's, it's working its way up. Again, it's very, very small movements. I'm actually pretty surprised how we're starting off the morning here. Let's see. Yeah, NASDAQ is getting above. So NASDAQ's actually doing pretty good now. NASDAQ's actually leading. Dow, SPY, and NASDAQ are all matched up, and now NASDAQ's taking the lead. You might be able to run from here. Again, I think you're getting off some of those jitters. Let's see. If it does a quick turnaround, then it's screwed. But for now, it's holding on. Is 52-week high now. NVIDIA is about to break out again. Airbnb's now on the high. Airbnb's now. A little bad. I think Lyft was the one hitting highs, but they're still in the red. Yeah, the bonds aren't. That's what I'm saying. Kind of weird here. But we'll find out. Optimum, no. ON is on semiconductor. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. And then protein bars. I feel you. You think you missed Peloton short? I don't know. Peloton is just part of the like the high movers there. Again, high short interest, and then they were down, and then interest rates, and then everybody getting excited on it. And they sell in value for growth. It's hard to say today because now everything is matched up. You know, that was kind of the trend that we saw the other day, but it's not too crazy there. And then now with what the bonds are doing, you know, pretty much if your bond yields shoot right back up, and then even if the market's up, but the market comes down later, I mean, everyone's going to want that value again. So I think maybe these bond moves are making people a little bit more hesitant about fully making that shift. So that's why we got to find out here throughout the rest of this week. Or again, I'm sure tomorrow Powell is just going to spark more momentum or not. Yeah, volume's decent. I mean, it looks like we're on pace to do like 16 million in the first hour, but we'll see. The market's trying to fake everyone. That's why I'm even taking a step back with it. I want to be able to just clear things up and be ready for it, but now we're getting to that point where you're either going to break to the 4300s or we could be doomed into hell again. MMM could be decent. I do like them. I would like a higher yield. I think they bounced a lot, though, the last couple of days. But they could be very, very decent. That's what I'm saying. There's a couple of names that I really like for the long term, but it's also like, might as well wait a little bit. And especially if it pays a dividend, I don't think we're going to miss out. Again, ex-dividend has already passed for a lot of different names. Red market. So you just gave up those 2 candles. Bonds have 2 greens, but like I was saying, NASDAQ was right about to break out or at least start leading, but NASDAQ and SPY now are matched up, and then Dow is doing a little bit better. YCL, I'd be cautious there. Those rumors, if Amaya or whatever, Amaya, if he's elected, I wouldn't want the yen anymore. Then I think it's going to be round 2 maybe of the yen kind of chilling out again. Otherwise, if it's somebody else, then maybe it'll go up. But that's partly why the dollar is down today, or is up a lot today, is because the yen got clapped off of news. This guy, what's his name? Mayoshi Amaya. I'm gonna call him Amaya. But he was a part of he's like homeboys with Karuta, and both of them were part of establishing ultra loose monetary financial policy. So if he gets elected to to replace Karuta in April, it would pretty much cause a lot of people would assume he is going to keep loose policy rather than tighten, which has helped the yen come right back up. If if that one comes in mass, after seeing that jobs report, we'll find out. Now used cars. I know the used cars are going to be a little bit delayed, but so far, though, I know it's been like a solid month and a half, though, of gasoline prices coming back up and everything else. So we'll find out. I like Amazon, but if I didn't buy it at the $88, I'd be waiting. As of now, I think it's kind of waiting. And I hated what they said about AWS. So SPX coming right back down, 41.10. Yeah, ready. The Lambo index. It's still up. It's around like 500 Lambos, I believe. It hasn't gotten worse or better, really. AWS, they said they expect, for the next couple of quarters, a lot more margin pressure. And that's kind of the problem there, because that's where they get their good margin overall. They don't make a lot of money on the sales of everything else, and then you throw in AWS, that's where they're able to really, really get profit. So that's why their guidance range is so wide, and that's the only thing I'd be worried about with Amazon, but it's solid. I'd want to buy it below $80. That's what we were talking about earlier. Apple, new low. All right, there's the break. Let's see where this leads us. 41.05 now. You're starting to get some big candles. Low key in the last 5 minutes, you've dropped over 10 points. So we'll just watch for 4,100. You've already cleared out 2 levels of bid support. But let it flush down. 41.03. No, please don't bounce from here. Like, I want this to just hit 4,100, then move, but because otherwise that's going to slow us down here. But you really want to just hit the 410, 4,100 flat, and then just see what it does from there. But if it bounces before, we're going to have a slow day. And again, to give you an idea now, you've given up half of Powell Day. So this is right when the release came out. Honestly, you're actually getting into the press conference levels, which is pretty wild. Yeah, Baidu's below 140. I have 2 Amazons. So again, another new low. Watch for 4,100 now. Low is 41.02. 2 points. Very, very big level, honestly. I'm surprised you're not even seeing more bids. So that's a big volume candle, but it's coming up here. costs are bouncing right above 4,100. Again, remember, this was a very big level, and after you broke through 4,100, you pretty much went up 50 points. PLCE. Oh, that's children's plays. You guys said the bad earnings. Yeah, the dollar's messy, dude. So that's what I'm saying. Right now, the bonds and the dollar are the things that are kind of getting real weird here because they're moving way more, and they're definitely now the last couple of days, just these last 2 days, really, since non-farms, they're saying something completely different than this. Like, you see the markets came down. I guess the markets came down a decent amount, but the divergence between it all, especially NASDAQ and bonds, it's just starting to get very, very big. What would you grab and why Amazon at 80? What do you mean? I grabbed 80. That was just the price it was after the last earnings, but I would grab it for the long term. Are you saying Amazon or Google? I'd probably take Amazon a little better, but both of them really. The bonds are weird because right now, the last 3 days, the yields have shot up now very, very fast and very, very large. And again, last time bond yields were this high, or even last time the dollar was, it's not good for growth stocks. So like a big part of what we were getting off of Powell is what Powell said. You know, he kind of didn't fight back against rates going lower, and lower interest rates helped out a lot of growth stocks. So now that yields are coming back up, that's not good if you want the market to go up. That's why I'm saying now it's getting to the point, if you start seeing them reverse heavy and the bond yields start climbing, it's going to be a lot harder to sustain any sort of, rally or squeeze. And now especially if the dollar starts gapping up and then hitting, getting back to levels that we ended last year on. What just happened? We're testing 4,100. That's another new low. 4102.33. CPI's in another week. So this week you're not going to get much except for Powell and the rest of the earnings, but that's it. So 4102, just get ready for it. Again, there's a lot of sells coming in now. 4,100 is going to dance around. It might flush. But then it'll probably, I expect us to deal with 4,100 a couple times here. But again, the next level below 4,100 is going to be 40.08 or 40.80. Well, it's catching a bounce there, though. He's fighting, bro. He's fighting. 4102.31 is the low. Again, dollars, and then bonds are coming down here again, too. Tesla's starting to give it up. There's Meta now. Great Depression incoming. Definitely, the last couple of days bought us some time. Again, the last rally of all of this, until CPI, but we'll see. Tesla's starting to dump now. There's NVIDIA and the chip maker. So, again, that should be 4,100. Yeah, 4,100 and 0.42 now. So this is it. And then there you see there's a bunch of bids there. So you're either going to get a flush there and then the bounce, or it might just bounce right off of the 4,100 flat. And then we'll see. And then watch the dollar and everything else. What was it? XLB. Yeah, chips are starting to really, really dump there. NVIDIA and AMD are giving it up. Now even TSM. TSM's back down to 4%. Down. Again, Dow is doing the best, but now NASDAQ is 1.1. So right here, NASDAQ was about to lead the way. Now NASDAQ's doubling up the loss there of the Dow. So this is it. This is 4,100 flat. You've actually broken it on the SPX. So even the futures, actually, they're holding up a little bit better. But SPX is now broken 4,100. So watch for a little bit of dancing. Otherwise, we're going to get small bounce or quick flush to 40.80. But I think it's going to dance around here. This is going to be a great reload point for a lot of people. You have China tin. No, I got world tin. I don't know. It's actually just deep philosophical thoughts from the weekend. And then we already went over the NASDAQ 100. We went over the used car prices. I think I got a couple of other things to show you too. I got to go through my weekend reading list. Dude, Amazon's going, Google, Snap is holding out, Microsoft's on the low. So again, all the big tech is dropping here. I know 6J. I want to sell the yen, man. I don't like it if a Mania, whatever his name is, I don't want him to go in. But I think he's adding to the mix of everything. But then the yen is a tricky bastard when it has rumors. Yeah, the bonds. Well, the bonds went up a little bit too, but now it's just getting to the point where you're getting that sell off there, and you're not getting the rotation. Like I said, any other time that this has happened. So there's 4 other times. This is just like last year. This is the bond divergence. I've showed you this many, many times. So pretty much when the NASDAQ 100, anytime it has, went up, but then the bonds go up a little bit, but then they don't play with the rest of the move, the NASDAQ has came down very, very hard. So that is the worry. And I think it's a rightful worry, and then now the other stuff doesn't make it easier. The new stuff with Japan and all of that, and then just how much we've already moved. We go over the fact the USG shot down a balloon with a missile, a $2 problem solved with a $14,000 self-propelled ordnance. I thought it was way more than that. But here's a fun fact. That is the F-22 Raptor, the jet. That is its first air-to-air kill ever, believe it or not. The F-22 Raptor came into play like 10 years ago, developed by Lockheed Martin. And that is its first recorded air-to-air kill. So they've used it in battle, but it's never really knocked anything down, believe it or not. And then it was flying like 50,000 feet in the air. That was pretty crazy. And I think when they shot it down, it was at like 67,000 feet altitude for the balloon. Tutorial mission, balloon kill. All right, bonds are bouncing a little bit off of that, so that's not too bad. Let's see. Looks like 4,100, and then we're going to dance a little bit, especially if the bonds move. You're back up above it. Again, there's a lot of bid support. There's a couple of sells, but if those get eaten up, you might get a quick bounce up here. Yeah, bonds are moving big now. There's a bond auction coming up soon. What are travel names? Damn, travel's been killing it. Oh, this is where we shorted it last time in August. Well, hold on. That's not getting the steam. So watch out for this level here. I thought you would be, again, last 5 minutes, you've been hitting that low, bouncing up, hitting it, and then kind of dancing around here. The wicks are decently sized. And again, VWAP is kind of chilled out, came lower. Boeing candle. Apple is at the low. Tesla's near its low. Amazon, Coinbase even dropping. Yeah, Biden. Again, tomorrow's the State of the Union. American Airlines affirmed at B negative by Fitch. Yeah, JPM likes 140. Banks aren't doing too bad. I mean, financials are doing better than tech today, and they're doing better than energy. It looks like utilities and staples are the best. Seco Holdings up 170%. That's hitting a high right now. Again, Boeing. Oh, Boeing below 205. Get out of here. They're actually letting this thing drop. Wow. Boeing starting to flush a little harder here. And again, SPY, bro, you're hitting another low. So you might have to wait for your dancing. 4098, 10 points to the next level now. Do I have it up here? I don't even have these on here. Let me draw them out. I think 4100 just a solid level. So there you go. This is it's a pretty big gap. Any of these two soft levels, but like, I hope you guys see this now. You are below the Powell press conference. So let me tell that to you again. You are below the Powell press conference. Actually, no. You're in the middle of it. This was the press conference signal. But as of now, you've given up the second half of it all. Second half of Powell press conference has been wiped out now. I love you. I love you too, bro. Good morning. Good morning. A happy Monday. I love to hear it in the morning. Literally makes 0 sense, so I'll just wait for the next couple of days. If you think none of this, I mean, right now, again, bonds in dollar land are going crazy again, subtly. But now, too, you're going to have Powell, you're going to have State of the Union. You're not going to have much data. The market's kind of going to be left to its own devices this week. And then, again, depending on what Powell does, that'll make it that much more interesting. So look at bonds are going reverse now. Do we get Fed minutes? I don't know if it happened next week. I feel like it's like 2 or 3 weeks later. So I'll take you through the end of the year or the end of the month. So next week on Valentine's Day, we have CPI. So really next week is the real money. Let's see. Then you get retail sales, building, you at PPI the end of that week. Then GDP the next week, and then PCE. Then house sale. I don't know. I don't think you're going to get the minutes in February. I think it won't happen until around March. Yeah, so really CPI next week. That's it. That's why this week, no CPI. You get nothing this week. You're just going to get Powell and the State of the Union. But then after this week, we're going to get a CPI. So that will be the money right there. You're going lower here, so watch out. 4088 now. I mean, you're not too much lower than 4100, so watch if it kind of bounces quickly, but you're starting to pick up here now to the downside. Qs are starting to move up as well. No way, Jose. Let's see. UVXY's on the high now. All the chip makers have reversed except NVIDIA. NVIDIA is barely down, but they've kind of given it up now. NASDAQ 1.3, SPY 0.97, Dow 0.65, and we are 1 hour in now. 1 hour in, 13 million, kind of low volume. And again, bonds are down more than any of the indexes except the Dow, but again, they've already had their 2-day move. Remember Friday there was a lag. 40.94. You're approaching 40.88. I don't know if we'll break below it, but if you break below 40.88 now, next level is 40.52. So pretty much right back down, pretty much giving up Powell press conference. So if we break 40.88 and this speed and velocity continues, you're going to wipe out all of the FOMC gains. The line rises on 250 million accelerated buyback. Yeah, they're up. SPY dumping here. More volume now. Watch out. 408. 40. I think you're going to hit 40.88 now. It could do one of those just like here where it bounces up a little bit earlier. Then we dance. But, I mean, right now you're nearing the danger zone. No, I closed the Apple short and my Tesla one this morning. But then I also closed my upside plays. So it was kind of a wash. I think everything on Friday was a trap. And that's why I was like, I want to clear out a lot. I wasn't feeling it. I got time to think it over and even look at the bonds and the dollar. And then even with the dollar and the bonds giving up more here today, I just figured I wanted to close them all out. Because that's it. I could make back way more with all these. And I could just ride out all those. But I think it's very, very trappy. Or at the very least, I'd rather react on CPI day. Or leading into it. Soybeans on the low. Tesla dropping now. See, could have waited on that. Close long. I closed my share. I'm gonna hold my bigger plays. The only thing I'm closest to closing would probably be the yen. But that's going to depend on any of these rumors and who becomes the actual replacement for Karuda. NVIDIA is bouncing up. They're back in the green. Powell's speech is important, but right now the base case is that he's not going to change anything. So Powell should be pretty much saying exactly what he said on Friday. The sad part is, or if he says what he says at the Fed meeting, I mean, now, even if you get the same reaction, you're going to end up at the same spot that we were just at. Uber, I might want to flip it but it's already up. Uber's actually holding up very good. Production growth won't be at the expense of returns, says Oxy CEO. He's speaking on Bloomberg right now. Yeah, I'll let him talk. I need to go to the bathroom, too. So follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. We're a bit here for an hour. Did y'all like the video? You like the video? So when we come back, we could talk about a lot. But we're glad you're here. And happy Monday, Chattadonia. Okay, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram. I love you. PRB.
Versus capital returns.
Not versus capital returns. The most important thing that we can do is invest our dollars in a way that delivers the most returns to our shareholders, and that's by optimizing the dollars that we invest. And so for us, growth doesn't mean necessarily increasing returns. We only will grow as we need to continue to deliver our value proposition, which is to have a growing dividend, also while returning shares and dollars back to our shareholders.
And to that point, we heard from a lot of the big guys, like Chevron, for example, talking about redefining drilling in the Permian. That to me says that the Permian is a mature asset, which is going to pose problems. What do you see?
I don't see it maturing yet for us. We have 2 million acres in the Permian of conventional and unconventional, and for 7 years in a row, we've been able to increase the productivity of our shale wells. And we've done that through enhanced subsurface modeling and evaluation, and designing our completions and our frac jobs so that they deliver the most returns. So we're maximizing net present value, not accelerating production.
What's yet? When does it mature? You said it's not going to be mature yet.
I would say that with the strategy that we have, our acreage will be producing for the next 40 or 50 years, because after primary production for us, which will take us right now about 10 to 15 years to develop, that's our inventory of wells that are less than $50 break even. so about 15 years of drilling. But even beyond that, our strategy around low carbon ventures to take CO2 out of the atmosphere, we'll be able to use that in not just our conventional reservoirs, but also our shale reservoirs to get more oil out of those reservoirs while also making sure that oil is net zero.
Right, taking the stuff you take out of the air and then use it to get more oil out. So it's a kind of a circular thing there. Can you give me some perspective of the growth rate that we're going to see, though, from the Permian from you guys this year versus last year?
We really haven't had our capital program put together and approved by the board yet, so growth from this year to next year we haven't yet determined.
Higher? Is it higher? Is there growth?
There won't be significant growth from us because there's still a lot more value to be gained for us by...
That's Oxy CEO. Net zero. Oil's getting taken to town, though. Cigna's still doing bad, but all of healthcare... that's pretty much your best right now. Otherwise, consumer staples, XLP, that's starting to pop up here. Wally World, 140. Ronald's doing good. Again, Boeing below 205. This one, if it stays below 205 today, I think that might start to turn around in our favor. Possibly rebound. I think it just depends here on the bonds, though. Otherwise, again, Monday, and then depending on Powell, maybe a turnaround Tuesday. Still very, very early, though. Still very, very early. So we got a lot of time, Chad Antonia. We got a lot of time. There you go. You're getting back to the 4,100. I think you're above it now. Amazon's selling off, though. They're hitting the low ticker again. So stock traders curb enthusiasm on Fed. Global risks. Traders await Powell's interview for clues on policy steps. So, again, it does seem that people are waiting for that, though. Recession fears. I mean, you haven't heard a recession in a long time. You know, like, again, you have, but it's been a little bit different. So let me show you. So it's still near a high, but this is the amount of news topics that have the word recession in it. So it's came a little bit lower, and again, like towards the beginning of the year, that, you know, you pretty much had as many people talking about it as March. Now, that's over the last year, but let me show you another one. Are you ready for this, though? I think this is the most beautiful way to visualize it. Yep, you already know. This is soft landing. So soft landing right here, right now, as of last week too. Like you're well above it. Again, even in June, people were talking about it a little bit. In any of these are all rallies too, like September, August. Again, December, it started leading into it. But now, I mean, you could just take a look. More people are talking soft landing rather than anything here. So again, this aggregates all financial news reports. Again, it's a nice little algo here that goes through and tells you the count. Look up Goldilocks. Wow. That's interesting. I wouldn't expect that one. So Goldilocks too, that has actually gone up again September and August before we really got clapped. But Goldilocks is coming up there. 100%. 100%. Yeah, Amazon's doing bad here. Back above 4,100. Apple and Tesla have a little bit of a bounce there. Amazon's back at 100. Amazon's not looking hot at all. Omer, they got a milestone payment earlier today. So they were a biotech. It's kind of like similar news to what we're expecting at a PRVB. But keep that up. Russia aluminum tariff seen having limited impact. Goldilocks scenario is simply, you know, like, let's say inflation comes down, unemployment doesn't go up. That would be Goldilocks, right? Where you have not too much, not too hot, not too cold, where you get inflation coming down, but then you don't have any other, residual effects of inflation coming down, like unemployment rising. And that's pretty much what Powell believes is his base case. So S&P dropped to 1%, NASDAQ was 1.3, and now we've bounced. SPY is now back to 0.8 down, and then 1.09 on the NASDAQ. Dollar's still up though. Regen's on the high. Regeneron, how about Biogen? Dude, a lot of healthcare names are doing good. Pfizer. And then VWAP, actually, from that drop till now, VWAP's lower by like 0.75 of a point. Regen again, 52-week highs. They're doing great. Powell, hawkish, or whatever. People are expecting him to sound the same, but I'm glad to see people are getting nervous about it. So, like, that's the thing, is that you actually have people speculating now where, they're saying they're looking for more clues. So just, don't underestimate the market to, really want to pick apart Powell. But, it's only been a couple days actually since we've heard him. So we're going to find out here. Schwab is on the high. Schwab is actually doing very, very good. Even Starbucks. Baidu 138. Doing it on purpose so they could pump after he talks. I don't know, because we're not. I mean, we've sold off a lot, and I would like to say purpose or not purpose. You know what I'm saying? Or like, oh, maybe it's a clear sign we're going to go up, but you should be sketched out by the dollar in bonds right now. It's doing it again. Again, I mean, how many times throughout the last year have you heard me freak out and be like, the bonds are doing it again? The divergence, it's literally starting up all over again. That's the ironic part about all of this. So, again, I mean, I've been telling you guys the last couple of days, every other day when the market was like rallying, you remember the dollar was pinned, and then all of a sudden now the dollar is rocketing up. Global currencies now are all of a sudden selling off. You're getting more, like literally inflation is returning back to the yen, all the way down to the pound and the euro. And then now the divergence here with the bonds, where essentially the bonds are saying this isn't supportive at all, right? Like, so that was the beauty of it, where it's like, if the market really was going to rally, this is why I had my bond plays here, because it was saying that the bonds, they would have went up with it based on what we've seen. Again, here's let me show you the other picture here. I'll show you two different charts of it, but this is what we brought up here this morning. Can I get a like on the video? Can I get like 10 likes out here? Anybody out there? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, let me get that like, man. Let me get that like. I love you. God bless you. Hold on, my charts are loaded. I'll just show you this one, though. This is an easy one on the S&P and the 10-year, but, like, I mean, you should be able to notice it quite easily. Do you see what's happening? So it's doing it one more time. This is a fat divergence between the bond. It's not as fat, but, it's almost to the scope of it kind of reminds me here of April, where you had a fat rally up here, and again, the bonds were dropping. They kind of bounced a little bit, and I believe there was a Powell meeting around here. I think it was March 26 Powell. But then you started, eventually the bonds really, really sold off. But that's on the S&P. There's a way, way fatter correlation between the NASDAQ. So this is going back from 2021 and even 2022. But anytime the NASDAQ has bounced, the bonds should play along with it. To a degree. That's kind of been the modern trend here in the last couple of years. So if that comes down here, just it's doing it again where it's like, things aren't playing along, where your equities are running up. But if it was a real rally and it was really, really solid, you would watch the bond yields kind of play along, or at the very least, the dollar would be playing along. So what's happening now is that all of a sudden, you're getting a pretty nasty run up here during all of it. So, a good example of how the dollar's take a look here. Last time the dollar did this, it was in August. Do you guys see this? So you chilled out June, July, August. Dollar calmed down, it gapped lower, then all of a sudden the dollar started spiking up. This is a pretty big move here. What are making the bond yields are going up kind of on the belief that Powell may accomplish it. So are you ready? You want some tin? I got tin. It's really macroeconomics. I was laying down in bed last night thinking about bond yields. It was very weird, honestly. I was getting into my nightly prayer as well. But it was, I started thinking about bond yields. So I don't know. This one, I'm going to need at least 100. You got 100 likes on you, bro? How's inflation? I got a little bit of macro for you. It's kind of wild. Yeah, you guys are almost there. 10 more likes will be there. It'll be beautiful. What's the size on the likes? Is there a like auction? Are we having it? So here it is. Here's the yield curve, right? And, bro, it looks hideous right now. But we've talked about it. I said, once the yield curve normalizes, what I mean by normalizing, what you have here, this is not normal. A normal curve should look like that, where lower rates are, or where lower duration is lower rates than longer term rates. Short-term rates should be lower than long-term rates. That's a normal yield curve. So what I was thinking about here is, in a weird way, if the market believes Powell, in a weird way, if you really get the soft landing, it could normalize the yield curve without the Fed cutting, but that just never happened. So essentially, that's why the bond yields could be going lower right now or higher, where people are assuming, well, shit, maybe Powell will keep rates higher for another year at the very least, right? So in a weird way, what could happen is that if the longer term rates rise, so pretty much if the 10-year could somehow get to 4.5 again in the 30-year, you could normalize the yield curve if this actually comes true. So I think it's almost impossible. But essentially, if Powell is correct and you get this soft landing and they keep rates higher longer for a year, and then maybe inflation comes back to normal or inflation comes back higher, and they keep raising rates, in a weird way, you could watch the yield curve uninvert, or it could normalize a little by the Fed simply, having that happen. Why doesn't that usually happen is because most people, once the problem gets bad enough, they start buying up the bonds just like you're seeing. No, the short end is going to stay the same. That's because Powell's saying we're going to keep it here. But if he could convince the market that they're really going to be higher for longer, then longer-term interest rates will go higher, and that could level out the yield curve. So it's a theory I had to think about. But I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, what if the market really does believe Powell? But usually what happens throughout history is that by the time, it starts to happen like you're watching now, the market doesn't believe him. The market never believes the Fed. You're popping here. So I think that's our little bit of a recovery there. I'm not seeing any news. Then TLT is done for a little bit, but that would, again, I don't think this is a base case scenario. That would be high. That would be very, very hard. Market's high, 4113. You've recovered it now. You're starting to look like a little V in a wishbone, or devil's horns, or Texas longhorns, depending on your imagination. Bro, a lot of things just went up there. Even Apple. Whoa. Bro, a lot of things just caught a bit off of that. You're right back up to opening candle. That's it. 4,100. Sell off. You got the support. All this volume just came in. Again, you're even getting a little bit of an order trap, but now Dow is only down 0.3. NASDAQ 0.75. You've almost recovered double. I think NASDAQ was down 1.3 at one point. Now you're down at 0.7. FINRA says they're experiencing issue with ORF transaction messages. No idea what that is. The reporting facility via FIX, according to a technical notice on the website. So you're actually getting some NASDAQ problems here, or some trading problems. I remember we had that little halt the other day. Yeah, Snap is killing it. Again, I think Snap is above the levels. Yeah, Snap is above its earnings day. That's actually hideous. I don't complain. I like it. No, I covered the Tesla short. I took the loss on that one. I also covered Apple. I sold out of my AAL. I sold out of the Disney. Any of those Friday plays, I exit them out of them. And then I'm looking to clean up them a little bit more. I'm holding the Meta still. And that's about it. Starbucks is on the high. That's a bounce from bad earnings. I'm still in the Meta. I'm going to hold that one. I think Meta just, again, that one already had earnings. It's in its own little world. The other ones were pre-earnings, and I think they would be susceptible to the rest of the market. I want to get rid of the PayPal too, but it's already down 3, so I want to give that one a little bit more time. Yeah, still in UNG. And again, this whole soft landing debate will be interesting. That's actually wild here, though. You'll notice from this low, bonds were trying to go up, but then the bonds actually broke apart here. So I don't think we're out of the clear just yet. Delta's on the high. Bonds are trying to bounce here, but SPY's also trying to break out. Broadcom at 600. Well, Snap, I don't think their earnings was that bad, but I think in the scope of it was just after Meta did good and people are seeing that, and that there's, even Google, there wasn't too much slowdown in the ad market. Again, Snap has just been bad, but I don't think that earnings wasn't their worst one. That was just it. That was, even if it sold off, that earnings only made the stock go down like 5 to 9% compared to 20 or 30% on the last ones. The last ones were really, really shocking. Watch the video. That comes back up. That one's pretty fire. Even Tesla's bounced a lot here. Yen, I know the dollar, yen. I mean, the dollar's catching some volume. Even the bonds, man. It's only day 1. Maybe things change, or maybe it's day 3 of bonds and dollars doing this. But I mean, we'll find out by Powell here. But it's definitely a interesting spot. I was long on AAL, so I only took like a $40 loss. I still have UAL, and I'm down on that one from earnings. Airbnb, where's Uber? Yeah, potential TikTok ban. I think that is part of why they are up here today, too. That makes a lot of sense. Just because all the China tensions and everything else. Bitcoin, up or down? Up, I assume, off of that Coinbase candle. Yeah, Bitcoin's shooting. So risk assets are going to start ticking up. Yeah, Ethereum as well. Yeah, bro, you bounced 40.93 right below the 40.88. So watch here. You could get a little rally if Bitcoin keeps holding up there. Baba, NetEase, China names are running again. Goldilocks store. Soft landing and Goldilocks. Those are your words moving things here. Well, not even just today, but over the last like month. Again, today is kind of just it's getting ready for PAL now, and then dealing with all of the jobs report, and then whether or not that momentum persists. But like we said, over the weekend, it was no Coinbase news. Just Bitcoin and Ethereum just got a fat candle. BlackRock strategist says DM stocks don't price recession ahead. Developed market equities have rallied on hopes of growth rebound, prompting investors to jump in for fear of missing out. BlackRock said, adding that equities are not fully pricing in a recession. Gene Bovin and Y. Lee prefer emerging markets after the recent outperformance. They see rate cuts unlikely this year, while damage from monetary policy on the economy is yet to materialize. See central banks nearing a pause on rate hikes as they enter a more nuanced phase of the inflation fight. That just came out. BlackRock. Baidu had a nice bounce there off the bottom. Baba, again, all the China names are ripping. They were just totally clapped earlier. That Baidu looked very tempting. And then literally you're just holding right where we open. This is about down 0.5% to 0.75 between SPY and NASDAQ. Literally opening candle. You would fill the gap at 41.30, so 15 points higher. Snap is still going. Coinbase scandal? I didn't see a Coinbase scandal. Boeing even popped up off the bottom. Snapchat's heading towards 12 right now. Roblo's doing good as well, too. ARRY. Yeah, the Dell job cut news was earlier in the morning. Again, and chips are all over the place. I feel like most of them are bad. And then NVIDIA is up a lot. But like even like TSM is down 3. ASML, they're down. I think NVIDIA, they're the best. And some people are forecasting the China stuff over the weekend will lead to more China bans on technology, depending on what parts they find in the balloon. Amazonian, there he's trying to lift up. Proverbs. And then Rob. Maybe we'll go over that later. I feel like you've asked me. I mean, Rob, I see a lot of your questions. Most of them I feel like you've asked me like several times before. So I don't think there's a point of repeating it. But 2018 was just the taper tantrum. A little preem burn. We're right in the middle though, and I think the bonds moved a little bit, and then again that dollar up is not good. Nah, you're not banned, dog. You're good. Rivian. Didn't they say I think Ford sold out most of their Rivian stake? I have no idea why Bitcoin ran up. Do you do squats every now and then? Yeah, I need to do more. That's it. During push-ups here in like 30 minutes, I'm going to do some like hip exercises. I'm going to do some like butt kickers, some leg swings. I did a lot of hip workouts this weekend. It's actually great. It feels great. It feels great. I might need to start. I'm gonna give you. I'll post the video. I saw these hip workouts, and I just, oof. It's so good. It's so good. The Ford is giving a special dividend for doing so bad on their earnings and to keep people to hold the stock. You see me in a soccer jersey? When was the last time I was in a soccer jersey? I knew one. They're very. I have bad hips. I got bad. I didn't realize it till I did these. I would do like 10 leg kickers, and I would be like winded. It's good. It's good. Oh, the prank video. I do bad. I do need to get me some soccer gear. What was that? I was wearing like a Sudan jersey, I think. 2 days, still can't walk. I know. You've been looking good, though, Key-Rod. Key-Rod's been getting swizz. And then, Key-Rod, we got to talk about, too, the housing thing you sent me. I know I didn't get back to you on that, but I was hoping we'd be able to talk about it, if that's cool, on stream. Where is Messi? Where is Messi, Habibi? Where is Messi? Yeah, MPW, I don't know. I had it up here. I think it's like one of those REITs for medical. I remember they had something going on with them, but I think it's still kind of like all of the medical REITs. Like some are really good, but there is a little bit of risk within them. But I personally, I don't know enough about it to say it, but it hasn't really, caught my eye in that sense. What's the yield on it? $9.3. Oof. I remember they had news recently. Let me check into that. That yield is very interesting. 3 years down, many more to come, baby. God bless that Colt. The long term, Josh and Uncle. God bless you, my friend. Thank you, brother. Shout out the badges. Shout out my people rocking 3 years. You made it. Bowling Green? What do you mean? Yeah, their payout ratio is not that bad. Why are they doing so bad? MPW, I remember reading something on it recently, but I mean, they're doing pretty good, man. They're still expected to have like slow dividend growth. Maybe that's it. That one's very interesting. I need to find something on it. Because I like the 10%, but I just know it's very hit or miss with like medical suppliers or like medical real estate. Because they either just do very, very good or that's it. Or they just do awful. But their payout ratio is not too much. Their net income, they've done very, very good. So, it's not too bad. Let's see. I got one of these. Barclays just came up there. Thank you, my brother. Key tenants. So MPM announced pipeline of health. One of MPW's tenants, private not covered, assumed the master lease of California-based hospitals. This is approved of a broader restructuring and reorganizing plan. Stewart is the one to watch out for. Because I remember there was something, I think even Simon Property, they even had some like medical companies in there. And then they were doing bad, and then they started doing really good. So I'll look into it. I mean, that yield is I didn't know the yield was that high. I just checked the payout ratio. Damn, you're hitting a high right now? Chad, you're about to break out from here. Yeah, we still have IRM. It's pretty good. Just using the logic you've used with. Yeah, that's why I like it. That's why I'm saying I'm more worried about the industry. I want to know. I need to see who their big tenants are, but like it hits. It's cheap. I mean, you could get it 20% lower. That's where it really was, but you're not paying a premium for it. Prior to this recent drop, it was holding up, and then at 9%, I mean, you should be able to make all your money back with some good dividend reinvestment there. So I'm not against it. That's why I'm actually quite curious with it. I don't think I wouldn't write that one off there. It's still $7 billion. They're nice. Oh, that's nice too, baby. It's Bradley Frizzle in the peach as the market hits a high. Oh, my gosh. Get ready. You have Powell tomorrow, but you got the peach today. Peach Nation, stand up. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Good morning. Good morning, Chattadonia. Wow, I feel free. You feel free right now? I feel liberated. Holy crap. So new high, but bonds want to go lower. They have $9 billion worth of debt. Oh, wow. Maybe that's it. And then if they have any, again, all it takes is one bad tenant. With the real Bradley Frizzle, please stand up. We're going to have a problem here. Y'all act like y'all never seen the peach before. Jaws on the floor. Like Powell when he came bursting the door. Oh, wait, no way. He didn't just say what he think he did he? And Janet Yellen said, nothing, you idiot. Janet Yellen is Jigglypuff. She's never lived in my basement. We keep. Okay, I'm sorry. I butchered that in so many ways. You went to a private school. Whoa. What's the matter, dog? You embarrassed? This guy's a gangster. He don't have a long term. What? Oh, A-net. I forgot. That's one I'm still short on, too. I'm going to have to do something with these ones. Is REIT supposed to have debt? Well, they can. I mean, some of them might benefit off of the debt. Like it's not uncommon. I mean, mortgages are debt. So some properties will be paid off, some won't. But it's like, that's why I think some of the REITs could benefit off of it. Whereas like if they have like loans, like if your mortgage is like 2%, 3%, now they're making a little bit more money. But then if they're, depending on what they're paying out, that's the other part. But if you have a lot of debt and it's higher interest rate and then you're paying a 9% dividend, I mean, then it starts to get a little crazy. There's Boeing at the high again. Where's Meta? Boeing is going up still. That's crazy. And then Snap kind of tweaked out for a little bit. Remember, you have Pinterest earnings today. Yeah, Broadcom is going crazy. That's like one of the only good ones here today, besides NVIDIA. Should I buy more SPY shares? I mean, if you wanted this SPY a couple of days ago, I mean, it's cheaper here. So I could see why people would want to buy it. This could be a good reload point. It all depends. And then we get like a little baby event tomorrow, and then we go from there. Thoughts on APR? Dividend seems safe. Someone once told me, hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. ARR. Let's take a look. Armor Residential. So, it's kind of just use a quick value assessment too. Oh, wow. What the hell is this? They got killed in 20. They never recovered. So I'd have to look into their portfolio, but this meets the criteria of not having premium. And then you really just want to go through, check out the payout ratio and all of that. But this is very weird for a REIT where it doesn't go up. 19% yield? Jeez, bro. So let me look into that one. Honestly, I'm just very tempted to make my own REIT right now at this point. I don't know if it's bad timing or not with the market, but that is a high yield. Again, yeah. And their payout rate, they don't even have a payout ratio, so they've been losing money since 2021. I'll tell you this now, that one's high risk in the sense that, it could flip. Like if ARR somehow finds a way to go up, then they're gonna kill it. But at this point now, they've pretty much been on a streak from 2021. They've just been losing money. So like their debt to assets, everything's awful. In terms like fundamentally speaking, it makes sense why that one hasn't recovered. But like I'm telling you, if that finds a way to go up there and like they turn this ship around, you're gonna have a lot of upside in it. So 20% yield is pretty crazy. That's actually nuts. So the dividend, it looks just like HBI though. The dividend's not you're more prone to get a dividend cut than anything. But it's about a 19% yield. Colt REIT, take my money. Well, yeah, we're going to see. I'm going to call, what's his name? The other Chad who went there. But, I always thought we had to do something a lot bigger. But, if we really wanted to do like it'd be a tiny ass REIT. But I could start a small REIT tomorrow if I really wanted to. So, like, if we want, like, I'm talking like less than like $15-20 million of property. Like, so we could just like throw in a bunch of things, but it would be very small. It would be very, very small. But I didn't realize that you got nowadays, bro, like you got people you got lawyers and companies, they'll take you public for the smallest amount now. It's crazy. No, we could have it publicly traded. We would have our own ticker. Yeah, literally anybody will underwrite you, like even if it's a small amount. It's crazy. I think it's also because people need the fees now because a lot of things dropped. Yeah, everybody, they're like, I'll take it. Why not? Highwood to report results. Oh, what was it? EE. Colt ticker. That's definitely a top contender. Or I would do a ticker GZUS. I think that's a good ticker. I also would want. I think that one, that's one I had in mind. No, not GNUS, GZUS. And that way you could rebuke any of the heathens from getting in on it. It'd be great. It'd be like, I want to invest in it, but I'm very close-minded. I can't. I gotta get it. I don't want this anymore. Nvidia's coming back up. SPY catching a big candle there. Juniper. A couple of cyber stocks I feel like are on the high. Or they're not doing as bad. Innovage, INV as earnings. So they're coming back up here. Are you guys used to saying the market? Are you guys used to me saying the market's going up yet or not? Team Atlassian is on the high. They're running Workday as well. Again, a couple of these like tech, cloud, cybersecurity too, just a broad range. They're on the high ticker for the last like 5 or 10 minutes. Again, 41.18. This is the other level of support here or resistance. So we'll find out which one it is. Even Boeing's coming up. You're barely above it. No orders stopping it. You got one mini one, but it looks like it's going to take it out here. Typical. To borrow against your portfolio is the easy as going to your bank. Any tips to where to start? Well, I would ask you first, what's the reason why? So it's easy to go borrow. You know, you could get anybody to loan you money on assets, especially if they're quality. But, you know, you want to be very careful going about that. That's the only problem. Is that, you know, just don't put it in a worse situation. Even right now, I think, you know, margin debt has kind of been lowered, and it's just like there's a big difference about like compared to now and a couple of years ago. I mean, borrowing against something, I mean, you're just pretty much your interest rate's going to be a lot higher. It's for real estate. So talk with the lender. Talk with whoever's even doing the real estate stuff. They should be able to do it, but I mean, most people will advise you on what you could do, and then your lender should have something out. If you just say, hey, I have these stocks, and let them know that you want to be able to hold them but borrow against it. But the rate is going to be high, and in a weird way, it's going to be like taking two loans out, right? You're going to be paying interest, so that's where it becomes dangerous. Oh, UWMC is selling. That's where it becomes dangerous because you're taking a loan out on the property. Yeah, then that's going to be like 6% right about now. And then you're going to take out another 6 to 9% loan out on your down payment. So right at that point, your blended interest rate is pretty high. So you just got to watch out for that and make sure it makes sense. Airbnb, watch Uber as well. Dollar Tree's on the high. Let's see the long term. Yeah, the Turkey quake was insane. I mean, there's already 1,000 people reported dead, which is wild. And they're even expecting another. There could be potentially up to 10,000 people who passed away. It was really bad. Snap, I would honestly, I would argue Snapchat is the China stuff. I think now, after those little Chinese escalations and this little Chinese tensions, I think people are getting to the point where I think TikTok's next, bro. Like, That's it, man. They're like, listen, you could spy on us through our phones, but don't you dare throw a balloon up there. And now we're just, I feel like again, it's not good at all in terms of just Chinese relations with, what we got going on. Snap, Redfin, everything doing good. Boeing is on the high again. You're about to break out here, though. Again, you're above 40.18 now. Let's see. So 40.23, you're 3 points away. That's the February 3rd low. And then 41.36, that was the February 13th close. So 23, you get above here. That's the low of the day. And then the close. These are going to be your next two places to test out. But we're doing good. And then China bounced right there. That was a little bit of, oh my gosh, we should have picked up those Baidus. I was considering that one, but they're running Qualcomm. I hate you. Lichin China indicated to open at 361, priced at 4. Why are we popping? No, I want Baidu because the AI hype. That's it. I think, again, a lot of AI hype has been going on. They had that news. Baidu would have been a killer one. You already have a discount over the last couple of days, but those Chinese stocks have recovered well ahead of the U.S., so we're not even close. We're kind of close to yesterday's high or yesterday's close on Friday, but we got to go in there. Let's see. If Baidu comes down, I'd be down to scoop it up. Because I just remember anything below 140, though, it could move like another $5. That's the only downside. Is Uber coming up? Yeah. Even Airbnb here is at the high. Qualcomm staying pin. Those tech stocks and software cloud ones are moving again. I think that's a good one. Right now, consumer staples are green. Industrials are barely red, about to go green. Utilities are down 0.09. Discretionary down 0.10. Healthcare 0.16. Financials down 0.3. And then communications are the only thing down 1% right now. Still in that Qualcomm short. Yeah, I have been for a while. I think they did awful. I think if the market wasn't so bullish, it would have been great there. But yeah, Baba's on the high. That reverse Jackson hole, we gonna find out, bro. We are gonna find out. There's BNB. What is that? OTRK, CDIO. Whoa, what's that? Baidu's running. Yo, C Cardio Diagnostics up 152. I think we saw that earlier. Tomorrow is Jerome Powell before the White House Economic Club, or the Washington Economic. I always call it White House. It's Washington Economic Club. Powell is just going to be speaking. A lot of people are going to be looking for clues. Believe it or not, he's actually forecasted to, some people are expecting some stuff. Oh, that's the thing. We didn't even talk about that. I forgot. Oh, that's the that's the major tin, actually. I totally forgot. You had something happen this weekend that was like the sketchiest thing out of everything. That one is and again, the market is not going to. Apple's on the high now. Tesla, everything's going again now. So there it is, new high. I think China names are leading it, as well as any chip makers that were doing good. And then your consumer staple stocks are holding up here. So you guys are almost at 2,000 likes, so you could hit that like button. Yeah. It's not even tinfoil. It's just what happened. Italy, bro. That was actually the craziest thing. I totally forgot about that. So, like, literally, Italy's internet went out for, like, 6 hours. Only, like, 25% of the country had internet. Yeah, that's insane. I don't know a modern, except for, like, maybe China or Syria cutting off the internet for political reasons. That one was very, very wild. Yeah, if you didn't, you should go look into that if you didn't see that. Again, new high on the SPY right now. Let's see. Disney's trying to come back. Again, Disney, Uber for earnings. What time? I think 10 or 11 a.m. So about like 30 minutes after the bell or so. Maybe like an hour and a half. Your internet got cut off this weekend because you downloaded Wakanda without a VPN? What? Wait, what? That's crazy. That sounds like a headline from like 2004. Snap. Well, I don't think their earnings were that bad, but now I think they're kind of running off of the TikTok ban hype mixed in with Meta going up as well too. Do you do cold plunge? Is that where you like go in ice bath? I've only done it like once. It's a copyright strike? Gee, I've never heard of that in my life. That's crazy. That's crazy. They really out here. Yeah, but Snap's holding up. Meta's actually kind of chilling out. And you also have Pinterest earnings today. So that could also be factoring into that. 41.23 now. This is the low of yesterday or Friday. So next one now, fill the gap about 13 points higher. Let's see how this plays out. I'm surprised Redfin is up, though, even with the bonds. They haven't been, again, shooken off the same way. And again, Snap is now above earnings. Snap is probably a good 30 cents above it. So Snap is like 3% higher than earnings. And that's after the run-up, too. You have my likes. God bless you, my friend. Happy Monday. Yeah, Europe is now closed. So this is Euro close candle hitting the low of Friday at Euro close. Coin is still going up. Is Bitcoin still running? Yeah, Bitcoin led that pop. Bitcoin led the pop on the market. So let's see here. Europe. Again, the yen is clobbered. The pound. Everything, bro. The dollar wants to make its comeback here. Very wild. That's what I'm saying. I hope you guys realize the dollar has moved more now in this last day or so. Or last 3 days. It's reversing the last 2 months of dollar weakening or even stabilization. JWN, that's off the, well, man, that Ryan Cohen news, it did not hit the same. Dollar, well, not yet, but if it does go any crazier from here, you know, we've talked about it a little bit, but whatever we're going to get with the, you know, just this weird, what it's saying with dollar bonds is getting a little bit wild. Affirm could be one of those runners. Well, they just downgraded PayPal today. I mean, Affirm has the ability to move up a lot. Granted, it already has moved up. But I would just be careful with anything now. It just depends. As long as Powell doesn't cause anything bad tomorrow, and the bonds and the dollars don't keep doing this, you might be able to have some more green light. But I think if a firm does good, they could run up 30%. If they do bad though, I mean, they may just get back down to the gulag, or they'll drop for a little bit then bounce up. Oh, my Shiba shares, I don't know. I think last time I checked, the Shiba was down. Interesting. Apparently, the White House, they're saying the non-farms is done with the highest level of integrity and is not faked nor manipulated, but they are investigating why it printed so high on January. They're like, it's not fake or anything, but we are definitely going to investigate it. Doing good, yeah. I think Affirm is just high risk, high reward. Corsair drops as Wedbush cuts price. All right, Euro close. Let's see what happens. Couple things, couple growth names just all took a red all across the board. That was a nice rally, though, off the bottom, but, I mean, still down about 1/3 to 0.5%. It's so weird because at the lows, you're down 1.5%, but then here, you're only down 1/3%. So the range is pretty wild, but it's kind of hard to say whether or not this is going to be a nothing burger day or a big one on either direction. Uber even came up towards the high. Airbnb, MQ. What's MQ? Marqeta? I'd have to look more into it, but I think they have a little bit more hype attached to them. We need good dividends right now. We need to find solid dividend names that are trading at a discount. Yeah, Ferrari's on the high. Race. Didn't they just have earnings too? MQ's credit cards. Pfizer has a dividend. I think Pfizer is it's up there on my list, but it's a low dividend. If we could get something higher, that'd be a little bit better, but all depends. There's just some we're not gonna like. I wish we get IRM a lot cheaper. Intel's still not like, they bounced a lot from there, but I think they're still only at like 4 or 5%. I like 3M. I like 3M and Pfizer, but if we could get something, I mean, some of, like, what was it, like MPW, bro? Some of these 9%ers I like. I like Coca-Cola, but we're up on Coca-Cola in the long term. So, like, if Coca-Cola comes down, I'd be cool with it, but I wouldn't really want to add to it. A Mad Ultra went up. That would have been nice to add to. CVS. Walgreens came back down. Walgreens is pretty cheap. Abbevie. I was looking at Abbevie, but then it's already, I would want it a little bit cheaper. That's why it sucks. Is like we got a decent amount of cash. I want to buy a couple of things, but everything is just at the level where it's like, well, you could get somewhat of a discount, but it's like we want it really, really cheap because just how the market's looking, I don't want to force it. So because maybe in a month from now, what we're holding, you know, a little bit of cash might go a really, really long way. And if it doesn't, we're just going to continue this trend of everything, you know, pretty much bouncing back and giving you some more wiggle room. Powell does not speak today. Powell is tomorrow. Yeah, UWMC is decent, and then especially with interest rates, but it's ran up so much. Like you could really, really squeeze out a lot more there, and then we don't know what's his name's gonna buy next. PBR, that's something I was thinking about was EWZ. So because like everybody brings up PBR and like a lot of those higher dividend names, but I noticed since EWZ, since they have so much of PBR, you still get your 12% yield. So, and then that way too, you get a little bit more safety than just buying PBR, but they move almost the same way. So pretty much you could buy PBR cheaper, give up a little bit more of the dividend, and then just get the whole Brazilian ETF instead. 5.5 5.5%, 5.5 magnitude earthquake in Chile again, or Turkey. Yeah, EWZ started off by gapping down at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I think another earthquake, but smaller than the 7.5. So that's a better sign than not. Let's see. And then back to 4119. So you barely went above the 4123. Damn it. O does not pay a 9.3 dividend. I wish. But we have O in the long term. Canada's survey. U.S. Treasury yield, 3-year yield rises 15 basis points to 4.18. Former Arkansas Senator Jeremy Hutchinson sentenced for bribery. Slow day. It's the first day we've calmed down. It's from the last. I mean, just remember the last couple of days have been a shit show. A lot of squeezing, but even then, you're borderline. You're one bounce away from turning on the gas again, and then you're one drop away from everybody freaking out. So we're still there. I still have PayPal, but I am looking to cut it soon. SPG, yeah, SPG has been good. They bounced too much. So I was worried about when they were really cheap, they had like a lot of bad things going on in September. It was like off of their earnings, and then they just rebounded with everything. So I think it's a little too much now to get it, but I think they're pretty solid. Occidental says buybacks take priority over output growth. There you go. Come on, Oxy. VIX pop in. VIX is in the green by 5%. It's actually, yeah, VIX is even higher than Friday. Yeah, Octa has been working a little bit. It's definitely not as bad as some. Uber, I think I have an Uber earnings preview. Are you guys interested? Would you guys like an earnings preview for Uber? How does that sound? Does that sound like something you guys would be willing to spend some likes on? Wow, you already have 2,000 likes. So I'll do it cheap, man. Just give me like 5, 10 likes. You know what I'm saying? Give me like 5, 10 likes. I got you. You know, I usually charge a lot, but you guys have been an awesome bunch here today. It's like you guys are part of the fun bunch. You know what I'm saying? So that's very, very, we'd love to see it. We love to see how the fun bunch is getting in there. I only have a small preview, so this isn't updated. I'm going to be able to get you another Uber one very, very shortly here. Pretty much the day before earnings, I will have that one for you. But essentially, Uber mobility aids views versus marketplace peers. Uber may continue to be aided by the steady performance of their mobility segment, where double-digit fourth-quarter growth from 2019 levels is possible, driven by supply expansion. Lyft's leveling off of rider growth in the U.S. suggests that Uber could be gaining share in ride-sharing. Adjusted EBITDA may be in line with consensus of $614 million, with possible downside from delivery and freight segments. We believe Uber's revenue growth will remain a function of volume expansion and supply, even in a slowing recessionary environment where customers typically pull back on discretionary purchases. Uber One subscription adoption on its monthly active user base and ad revenue run rate of $225 million could be a key focus areas for operating leverage in Uber's delivery segment. Pretty much revenue growth could be aided by steady mobility performance. Mobility growth is driven by supply expansion. Adjusted EBITDA may be pressured by delivery and freight, and strong volume expansion could offset slowdown in discretionary spending. So that's it. So pretty much people are pretty optimistic. I mean, pretty much you could get Uber has the chance of showing double-digit growth from 2019. In terms of revenue and even in mobility. And then they're saying, some of the other stuff like food and freight might weigh on it. Other than that, though, it's looking pretty decent. I got the pony. Let's go, Patrick Parker. I know. Welcome. That's actually very hype. Amen. I love it. I love again, we need to make sure... what's it called? Let's just get more badges. They won't, but they hating on us. But God bless, baby. Congrats. Yeah, you had a Monday Peach. You already had it. It's great. Honestly, we need to see what what's it called does. We need to hit up YouTube. I don't know why we can't have more badges. It's kind of stupid. That's it. Uber's my day job. Demand is effing skyrocketed. It's good. I used Uber, I think 3 or 4 times this quarter. So since especially even I used it a lot in December. So, I mean, I contributed to it. But that shit was so slow. I hated it, man. That was the only thing I didn't like. It would be mad slow. That Uber Eats. I don't know this Uber subscription, though. We'll see, man. If it weren't for you, you'd be lost in life, man. That's why we say finger to the sky, bro. To God be the glory, Amen, amen. To put you on game song or reminded me of you. Yeah, man, amen. Amen. That was a good song. I didn't hear the whole song. I remember seeing that little challenge people were doing. I've been using Airbnb while traveling from work. Airbnb's, I think Airbnb's going to have a killer quarter. But let's see. Again, it just all depends on how Wall Street responds. But it's been good. Western Union, 7% divvy. Well, we all know them. I wonder where they're at. They look ready to die or ready to run. And it's at a multi-year. That one's actually decent. This one, I'd say we buy it if it drops. That one could be like HB. This reminds me of HBI when HBI was at $7 and then dropped down to the 3s or whatever. So I would wait on that one, but I like it. I like the idea. You know what it is. It's been around. It's financial related, but I would want that at a lower price. Yeah, there's a lot of competition in that space. But that's the thing. Western Union is Walmart, and it's the foreign people. That's it, bro. We still be sending Western Union to my family in Egypt. Like, they ain't no, there's no other way. Like, even today, as it, you send it Western Union, bro. That's all they know. So I have one cousin who know about Bitcoin a little bit, but even then, but other than that, for foreign remittances, if you want to be able to send money overseas, I got a couple people who send money to Mexico. It's very, 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 very big. Don't use PayPal? Nah, Western Union. Yeah, Western Union. We don't need no stinking badges. Shout out the badges, though. We need more. Like, I don't know why they're playing us. Hong Kong pro-democracy activists go on trial in landmark national security case. How a hot jobs report moved the goalpost on interest rate expectation. Traders and investors are putting the prospect of highest interest rates since 2006, 2007 on the map following the jobs report. The report has all but locked in another rate increase and moved the goalpost on terminal rate or level at which the Federal Reserve will end its rate hikes, said BMO Capital strategist Ian Ligon. Let me see how the dot plot is. Oh, whoa. Yeah, dude, something shifted big. These last three, that jobs report, look at the dot plot now. The bonds blinked. Bro, a couple days ago it was right here. Now it's already up here. Overnight spreads and everything. Holy shit. Bro, do you see this? This is crazy. So everything else, and then even in a weird way, Fed futures are now pricing in a higher terminal by 2025. That's really weird too. That means in the last 3 days, the market has pretty much adjusted about 0.3%, 300 basis points of tightening by the Fed. How did we not drop on that? Could be delayed, but that's very, very odd. Or that's a big shift in the last couple of days. Which it doesn't seem pretty consistent with, as again, it seemed like Powell just stuck to the plan, and then it's as if he wasn't fighting the bond market, but then that made the bond market blink. That's huge. That's a big, again, that's the tightest the game of chicken has been all year. The big trade in the Fed futures minutes before. No, I did not. What happened? Lyft dips as Gordon Haskett cuts on rider sales growth concerns. Gordon Haskett analyst Robert Mullins downgraded the rideshare provider to hold from buy, citing firm's data that points to a shortfall in active riders in the fourth quarter. So Lyft got a downgrade. Last Thursday, FOMC hangover bond market was saying the Fed will go just under 5 in June, cuts in July, and 4.2 in January 2023. And now today, the bond market is saying the Fed is going to be at 4.75, 4.77. That's a half a basis. That's huge. Again, even day after Powell, it weakened by half a basis point in the other direction. So where's actually we should be looking at the bond volatility. And that will probably bring back all of your stock volatility. So it's calmed down now, but if bonds keep doing this isn't updated. Oh, wait, is this updated? This will update, and again, they update it weekly, but here is the move index. So again, if you notice how this dropped from the beginning of the year, bond volatility dropped, stocks went up, but if the bonds keep moving like this, it might be one of these Again, if you get bond volatility returning, it's going to be nutty. No, yeah, this is big. So again, it was big on Friday, but like even now, combined Friday and today, the bond market moves are, there's definitely the ground is shifting underneath the bond market right now. And you could even see it with the dollar. We're going through it again. Get ready. Tesla pop, I have not seen. We're coming right back down, though. So literally ever since Euro close, you've been selling off here. Tesla's just holding up. And then Snap is still running. Palo Alto's team still up. Boeing's disgusting. NVIDIA, AMD, they're all there. Bookmap. It's chill. A couple orders here. I mean, right now you're below 41.18. So it's either we break back down again. I mean, I think you've hit a new low right there. If it could bounce from here, that'll be good. But if you go lower, I mean, you're pretty much just going to set another low after kind of bouncing. Binance to suspend USD bank transfers February 8th. Is it for maintenance or what? That's weird. Yeah, our lowest, this is, I guess, from January 10th. And then that's related to Japan. New York Post, Texas lawyer shot in face by Dick Cheney in hunting accident dies today at 95. That was a crazy headline. ZQ, GE, SR all clap today. Yeah, bro, bonds. This is hideous. This is gonna be wild actually in this next coming days. I think it's kind of a reality check, but that's a big one because I wonder how the market's gonna take it. Because if the bonds hold this move and the rates and the terminal rate now, and pretty much the bond market starts believing Powell, I mean, how are financial conditions going to perform in that sense? Maybe all those bond shorts, and again, a lot of people are already short on the bonds. Do you think the SPY? I don't know about today. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow, but then, depending on how the next couple of days plays out, this will be our opportunity to see, like what happens. But I mean, I'll just tell you, if the dollar keeps going up and the bonds keep moving like this, I think we're gonna go down hard. That's it. But we're gonna find out. Only one way to find out, my friend. Yeah, dollar's hitting a new high on this. So SPY back below VWAP. Bro, even the bonds too. It's another drop. Yeah, Tesla's even selling. Everything's kind of moving here pretty big. 5-year Treasury rises 15 basis points to 3.81. Wow. It just sucks. You have like 3 days to see what the bonds are. Because, again, anytime we freaked out on the bonds, it's like 3-4 days. And then things either go back to normal or this continues. But the bonds are just tweaking. And then again, now more highs on the dollar, more lows on the yen. In a weird way, this U.S. market, like equities, are just very, very resilient on all of this. And then we have CPI next week. Well, Oh, I think we're going to you're getting 13 Fs too? I'm already getting a couple here. 13 Fs may start hitting here pretty soon. Airbnb earnings, yeah. I think them, Disney, and like any of the middle ground tech companies, not like the super big, but kind of name brand, that still haven't reported. But yeah, I think Airbnb will be exciting. Lord of data. We know Burry has sold everything indeed. Snap is up 8. I don't know. The question is if this is the reverse Jackson hole or not. So we should have, either way, on any of these, you're going to get one. We're going to have one more little bounce left. Even if it's going to dump instantly, you should get one more little pop before moving down. But this is what a way to start the week, man. $13F. Yes, mine's a 13H. But it's super easy to file now. It's not even that crazy. UAL $1 million fine for what? UWM appoints Andrew Hubacher as Chief Financial Officer. So UWMC puts a new CEO in. AMC adjusts prices based on where theater goers sit. Or SPY dumping a little bit more now. They miss safety checks. That's not good. I already get tweaked out, bro. New CEO is good, yeah. You been having bad dreams? I don't know. Honestly, I've never really, I would say don't even give it that much attention. I've had some really bad dreams before, but I think if you feed into it, it's kind of there, man. Have no fear. What was the verse of the day? I like that verse a lot today. If you saw that this morning, man, remember the thief comes to steal. It's a lot different there where you view it the other way. So anything you feed into, just don't feed into it. UUP at 28. Hot dog. You're coming right back down here. Hmm. 4106. So this was the earlier low. You've broken the trend there from that bounce. Literally, euro close is right here. You're down almost 20 points from euro close. So it's 903. Still very, very early. What are we looking like? Volume-wise, 24 million. Not too bad. I don't know. I don't like the bonds or dollar today, but I think either today or tomorrow, even if we're going to be coming down from here, I think the market still has one green day left. There it is. The thief's purpose is to steal, kill, and destroy. My purpose is to give them a rich and satisfying life. Amen, man. That got me excited. I think that's why. Just focus on that. Focus on that. Don't let the thief get you. We have cut our objective probability the U.S. economy will enter a recession in the next 12 months from 35 to 25%, less than half of the 65% consensus estimate in the latest Wall Street Journal survey. It was Goldman via Zero Hedge. Yeah, bro, dollar's about to go back to 28. That's crazy. The other day we were just at the 26.50. That's $1.50 in 3 days. Finish everything I have, but I'm quitting smoking because of you. I see a good things ahead. That's me. Why? I didn't do anything. I didn't tell y'all to do anything. So I'm glad you made a good decision. If that's what you think there, that's good though, bro. That's good. I hope let's go, King. You got potential. Live up to the potential. You know, that's it, baby. Amen. Big yen candles. That'll instantly kill the dollar. Yen's coming down, though. All the other currencies. Dollar's probably going to go to 28%. I hope you're saving that 10%. That's it. That's all we need. Do you smoke hookah? That's a very assuming question based on my background. He said, do you smoke hookah? That's a very specific question, sir. I wonder what made you ask me that. You could trade the same stuff as me, but, you know, it's not a recommendation, and you better be prepared to get blown out on a couple of them. It's kind of the logic there. Just got to be careful. I came back to smoking because of you. Stress of the market is crazy. Nah, you're weak. It's a weak-minded individual. That's why I'm saying. I congratulate the person who is strong. I said it's not because of me. I said that's good. You made a good, you know, that's it. You just got a weak mindset. That's it. You going every time the market go up or down, you gonna be quitting. You gonna be like, I need something. You like a teacup poodle. I'm gonna start calling you teacup. That made you chuckle. That's good, man. It's good. I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. He said he's joking, but I think, you know, that's the response you're going to get. Honestly, though, it was funny because I think, like, you know, Friday I had a lot of fun. And, like, I've just kind of been, like, calling it how I see it. But then I realized I think I've just been hanging out with my mom too much. Because, like, that's how my mom is. That's it. That's what I've realized. My mom be straight up like that. Like, if you were around my mom, bro, she would say the exact same thing. So, I don't know. It's like she's not meant to hurt your feelings. You just keeping it, just telling it how it is, man. I'm sorry, level 18. That's sorry. I hope you're doing good, man. That's always rough. Well, that's good. He didn't smoke a cigarette after that. Amen. Were we serious for the morning plays? What do you mean? I cut some. I just cut out a little bit of long, a little bit of short. Again, I could already tell with how the bond market is. Shit's getting weird again. And, like, at the very least, it's going to be a little bit of a pullback from the last couple of days. Or not even like a pullback in terms of pricing, even though, we are back to the, pretty much halfway through the press conference levels. But more so, it's just getting to the point now where we got to kind of, the market's kind of waiting for the next step. So I didn't want to get trapped. I feel like there was a lot of trappy stuff. I even took my losses for getting trapped on it. But I wanted to kind of pull back, call time out a little bit, and now we got to take a step back because it seems like some things are changing right now. But it's too hard to say. I still think the Bulls are in control. We have Jerome Powell tomorrow, but there's still like a lot of there's a lot of uncertainty in there's been like a crazy 3-day move on both the dollar and the bonds underneath the surface. A couple of things have flipped here, so it's pretty wild. $40.80. You could. You really, really could. I think Powell tomorrow, that's it, man. It's just you need reverse Jackson Hole or not. The jobs data made people see the reality. It definitely did off of the, that hit the bonds. And you got to factor in, you had some pretty, like the Japanese yen move this morning. Like I even said it on the watch list. I didn't think it would move it like this, but, I would say 3/4 of the dollar going up today is the Japanese yen. Even same thing with the bonds too. But that little rumor there with the, a Mania, blah, 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 blah. But it's like that weakened it a lot. And that's where it gets a little bit more difficult. So, we'll see. Ooh, I got a present. I have a sugary drink as a present. And some Starbies. Wow, thank you. What's the date today? Is it special? Is it Valentine's Day? Thank you, miss. Thank you. My girlfriend just surprised me with some Starbucks. I'll take it as a W. Thank you for the thumbnails, too. Chad loves it. That's it. You're just going to leave? She just leaves. That's it. She's just leaving. She ain't even that. What? Is it my birthday? It might be my birthday. I don't know if it's my birthday. It's either my birthday or Valentine's Day. Or I don't know. Yeah, Swiss Mrs. Clutch. Is she allowed to say hi? She gets so shy, bro. I don't know. It was that one mother effer. I think it was just like last time she came on, somebody was like, wow, she has super sexy hands. And y'all were just like making her mad, uncomfortable about her hands, I think. I don't know. But she's just shy in general. It's not our anniversary. Fuck, dude. I don't even know if do we have an anniversary? I didn't. That's a great question. I don't even know, man. I'm going to have to go back to my calendar. Hopefully it's on the economic calendar, but I don't know. Bro, I haven't had Starbucks in so long. This is weird. Wow. It's my birthday, Kenny Miranda. Horn. Happy birthday, bro. You made it. You got that 10%. Amen. Another earthquake in Turkey? My goodness. We got me an iced matcha. Iced matcha and a Gouda. I think. A bacon Gouda sandwich. Is your birthday too, Amari? Wow. Horn. I think I just blew Starbucks into the horn. My bad, bro. Earthquake by NATO. So I've heard some people say that already. And I'm just here to tell you, if you think that earthquake caused the NATO, or earthquake was caused by NATO, this is the closest you've ever been to thinking like Kodak Black. I just want you to know that. I could already picture some of the Chads. Y'all gonna feature on a Kodak. He'll be like, why you think they named the hurricane season? Why you think they call them people? Yeah, you know that. This is the closest you've been to Kodak Black mindset in a long time. So I'm both proud of you and worried about you. But, so it's both good and bad. But that's, I don't know. I just wanted to make sure you were aware that you share similar logic to Kodak Black. So some of you might like it, some of you won't. But there you go. That's my take on it. That's all. That's all I think about is Kodak Black. I am relaxed. I'm just saying that's true. Like Hurricane Harvey. Why you think they named them people? I don't know what he said something like that, bro. Yeah, man. Like, why is it if you put something on a boat and ship it, right? It's called cargo. But if you put it on a plane, it's called shipping. Isn't that wild? Again, I'm getting back to the Kodak logic. You got to think about these things. You never thought about that, huh? Yeah, it's cargo, but then if you put it on a plane, it's called shipping. That sounds stupid to me, sir. There's a lot. There's like 10 of them. I got like 10 more. I'm not remembering them. Yeah, why do we drive in parkways and park in driveways? There you go. See, these are the pressing questions we need to be asking, not why is the fucking Fed futures pricing in 4.8 all of a sudden. That is essentially we knew, I guess. S4 Capital Executive Chairman Martin Sorrell recovering after a minimally invasive surgery. Love from Hawaii. Let's go, 808. I hope you're doing good. Shout out all the birthdays out there. Shout out everybody in the game. If you're saving 10%, I'm proud of you. That's all we need. That's all we need. Powell could do anything. I mean, again, in a weird way, I think base case is Powell says the same thing, but I am glad to see the market is hesitant. But now the bond market is doing what Powell wants. I didn't think Powell was going to win. So now, and so far, it's looking like Powell's winning. Don't fight the Fed. I know, right? Bank of England Hugh Pill says changing inflation target is not a good idea. He's commenting in a webcast right now. SPY's just holding VWAP. This is 40.11, 41.11. FINRA hasn't confirmed issues with ORF system has been fixed. OTC Markets CEO Cromwell Coulson makes comment on Twitter. OTC Markets says issue with FINRA reporting system resolved. OTCM. I didn't know they were public. OTC Markets Group. SPY, a little bit of a red here. Again, you're at a pretty big level. Either this is it. It's just magnet down to 4,100 or you go back up to like 4,118. Friday. $41.08. That's where we tested yesterday. Once we broke this, it started to get clapped. I've seen people flip on recession. A lot of people have. I mean, even Goldman today. But the sad part is that right now, like if we dump right back down, do you realize how utterly confused everybody is going to be? Like, because then that's it. Then all the bears are going to be excited, but then the bulls and anybody who bought in, it would just be weird. I think we're kind of like I said, we were in the eye of the storm, and then we got out of it. We rocketed up here with Powell, but now it's getting very, very interesting because now it's just like in a weird way, as we get back to normal or as we get back to the data that's showing what made people rally, we might sell off on it. So that's what I brought up on the watch list yesterday. Like essentially, like if you get a good CPI on Friday, in a weird way, I think you're going to get clapped. So like let's say CPI drops, it's gonna do the reverse of what happened in October. That's what Bank of America is expecting. So just don't forget, October 13th, you guys remember what happened. This was awful CPI data. You remember we were down a lot, and then by the end of the day, you rocketed up, and then the next couple of days, it kept going up there, right? So it's like, think about what would happen here at the top. Once you get real soft landing data and we watch CPI come in a weird way, it'll kind of be the sell the news. I don't know. I think CPI might be a powder keg here, or CPI kind of might be guaranteed to go down no matter what. Because then if CPI comes in hotter than expected, everyone's going to sell off. But then if CPI comes in lower than expected, everyone's going to be like, well, shit, maybe we're at the peak of that data. Yeah, the whole yield curve is getting repriced right now. That's why if it leads into CPI, it'll be crazier. No way the CPI is lower. It could be, but that's the paradox is what I'm saying is that in a weird way, a lower CPI could be bearish. And I don't know if people will be willing. I mean, just think about how the last couple of data sets have played out already, right? It's not as if high CPI has made us crash. I mean, October 13th is the example, but in a weird way, it's just like saying that pretty much we could get clapped off of a lower CPI. So CPI is going to come out on Valentine's Day. In a weird way, it might be able to. So, I mean, let's take a look. Here's year over year. Governor Abbott announces statewide ban of TikTok. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is it like, is he saying for everybody, or is this just on for government things? Or is that just for federal employees? A statewide ban is crazy. I'd watch Meta and Snap. Bro, bonds are just dying right now. America. You can make money off of just buying the people. Like Meta would benefit a lot. Maybe even Google. A business of our state. So it's probably just for employees. But like here's CPI. So core and then CPI, I think it's expected to come in at 6.5? It looks like, or 6.2, and then core 5.5. But month over month is expected to go up 0.5 actually. So people are expecting it to actually rocket month over month. But like, do you see what I'm saying here? It's just like it could come down. I mean, where was it? What was this going to be? February? So we're going to be going off of January. Yeah, last January was high. Last January it was at, what, 7.5? But in a weird way, if it comes down, I don't think it's bullish. But maybe it could be too early. Maybe we have to wait till the second CPI. Because remember, you're going to have 2 CPIs. You're going to have Powell. There's one right before Powell speaks in March. Kirby, Biden to talk strategic China competition in Tuesday's speech. Hugh Pill sees link between trade and high productivity. That's Bank of England. I go and check out Josh's short. 12 minutes later, I'm watching some giraffe on a volcano. Bro, my mom uses shorts. That's it. Even my mom was explaining to me. She was like, why is it so addictive? She said, my mom said the same thing, bro. She was like, I go and I watch it and I keep watching it. But she said, I feel like my attention now is so short. I'm like, uh-huh. Welcome to TikTok, Mom. Welcome to TikTok. Microsoft for ChatGPT exposure could be good. I mean, but Microsoft, it's only a small segment. That's the thing you can't underestimate, is that Microsoft still has a lot going on. So I think if ChatGPT really matures and becomes big, it'll take like 3 years for it to be like big. So just like how at one point there was no AWS with Amazon, and then once AWS became a profitable segment, that's when it started taking off with the price. I think the same thing will happen with ChatGPT and Microsoft. But other than that, it's just like right now you're buying a lot of Microsoft. Right now, when you're buying Microsoft, you're buying Azure. So pretty much if like ChatGPT grows and Azure slows down, that could end up becoming a net neutral until ChatGPT really becomes the more profitable thing. If I got rid of the fake accent, many more would listen. Bro, you made an account, waited 10 minutes to talk smack? Really? Good morning, man. Happy Monday. How's February 6th, 2023 treating you? This guy. That's not my mom, bro. That's how my mom sound. He woke up ready to go, bro. He's like, screw the YouTubers, buy Vic's cars. Man, this guy would get all this if he just stopped to just chill, dog. It's February 6th, 20. We just started the year, man. You got to be able, like, come on, man. You can't be utilizing your time like that. You got to be waking up fresh and early, ready to go. A dude losing money. I'm losing money. I'm not even in that bad of a mood. I'm not. I feel you, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, like, shit, I don't know what to. That's why. I think it's a personal decision. I think it's a personal decision, man. How do haters make me feel? Pity for the world. That's why I pray for every hater. I pray for everybody out there, man. Even some people aren't haters, and you see people, sad in the day. And they, I pray for everybody, man, and I feel pity. We're all in the same boat, like I said, many times. So, I got love for everybody. Even if they don't like me. It's beautiful. Do you have cash on your desk? No, I don't. Contrary to popular beliefs, when you make a lot of money, you don't just start putting cash everywhere. Okay, I know that's like, you ever see like advertisements with like traders and they just like walking on planes with suitcases full of money? Like, you just don't do that. I think it's a myth. You definitely think like maybe I got like a $20 bill somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a safe, but it's like I don't just like walk. I don't have cash everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I think it's definitely a myth. Bro, bonds are dying. So again, equities are holding up great right now, but either bonds are going to make a wicked move by the end of the day and bounce back up, or the SPY is going to make a wicked move and catch up with the bonds. And then I think the dollar is still up. Correct me if I'm wrong. Caterpillar's running. Caterpillar at the high. I do have gold. I have silver bars. I do have that on my desk. But that's because, like, you're always supposed to keep an ounce of silver on you at all times. Like, everybody knows that. So, and then, what else are you going to do with silver? Like, any of the guys in here who stack up, like, gold and silver, what do? You put it in a safe, or, like, I like looking at it. It's shiny. That's it, man. I've been just sitting on that for years. Like, what else? That's what they call it the fancy paper rate. They call it a pet rock. Again, Caterpillar's on the high. Staples are at 0.19. Industrials are trying to make a comeback. GM's running up there. Big pop on this. Not a big pop, but kind of like a little green shoot. Is going with bonds. But I think market might bounce a little bit. Bonds, little fake bounce, and then come back down. But you need something needs to happen here. Ford is even moving. Again, dollar is at 28 right now. You have lead bars that cost $3 a pound. Isn't a lead bar just like a pencil? I'm not familiar with lead unless it's a lead paint disclosure on a real estate contract. Yeah, Snap is at 12 now. Bro, Snap is up 10%. Uber is going up here. Where's BNB? That's the one we need next. Jeez, though, that's crazy. Snap already? So Snap is doing its thing. Yeah. So in one of the accounts now, Snapchat's break even. And then I think covered calls wise, yeah, we're almost, we've gotten 3,500. Holy shit. And then Uber starting. This is very interesting day here because you still got, it's very weird. I'm very surprised Snap. I think it has to do with the China stuff and then, feeding off of Facebook. But Facebook in a weird way saved them. We could sell covered calls on Snap. I mean, that's where, if we could get a pretty penny for it, I'd be down. Again, that's where we've made a lot of money back on Snapchat. There's a lot of calls already on there. Let's see what we could do. $200, $300. They're not as expensive. You could get a small amount for ones like a year out, but it's at a high price. Like, you could sell like $28 calls for like $40 a pop, $50 a pop. But I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like I'd want, again, because we have a lot of shares, you could get a lot more. We've been running a very slow wheel. Again, we sold covered calls on Redfin. I might want to sell covered calls on Uber ahead of their earnings. I think Uber, that one, maybe we wait afterwards, but with their oh my gosh, There's a lot of out-of-the-money calls being bought on the leaps for Uber. I mean, go look at January 24 Uber calls. These guys are pumping. I don't know about the prices on them. And then again, back above VWAP right now, I'm looking at these calls. Yeah, Snap is going vertical. Uber is, bro, 60, 65, 70 calls, all going crazy. Dollar is chilling out here, so watch. Calls you sold out, come back. They might. I didn't sell out calls. I just sold out shares, so no, they're still down. And then Tesla, I could have closed a little bit better, but not too bad. And then I forgot the other ones. Uber, I'd kind of want to sell 1 year out, but like you could sell some of the further out ones. Like low key, I'd kind of be down to sell a $74 call or a $60 call for $74. That's not too bad because then we have 200 shares. We get back $140. But then I think we made like $600-700 on Uber covered calls before. But the thing with Uber is that, yeah, or you could sell the 50. That'd be like 100%. So pretty much, you sell a $60 call, you could guarantee 100% on your shares, just under, and then still get paid a little bit. But that's for the full year. Or we could wait and just let it sit there. Because again, I sold the Redfin covered calls, but if I waited a little bit, we would have made a little bit more. But then again, I don't know how many people were forecasting this type of rally here. I don't know. I've been talking Uber covered calls for a little bit here. Like even like you could sell the 40s, $45 calls would be a little bit fire on Uber. Because those ones you could get $300 a pop, so we could get back $600. That's 10%. You could yield 10% and then agree to sell out at $45, and that's on January. And then if anything happens, you might be able to roll them over. Because Uber is still pretty low, but Uber is a very slow mover. Are we going to do anything today on the market or plays-wise? I mean, I'm down. I'm looking at China place. I think if I'm going to buy anything, I think China is kind of giving up a little bit more. Otherwise, I think we're going to just start preparing for tomorrow. That's why I want to trim a couple of things. We're going to go through and see what we could actually do. Oh, we still got the Proctor. I want to cover a lot of the shorts, though, and then just ride the NQ because I just don't want any double claps in there. But SPY's working its way up. Can we look at butterfly levels possibly? I would wait personally. I don't think we're at a level to get free butterflies. I haven't looked, but I mean, this is where we did it last time. But I remember if we could wait, like if you get a Powell rally, I think it could be absolutely fire. The Friday, even the dailies. I haven't checked, but again, it's actually a crazy concept. But you know, all of these dailies, I read it there. I think it was on Zero Hedge. They were talking about it. I think it was even from Goldman though too. But pretty much, man, partly why we've been getting this weird movement on the VIX, it could be from all of the dailies. So technically, all of the daily options that are purchased, none of them get reflected on the VIX. So the VIX only reflects options with like 20 to 36 days till maturity. So that means you need to have a month. So it's like if people buy billions of dollars worth of daily puts or calls, it's not going to reflect on the VIX at all. So in a weird way, the bubbles that kind of really matter are like a month out in a very, I mean, the dailies, they tell you a lot, but when it's all said and done, the effect is a little bit wilder. But then, a lot of people are debating on what sort of activity it causes and creates. So you're bouncing back up here. Ape is on the high. Bonds are coming up with it too, which is good. And I think the dollar calmed down, but it's still holding 28. Hugh Pill says Europe may not need to stay so high for so long. Says U.S. rates need to stay higher for longer, but not the EU. Interesting, Mr. Pill. HBI killed their dividend, so that's why we had to cut out of the stock, unfortunately. And now we got hustled, bro. It sucks because it was I'm glad we got to make money out of it, but I wish I was holding a play with those gains from when we bought it, because we bought it at a really good time in the market, but they got us. Snapchat back at 12. Is Snapchat back? It's at the low of the other earnings. So now 14 to 16 is going to be like the next test for it. EA, yeah, they had bad earnings. Again, a couple of names that did bad, they actually got punished, but not all of them. EA, I'd watch the dollar, see if he ends up going up. Because again, $28 is crazy. And then let's check the bubbles. I think we should start looking at 1 month ahead bubbles, though. Maybe another pop. I think it might depend. I mean, the dollar chilled out in the bonds. And that comment right there from Hugh Pill, that was very, very interesting. This one's interesting, too, here. We got a couple of things to cover. So let's start with the bubbles, and then I have something on AI stocks. So a month from now is like what? Even February 17th. I think really March 17th. These are the bubbles that really matter. And these things are 390 put, 380 put, a lot of puts. 420 call, 450 call. It's actually much, much smaller though. 205 puts. And then I guess even here for this is this Friday. So that's a big difference if you look at it. And then today it's just a lot of puts, but then you have big 413 calls, and then 420 calls as well. And then 410 calls are the second biggest. So here it is. AI and job cuts bring back tech bulls. A share of investors willing to increase exposure to the tech stock sector has risen 41% in the latest Pulse survey, from 32% in the one in September. So this is the amount of investors who said that they would increase exposure in tech stocks over the last year. Besides the obvious boost of tech stocks to get from the much anticipated end of Fed tightening, some of it could be explained by FOMO on AI-related stocks. About 49% of respondents said they're planning to buy stocks with exposure to such systems. Some enthusiasm may reflect that investors like job cuts in the sector, which will help lower costs during the time of weaker earnings. This week, the survey focus switches to real estate and housing. Do you think the price of your house will go up or down by the end of the year? Share your views here. I mean, Google has the AI exposure for sure. It also has a lot of other things. Yeah, yields are crazy today. Again, even the Fed futures, the everything has just been wild. Turkey declares 7 days of mourning over earthquake disaster. Genesis and DCG reach initial agreement with main creditors. Do we ever know why, what's it called, was halting that shit? Oh, wow. They dropped. Was that on that big Bitcoin run? Bro. Is that arbitrage place still in there? Yeah, almost. It's around similar time. Interesting. Yeah, watch out for that. Uber at 34 now. That's crazy. Disney, I cut out of it earlier today. I'm not going to play Disney. I would honestly just focus on Netflix, but they've already reported. Because Disney's already up. If Disney does good, though, they'll run up like another $10. Yeah, Uber's getting pretty crazy. Google is benefiting a little off the TikTok stuff, but it looks like Facebook, and then main winner is Snapchat, and then you also have Pinterest earnings after the bell. Any other cuts? No, I just made I made a couple of them. Again, I'll start on a lot of things. If I have to keep repeating it, I think I'm just going to cover them on the watch list. So stay in touch unless we like naturally talk about it. But if y'all get in here late, I'm sorry. The balloons. SJM. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. What time? 9:45. We're running through the day, man. We're running through the day. Oh, they're talking about the China balloon getting shot down. There you go. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Okay, follow me. Yeah, all right, got you.
Any number of Republicans over the weekend saying no, it was terrible.
No, look, I mean, what he said was that he condemns the Chinese flying this over U.S. airspace. And so the question is, why did it get into U.S. airspace to begin with? We should have shot it down before it even crossed our border, knowing it was on a trajectory to do it. I suspect the Rocky Mountains were a pretty safe place. And, oh, my God, we're not going to pick up wreckage that we can get off the bottom of the sea. So my view is Republicans were right. This should have never happened. This balloon should have never been allowed to fly over our country, take pictures and exfiltrate data back to the Chinese, regardless of what kind of intelligence opportunity it was for us to try and recover the pieces. So my view is mark one up for the Republicans. Most people I talked to over the weekend, they had parties around watching the balloon pop over and over and over again. It's a very popular thing to think that we don't want Chinese floating balloons over our continental United States taking pictures of our most sensitive military bases. So why anybody thinks allowing that to happen and then shooting it once it got off the coast was a good idea, I don't know. But if Schumer wants to keep up that line, he's running afoul of the public.
So Jeannie, this is what I'm genuinely puzzled about. The Americans tend to do this now regularly, which is when we have a standoff with China, which I would say in this is the culprit in the entire incident. We spend all our time accusing one another instead of focusing on Chinese, which in this instance, at least, were sort of the bad guys. So why is that making us safer, Jeannie?
I would not think it's making us safer. I think it's part and parcel of our times. I mean, we all remember when politics would end at the shoreline. Those times have clearly gone, and now everything is immediately partisan back and forth, partisan bickering. I think an awful lot of questions remain that the administration, the Pentagon, the military, at some point we need answers to. How many balloons have there been during the Trump administration, before, during the Biden administration? When did they know this balloon was in U.S. airspace? All of those questions remain. That said, I think it's really, really hard to say that the Biden administration had a misstep here.
Biden? Yeah, it's a balloon. What do you want to do? I had to get the helium, huh? It's fine. I said let it fly a little bit. Maybe the Disney character is going to pop up. What's his name? Up? I'm kidding. We shot that bitch down. Don't worry about it. Come on. Well, look at the economy. You know how many jobs I added? What are you talking about? Come on, I mean it. Seriously. It's not hyperbole. 500 million jobs. 500,000 jobs. Million. Fuck it. Come on. Look, inflation's down. Your gas price down. What? Come on. How you down with Biden or what? Let's get it. What did the guy Pump say? Lil Pump. Huh? Lot of pump. What did he say? Come on, let's get it. Come on, hopping out inflation, let's get it. Yeah, come on, it's good. Seriously. I don't know what you're tripping about. We shot that bitch down. No problems here. Come on. 2024, we're coming. Okay, let's do some push-ups. So, I forgot. Let's stand up a little bit, Chad. It's Monday. We're already late. I stood up and I was like, ooh, I need to get my hip workouts in, bro. That's it. I'm going to get me some hip flexors. Come on, you guys want to do it with me? You can just, come on, just swing your legs. That's all you got to do. Come on, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Woo! There you go. You're beautiful. Stare at the object. 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, don't it? Feels good. That's it. Oh, man. See, I'm doing those, you know, where like you just stand up straight and then you like kick your leg to the side? So I'm doing, you got to do 10 of those. That's it. Get you some hip workouts, bro. It's good for you. Genesis reached deal with main creditors. Already got that. Oh, yeah. End of the day dump. Well, we got a long day left still. You know, we're actually at the halfway point right now. So we made, look, I just did those hip things right now. I got to do a couple more of them. They're very violent, though, some of them. And I always, like, fall over when I'm doing them. Best new back? It is bicep day. Bro, I'm gonna start breathing hard. All right, one more set. I need to do the little hip workouts, bro. I'm telling y'all. The hips, bro. Hip flexors. So it's good. Especially if you sit down the whole time, you know? Think about it. You're just sitting on your butt all day. You don't really even get to do it. Man. It's gym working on legs. Good work. Good work. God bless America. Amen. Amen. The balloon story shows how easy it is to get people's attention. I mean, that was the one to do it. Just, I feel like things flying in the air and people taking videos of it is like an American tradition, you know? Like, we've been waiting for a UFO for how long? And then the first time, everyone's like, yo, what's this thing in the sky? What's this thing in the sky? And we're like, oh, it's a Chinese balloon. I didn't even know they had balloons. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know that was kind of disappointing, to be honest. I was like, that could have been it. That could have been our moment. So true. It's annoying, bro. It's annoying. Like, it really is. That was our moment, man. Mm-hmm. Do we want the market to go down? I don't know. It just depends. I would like the market to be more, just more like respondent to what is happening, but in a more, I guess, realistic fashion. I guess I want less emotions in the market. I don't care if it goes up or down, but I hope it becomes easier to read with macro, or that there's just less of a gap between the macro environment and the pricing. But then again, I mean, you can't really expect that to happen all the time. Like, usually macro should be a little bit different or diverged from the actual market. And that's, just that 2022, at one point, the second half of 2022, the market moved, hand in hand with the macro. Whereas now you're kind of getting that, but it's moving off of other stuff. And then now there's a lot of emotion. I think the problem is that as one thing changes, everybody is very, very quick to, they want to front run it. That's it. Like, nobody, it's crazy because, a lot of last year, you saw it. People were selling into the lows. People didn't want to buy stuff. People were very, very pessimistic. And then now all of a sudden, every right when something changes, everybody wants to make sure they get into it. So I think there's a really big game or a big fear on both sides. Like, the real FOMO is missing out on both levels. People don't want to miss out on the downside. If things recover, they don't want to miss to the upside. So I think if we could calm down emotionally, I don't care what direction it goes to, but I don't want as much exuberance and I don't want as much fear. So it's the same thing to the downside, right? Because, like, at some points, like, there was a lot of fear in the market while we're going down. But then now to the upside, there's a lot of like, oh, ignore everything. Like, this rally would be better if, interest rates are still high. If there was less growth names that moved up with it, then you could kind of justify it a little bit. If you get long term, yeah, you don't miss out on anything. Amen. That's been the bittersweet moment to all of this, is that the long term has really, he did his thing. He did his thing. But let's see now, just as we're seeing it kind of cool down here, the dollar, the bonds, if things come back down, I'm kind of glad there. Uh-oh. Bro, it's doing it again. So literally, if you log into your TD Ameritrade right now, it's saying, so if you log into TD, bro, look at this thing, because I wanted to see the long term. It's literally saying, due to street-wide reporting issue, over-the-counter volume charting and list price is inaccurate. Said bid and ask quotes are accurate. We're monitoring the situation closely. Still doing it again. What's the Achilles heel of the Western nation? The fiat currencies. That's what the Eastern world is going to attack. I strongly disagree. Again, I think a lot of people, the whole concept of the dollar declining and falling there, I mean, like, the real Achilles heel is that we're fucking lazy. So it has nothing to do with the dollar. It has to do with output and productivity. Versus, think about it. We export, we import a lot of things. So it's not, I don't think it's the dollar. Actually, go listen to like Peter Zeihan on the dollar and it not going away. I strongly agree with it, because it's just like the dollar is just, you need it for global trade at this point. Nothing else could take advantage of it. But if there is an Achilles heel, it's actual natural resources outside of oil that the United States doesn't have, and the ability to actually produce everything at a more affordable price. So, again, the consumer, and, we make a lot of money on services. Can't agree. Every fiat fails. Well, I guess when was the last fiat failure that you have witnessed in whatever time frame, which was also on the scope of the dollar. Like, that's the thing. The dollar is legitimately, it's too big. That's it. Again, even in World War II, unless you're talking about Germany, but other than that, but the dollar is just embedded everywhere. 1971, which currency are we talking about? Yeah, I think the last failure was the sterling. Yeah, the U.S. is the only country which hasn't frozen convertibility of the currency. That's exactly why I think it's crazy, because that right there throws a wrench in everybody's theory, just because it's everywhere. It's everywhere, and there's not really any other currency that could work like that. Maybe Bitcoin. I would argue Bitcoin may be able to threaten it, but then the volatility and the stability of that's all. $71 off the gold standard. Well, that's not a failure of fiat currency, because that's actually if you really think about it, that's a failure of gold-backed currency. Technically, prior to 71, was it really fiat if it was backed by $25 equals an ounce? CNBC final trade: Starbucks, ON, and Uber. Our healthcare is going up. You totally disagree about your presuppositions, presuppositions, what? The bonds are crazy. I'm impregnable. Tell me not to buy BBBY. It's looking juicy and the YOLO demons get into you. You will pay for your decisions. Do what you want. But that's all. That's the sad part is everybody. Y'all had 1 month of going up and everybody quit. Y'all went right back to her, huh? That's it, man. You went right back to her. Like, I'm going to get all the growth stock. I'm going to get all the growth stocks now. Oh, the company is bankrupt. But it's on you. That's it. It's not really it's not a winning game telling you what to do with, some of those names. Because the stock can move around and do all of that. But it's just like, when it's all said and done, why didn't people want Redfin 200% cheaper than where we bought it? How come nobody wanted Meta? And you would have made more money on Meta or Redfin than any of those companies. And at least they're names you know about that are not in bankruptcy. Maybe Redfin might go bankrupt. I don't know. But, again, it's a losing game, because if it goes up for one day, you're going to be like, see, Josh, I could have done it. So, do whatever you want with it. But you know the vibes of it. I guess how important is your money, and watch out for those tricky Phoenicians. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Just watch out for the tricky Phoenicians. Yeah, I like RV parks a lot. They're just really expensive. So they usually have a future value baked into them. So it's hard to really get one. Yeah, as long as you save your 10% first, you could do that. Thank you. Amen. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Get your 10%. Anything after that, you go for it. But, I guess the best example, like I said, you could always go for some risk. We've done that in the long term, but whether you have a small account or a big account, this is, little by little, 10% over time, this is how it should look. So that's all. If you want something like that, then play the game how it's supposed to be played. Otherwise, You might have a lot more ups and downs, and there's many other ways to do it, but it's just simple. Save your 10%. Don't gamble more than 10-20% of the portfolio on higher risk names, and balance your shit out, and you'll be good. But it just all depends. And that's it. Just get rich slow. Get rich slow, Chattadonia. Get rich slow with 10%. Love from India. Amen. Does that include 401? I say 10%. Out of every dollar you touch, 10%. It doesn't require that many questions. Like a lot of people complicate it. You just got to go with what you understand. Saying every time you touch a dollar that you have earned, you take that 10% and you save it. That's it. And just set it into a separate account. And the idea would be put it towards long-term stocks that you will hold for minimum 10 years or real estate. But a lot of people have questions, but the first question is the easiest. Like, well, what kind of 10%? How do I know? It's just very simple. You touch a dollar, you take 10%, put it to the side. That's it, no matter what it is. That's all you got to do, and your life will change. We have 20% cash right now because of the damn HBI. Which stocks? Stocks you know about. Stocks that you would be comfortable holding for 10 years. And a mix of value names that pay dividends, and a mix of growth stocks that have proven their growth. And like I'm saying, you could go put 5-10% of the total amount in the risky names if you want to. There's nothing wrong with that, but you need the overall balance. That's all it is. You had 20. No. I didn't have 20% in HBI. We got another deposit, and then I sold out of HBI. So, and then, we already had 2 or 3 months that we were holding. So real quick, our cash balance, like I think in the long term, I think in the big account we have 15,000 in cash, I believe. 14,400, and then on the small one, I mean, we have way more because of they gave us the margin, but I believe it's about $1,500 cash in the big one. Yeah, it was 2% that turned into like 5%, and then you sell out of it, and then I got a deposit the same day I sold out. So that was right there. Boom, we went from $9,000, $8,000 of cash, so that we stacked up to an additional $5,000 overnight. Self-building books. I mean, Richest Man of Babylon, Strangest Secret in the World. And even like Leader Without a Title. That one's a good one. Shit, man. Even The Alchemist. How do you wear Coca-Cola and Altria? What does that mean? Yes, la vie. Welcome, my friend. Welcome back. So Snap and Uber came down. Humana, all of those. JL just called them out. Not all of them are green, but they're moving. Humana's on the high. I thought Anthem is ANTM. And then you're dancing around VWAP, but you're coming down here. A couple of growth names selling off. It changed to ELV? Really? I didn't know that. Elevance. That's crazy. So again, UNH, Cigna, and Humana. I think Humana is the one running up the most. Again, even all those healthcare names. It's weird. Today, those value names came back again. Like NASDAQ's almost down 1%, SPY 0.6, but the Dow and a lot of those plays are coming up right now. This day is lulling me in his sleep. At least it's calm compared to the last couple of days. Could have been very, very crazy, Habibi. Jack and Dr. Pepper. Those are going up. What's Dr. Pepper's ticker? Is it DZP? That's Domino's. KDP. Keurig Dr. Pepper. Mishkila Habibi. This is boring. That's when the action happens, though. That's the craziest part. The most boring day of the last 5 days. We got the biggest dollar bond move, and then we're going to see where that goes from there. But I think this is how a lot of people missed out on the rally, is when it was boring and there was all these deals in the market. Nobody wanted to watch. Nobody wanted to be in the game. And then all of a sudden, right when it goes up, you have double the amount of people who weren't looking at the market are now looking at it. So it's pretty crazy to see right now. But this is definitely the calmest day we've had in a while. Or the last 4 or 5 days. JPM's working its way up. Dr. Pepper stock in 2018. Well, if they're merged with Keurig, I think that's because they got bought out. So, and then I think they came right back up here. So Keurig, it was Keurig that got bought out by a Chinese company. And then I think Dr. Pepper bought them, and then they like mixed it in. Uber, I don't know what they're pricing in. Let's check. I feel like Uber could be like a 10%er. Yeah, 3.5%. Yeah, Uber is pricing in about 3.5%. Bro, we've been at 410 all day. You have 2 big sells up here. I feel like the market may want to try to clear it out, but we'll see. A lot of other names that were kind of doing their own thing the last hour, they're starting to give back up, and then everything else is coming back down. Or then healthcare is starting to hold up. Tech consumer fears add to fizzling of dovish Fed narrative. The feel-good dovish Fed continues to unravel, with tech earnings getting hard hit as the realities of a tight labor market and slowdown in earnings bring stocks back to reality. Consumer concerns are weighing on earnings sentiment. Tyson profits were hit by a spike in meat supplies as some prices came off record levels and inflation hit consumers, and they bought less chicken, beef, and pork at grocery stores. Tyson CEO said consumers are draining their pandemic savings and will soon be under more financial strain. Pool Corp is one of the biggest S&P decliners amid a downgrade on valuations and weak 2023 pool sales. Materials are getting pulled down by Newmont, which made a $17 billion proposal to take over Australia's Newcrest Mining. And then there's plenty of doom and gloom on the street. Goldman says the past month's S&P rally may be as good as it gets this year amid higher valuations and lackluster earnings. Doesn't mean all bad news for stocks. However, the latest pulse survey, 41% of surveys plan to increase tech stocks. And the median of those surveys asked where the NASDAQ will close in 2023. Where the NASDAQ will close in 2023 is 12,000, implying almost a 10% gain from 2022. And then they're saying market is still at overbought levels from earlier. U.S. took maximum precaution to prevent intel collection. You saw by the year 2027, the average American will only have 175 in saving. Where did you read that? Yeah, you save 10%, Chad. Save 10%. That's on debt calculator. Oh, that's like if you took it on there, man. Like, that's crazy. Like when you look at the like debt and spread it out per citizen. That makes sense. You work for one of the biggest furniture stores. Just got done dropping prices. Last 2 years, every quarter, we rose prices. I mean, yeah. I mean, consumer savings are down a lot. That's what I think it is. Like, you're seeing a lot of these earnings, but we've kind of ignored it until, you know, we've been too excited with other things in the market. But there was a lot of earnings that showed that. You know, it's not, the consumer's decent right now. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but you know, I don't know how much gas you're going to have here in the next couple of months. You took the BBBY gains. Any gains will go straight for the long term. I didn't go heavy. Just be careful. It's a dangerous game. Because then one of those days you'll play one, and then if it doesn't work out, the question will be, is it going to take away from your long term? So don't, you know, just know it. But again, if you're going to speed, you better speed fast before you get a ticket. That's the rules. So it's very, very, there's a lot that you got to digest, man. So I wish you the best with it. But don't ask me for fucking help. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Don't need to ask my opinion when you already know. Okay? That's all. Amen? Amen. That's the best thing you do. You keep it quiet, keep it to yourself. But otherwise, you will prove that you are a man who rejects wisdom. And then we will not throw the pearls. I live life quarter mile at a time. You have a $7 average on BBBY. You didn't sell when Josh told me to in August. That's what made me a Chad. You'll live with it. Amen. Amen. You all learn from it. That's why. And you got to do your own thing too. You'll all learn to do it. Like I said, I never know when it's going to like go up or down, but like we have a lot of experience, you know, that at the end of the day, you know, what I really hope from everybody is that you all can, you know, learn what is quality. Like, you know, it took me a couple of years when I first started trading to like learn what a scam was. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like learning the different types of plays out there. Like there's real companies and real names you know about, and then there's a section of the market that is just all hype and all of that. And I know a lot of people like to think they know what they're getting into, but you've really got to know and just be very cautious so you don't get you know, you don't want to fall in love with anything, and then make sure you know, like, make sure you set yourself up to be actually in the game for a long amount of time. But, you know, just, that's what do they say? You dance with the devil, you let the devil drive, he won't give back the steering wheel. So it's just, it's a slippery slope is the better way to put it. No one is talking about student loans or what? Are student loans resumed? I don't know. learn not to be greedy. I was up 300 and didn't take it. That's on me. Really bad YOLO demon. It's good, but that's all I'll tell you. Sometimes this is what I mean by the speeding thing. Sometimes your YOLO demon will hook you up. But you have to find the balance. And it's like, it's one thing we've been saying here a lot, where it's just like, you know, I don't know what the economy is going to look like here. There's a lot on the table. There's a lot of emotions. But at the end of the day, you know, I want to make sure people aren't gambling with what they can't afford to lose. Because when it's all said and done, I mean, you see it. Like, look around, you know, a lot of people are just ending up with not that much. And then it's like, it's crazy how much time you could spend in the markets. And then especially if you're young, and it's like, yeah, you're young, you could take these risks, and it's more, you know, you're more inclined to do so. But it's like, you go and look back, it's just like, dude, some people have burned years. And, you know, I saw it on that one thing. There was like a Wall Street Journal thing, that one guy, they were going over like a lot of like pandemic winners, and there's like how some people, they had hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in 2021, 2022, and then by now, you know, they don't even want to trade stocks ever again. They've lost all the money, and they're going back to working jobs and doing everything else. So, you know, there's a lot of different things like that, but that's what I'm saying. Just don't, make sure when you play with the YOLO demon and play with the high risk, just make sure you're not playing with the shit that you need to accomplish the other part of the goal, and making sure you don't waste your time. That's all it's going to come down to. Forgive you? I think you're forgiven, man. I don't hold grudges on anybody. Everybody. I mean, everybody makes mistakes, but that's it. When you have a long term and you buy the land too, you're not going to hold grudges either. That's why I want you all to do it. And that person is me. 200K in November, now at 30K, expensive lesson, but still in the game. You're not the only one. That's it, but hopefully it's not stuff you need. And then like I'm saying, getting to the point where you are using the money you need to go after some of that. Like I'm saying, there's a time and place for your risky trades. There's nothing wrong with them. I hope you guys are mature enough to understand that, you know, because I know when I tell this to people, they get really, really defensive. But it's just like, I'm not saying, you know, that's it. I'm not telling you to repent and become a nun and stay away, like, you know, but it's just like, you really got to learn the balance. And then if that's what your primary focus is, or you're getting borderline obsessed with it, that's where you're going to have the problem. But it's like, you got to understand how to use risk in your portfolio. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's a spot for risk, and there's a way you're going to use it, but it's not going to be all the time, every time, with everything. So that's where you're going to find the balance. But, you know, a lot of people are more inclined for just all the time, every time, everything. Very boring day. It's bittersweet, though. It's bittersweet. As someone who's been getting his face squeezed off every other day, I could accept it. I could accept a day like today. But who knows? Maybe end of the day we move crazy. I do think we have a bond auction. I don't know if that's came in yet, but that could move some things. Premium, it's in a weird way, the market is getting hesitant ahead of Powell, which is quite surprising. Considering the base case is that he says nothing, he sounds the same, you rally up again, but the market is not doing that, and it doesn't help Japan, and them is tweaking out. Should I hold unused assets or sell them for the long term? It depends what they are. So what type of assets are we speaking about? JP Morgan, Caterpillar. JP Morgan's doing very well. I need to keep the dollar up here. And then again, Humana, Cigna. Cigna's on the low, but Humana and UNH, those are the ones ripping. Mm. I used to hoard technology for old cinema startup. Maybe keep some of the good stuff if it has some value, but if you don't really plan on using it, try to get a good price for it. But, some equipment could be very valuable in the long run, believe it or not. But it just depends what it is. I think your experience, you might know better. Another earthquake in Turkey? Dude, this is crazy. Yeah, McDonald's just ticked up here. Consumer staples are up now, and utilities are only down 0.09. TMV on the high. There's like 3 smaller aftershocks. Yeah, I think it is aftershocks because as long as it's not bigger than the first one, but that's a lot of activity. Oh, and NVIDIA, TSM got mollywopped. I'm in Antalya, Turkey. You haven't felt any of them? That's good, man. Now I definitely don't want to go there to get my hair did. Hell nah, bro. That's terrifying. I don't like earthquakes are the worst, bro. Third quake at 6. What's good, Chad? Bro, Starbucks bounced a lot it's still down from the earlier earnings, but they're doing pretty good. Yeah, waiting. I'm surprised, though, we're waiting for Powell. But I think we have a bigger day left in store. I mean, when it's all said and done, either bonds need to bounce back up heavy or the market needs to drop a lot more. So I don't think today's over. I think we still got a little bit more in store. It just depends. Care what anyone says. The yield curve inversion is nasty. Looking on the 20-year SGD, just made the play, baby. Amen. Did you hear the yield curve, though, thing we talked about today? And sadly, there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence of what we saw today in the bonds, and even the Fed futures. I don't know if you heard it, but there is a possibility the yield curve uninverts naturally. And that is very wild to me. But essentially, if the bond market really believes that Powell will keep rates higher for longer, and then inflation comes back up, and then it actually comes back up there in a weird way, they might be able to come back up. It's a very weird concept. Again, I don't think it will happen. I think it's a very, very low probability, and it's never, ever occurred in history. But it's definitely, it could be something they might try to accomplish, kind of like American yield curve control, if they could get it there. But usually by the time that happens, demand for the long end will start to tick up, and then that it won't allow it to occur. if it uninverts naturally, that's not as bad as a forced uninversion, by the Fed. Oh, okay. You want it? Yeah, I got my thing for it. I got my other. How many likes? Can I give me like 100 likes? Okay, fuck it. I'll go with 10. Give me 10 likes. I was looking for 100, but I'll take 10. It's not tinfoil. It's just a really deep thought I had. It kind of settled in. I don't know why I was thinking about it. I got a good one for you. I got to just, so hit that like button. Hit that like button. Just, if you hear me, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, 10. I know that was quick, right? That's how you know. We're in a recession, bro. I went from give me 100. I'll take 10. I'll take 10. Just give me 10 likes. I'll do it for 10. You know what I'm saying? So if you got 10, hit me. You all out of likes. That's what they said. Consumer likes have been dropping. Excess likes have been on the lows now. People used all their stimulus likes. So I hope you guys got a little bit there. Yeah, maybe I need better negotiating. Well, hey, you guys hit it. So are you ready? Here it is. So essentially, I actually think we are in the beginning of the generation of food shortages and shit. So that's a simple way to tell you what I was thinking about. But I was thinking all these things happening. I feel like this is the early days of 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, they would be like, oh, if we do this, we're not going to have this. And how everybody was and you talked about it and people brought it up, but you never saw it. It's in a weird way, I do think we are on the precipice of it, more or less, where it's you are at the beginning stages of a world of ample resources kind of changing. So it's not just food, but I think just ample resources and access to things. Because that's that's the only thing that could explain kind of how it is, because population is growing. I think we're on the early days of seeing the effects of global population just rising so much and just changing the dynamics of the world. So yeah, that's why I think down the road you might, we'll see what it does with population and all that, but I think we're what's it called, I'm blanking on it, the trap. Not the euphemism. What's it called? I'm blanking on it. Something trap. Pretty much of society and population getting so big that it kind of changes how things, it actually makes you end up being weaker than not. But I think we're at the beginning of it. I think 30, 40 years from now will still be the beginning of it. But you're kind of there at the at a very early stage. No, it starts with an H. It's I know this. I've talked about it before. Something trap. Malthusian trap. There it is. There, M, not H, though. Whew. Malthu. TDD, AMD on the low. Chicken feeds and how chickens aren't laying eggs. And the farmers make their own feed and they start laying eggs. No. Just so many things. I've heard a lot of different things, but I think we're at the early stages. Calm? I don't know. The food, a lot of food. I would rather go with Tyson, I think. Unless, I don't know if Calm pays a dividend. Mouth. Ooh. K is solid, yeah. Kellogg's is chill. Where's even J&J? Did they come back down? There's a lot of big names that are right there. If J&J has one more flush, if we could get Pfizer to flush, I would love some of those for the long term. Even a Procter & Gamble, that would be pretty nice too. I still have some of those shares from earnings, but those are ones that could be decent. Why do we cook bacon but bake cookies? That's crazy. What's another one? I agree. Hershey's on the high. Pepsi. Coca-Cola, they were running earlier this morning. They're still going. Am I nuts? Did you see the Twitter video? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping it brings it down more. But, I mean, I think Pfizer controls the world. So, it's kind of my hedge to not being able to say anything bad about Pfizer. I might as well buy some if it pays me 5% a year. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for. Again, this is one of those where I invest in something that flies in the face of my beliefs. So, unfortunate but fortunate. It's a good value, though. It's at 2018 prices. And that's it. When did I move out of mom's? I left at 18. I had my parents were very, very strict. And I was like, I can't live like this. I need to go party. I said, where are the white girls at? And let me get some alcohol and some weed. So I left at 18 right away. But, yeah, and then my mom won't even let me move back in. I tried. Yeah, if you can't beat them, get a divvy from them. Amen. Yeah, I went soul searching at a young age. This is E-Trade Pro, and then we also use TD Ameritrade. I've been posting a lot of TD Ameritrade little shorts on the YouTube shorts, but there's a lot you could do. TD Ameritrade's fire. And then E-Trade, I just like the simple setup in the scanner. Dollar goes to zero this year. What do you do then? It's just not going to happen, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I feel, though, I understand how people are very skeptical. And, you watch how much they print. I mean, worst case, it'll be like Mr. Robot, where even if the dollar truly did collapse, you would have a period where it would go down, like it would still be useful for a little bit before an alternative system is created. But that's all. I mean, I think realistically speaking, like you've seen what has happened here in the last couple of years, especially during a crisis. So you have to understand, if the dollar collapsed, that would be a crisis for everybody in the world. Do you know what the solution would be? Like, there's an easy solution. Like, that's it. It's very, very simple. If the dollar truly was going to collapse, there's only one thing that happens next. Yeah, dollar nihilism is wicked. It's a great way to put it, bro. Dollar nihilism for sure. Not the Great Reset. Hell no. No. There's only one thing that would happen. Come on. So where my fucking... Come on, y'all ain't even on the tin like that. Y'all don't even know what would happen. This is like tinfoil based in economics. There's only one possible step from here. No, not going to be fucking gold. No one's going to want gold, bro. I hate to break it to you, Peter Schiff. It's not going to be real estate. Oh, come on. It's only one person said it. One person said it in the chat. There's only one thing that would happen. Dollar collapses. Oh, my. All the zero hedge articles come true. only one thing would happen next. All the countries would come together and do what? Just like they did during a pandemic, just like they did during Bretton Woods, just like everything. What are they going to do? That's it. It's simple. They're not going to print more because if the dollar, everybody would pay if the dollar went to zero. They would just create a global currency. That's it. The next step would be a dollar that is not based upon America. And it would be a global. That's what they would call it. I don't know if it'd be one world government, but it would be a one world currency. And then they would say, the only way we could do this, why don't we just consolidate this now? If the biggest, best financial system in the world has now crumbled, why that then we all need to work together. We need unity. We accept everybody. There's no differences. Let's put the borders aside and let's all have now one way to facilitate trade so everybody can trade safely without dealing with all of these problems. That would be the next general step. And now the dollar just morphed into a weird baby with the euro, the pound, and then even the other currencies in South America and all of that. So, and then it would be digitally based, like base God. So, because that's the only way. That's what I'm saying. At this point, that would be the only way for that to occur. Because if the dollar goes down, you have a problem. But again, I hope you realize it. The dollar collapse, I really think that theory is it's not really it's wild to genuinely believe it. I could understand the possibility of it, but at the end of the day, you're just going to wind up with another thing like the dollar, just called the world. They're not going to call it the U.S. dollar anymore. They're going to call it the world dollar or whatever else you want to give it a name for. But you got to understand how big the dollar is. And that is why it's available to actually spur economic activity. That's the only way you could conduct business because the dollar is there. So it's like if the dollar is going to collapse, then trade is going to have to collapse by a big margin. I heard the collective groan of gold bugs everywhere. Yeah. It doesn't mean, gold is going to have its it's always going to have its little role in importance, but, but the dollar, again, dollar nihilism is a pretty wicked concept. I think that's the best way to put it. It's just like, yeah, exactly. Even with more money circulating, you got to realize, like, even the pandemic and pumping all of those dollars, you force people to rely on the dollar. Man, if people won't give up TikTok, why would they give up $1 that everybody is used to? And then it's people are addicted to dollars. You got to realize that. And that you can't just remove it. And no matter what, even if it did quote unquote collapse, to get people out of that mindset, it's going to take a lot. And then what are people going to do if they want to, trade oil and trade other things? You got to really have a big change in mindset. Coming back down, 4106. Watch for 4100. Yeah, people get lazier. Well, yeah. I think the lazier people get, the more likely they're not going to want to switch from it. That's what happened in Venezuela. So the thing is, Venezuela, their currency wasn't everywhere. That's it. You know what I'm saying? How many of you owned a Venezuelan dollar? None of you. How many of you have a U.S. dollar? Now go to Venezuela and 10, 20 years ago, ask them, do you have a $100 bill? I would say at least over 50% of them would say yes, if not more. That's the whole point. Go everywhere in the world right now and ask someone, do you have a dollar or would you want a U.S. dollar? And what would they all say? That's just the fact of it. Go to China right now. I got billionaires in China that I know, and guess what? They're billions of Chinese money. They don't give a shit about it. They want U.S. dollars. And then guess what? How do they solidify their wealth and protect it? They transfer their Chinese dollars and Chinese resources into U.S. dollars, and then they go and get U.S. property and other things. Go anywhere around the world. That's the whole logic of it. So you could go at like all these other places that have had, you know, like go to Nigeria, they have bad inflation, and they've had, you know, Zimbabwe, but you didn't have a majority of the world, you know, already holding their money. So it's like the collective interest of everybody holding dollars now is massive. So it's just like, it's not going to be something that actually, it would take a lot. It would take way, way more than anything we've seen to get rid of the dollar. And in a weird way, the dollar gets stronger before, if anything did happen bad, which is what you saw in 2020. You know, why did the dollar get strong after pumping all of that money? Because everybody wanted it, and nobody. That was the best thing you could get when you looked around the world. There's a reason why the dollar, just last year, you saw it gain massive amounts of strength, even with inflation, because everybody else in the world wanted it, no matter what. Jiggy Josh, check it in. Thank you for the wisdom. Hey, man, baby. What's up, Jiggy? How you living? The dollar is only strong as the military is. That's like what people would often say, and that's a big part of it. But I think I have a simple way to explain the dollar to you. It's called addiction. That's it. Everybody is addicted to the dollar all around the world, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, it does it even with the military. If there was a problem with our military, that would be one thing. But at the end of the day, the dollar is pervasive. It's everywhere. Everybody wants it, and nobody wants to use an alternative because why would you? Even then, I mean, remember, you know, I bought Bitcoin and Ethereum well before everybody. I've had Bitcoin since 2015. And, you know, this always blew my mind. Ready? How do you take profits on Bitcoin? It's a crazy concept. How do you take profits on Bitcoin? You don't? Well, I did. It worked out. Yeah, you could hold, but guess what? You turn it into dollars. You convert it into the dollar or any other currency. But how many of you are like, I'm going to convert my Bitcoin into yen right now. I'm going to convert it into Chinese yuan. No, you convert it to a dollar. And that's how you take your literal profits on a crypto. It's a wild concept to think about. And again, this doesn't mean, I think Bitcoin offers you your best bet to challenge the dollar in a weird way, but in a weird way, it needs the dollar. So it's a crazy concept. And SPY's coming down. Yeah, I've converted. Anytime I've sold Bitcoin, I turn it to a dollar, but then I turn it into real estate. That's been one of my things. I'm a big guy. Real estate is my key. Real estate is my dollar backup, my gold backup. I'm bullish on Ethereum. I'm more bullish on Bitcoin, but not right now. That's why I still have that short on there. But in the long run, I really am, yeah. I still have a sizable amount of Ethereum somewhere. But it's I'm not like in the short term, I still think we need to get rid of the fat and see who's swimming naked. Coming back down again. If we hit 4,100, that's where it gets ugly. You got a little bit of bid support right there. 4,106. So this is the low from 9 o'clock. So it's been about 2 hours here. What is swimming naked? Well, they say you don't know who's swimming naked until the tide pulls back, right? So when everything was flush and there was a lot of liquidity, everybody was swimming in the Bitcoin and the meme stock ocean. And then what happened? The water pulled back. And when the water pulls back, you see who was swimming naked, who was over levered, who really, you know, got in way, way too high. And then you get to see the reality of the situation. So I just, and again, like, I think really the scamming and the, you know, the Sam Bankmans of the world and all of the, you know, imagine how many crypto scams there were, you know, where we always bring up Sam Bankman, but dude, you guys don't remember? Yeah, Voyager went bust, Luna went bust. Like, dude, these were like $40-50 billion projects going to $0, you know, so there's a lot of things that kind of happen in the question, but surprisingly, it's held up very well. Again, but I also think there's a lot of bigger factors here and a lot of people borderline still flush to keep it alive. But yeah, 3 arrows, Logan Paul. I mean, the list goes on. But that's where I still think it's this is a good time though for crypto to kind of clear everybody out and then, you know, rebuild once again as it always has. Celsius, I think they're returning money back, though, based on the court case. GME and Ape are all up on the high, and BBBY. How come no Lucid? Come on, Lucid. Netflix news on password dumping. Yeah, people were getting mad on social media. Even my girlfriend got mad. But then they said that they're changing the policy, but I feel like it hurt the stock. Honestly, I think because whoa, big pop on this SPY. Hold on. A little bit of a green shoot on the S&P. But the things are going to be crazy in terms of Netflix because that password sharing, like it could make them a lot of money, and they tested it out in Latin America, but so far there's already been like a lot of social media backlash on it, which is kind of crazy. About Enron, I know a little bit. They just lied about they lied to everybody, and then they bullied people in finances once they were really rich. Enron was very similar to like Sam Bankman, probably more scummy. But like so back in the day on Enron, if you would downgrade Enron as an analyst, you would get fired. Like it was actually crazy. But they pretty much just falsified statements. They falsified how much money and assets that they really had. And then eventually, people found out that they didn't have any of that and it was all fake. And then go pop. Yeah, Goldman upgraded them 2 months. Yeah, they had a lot of intimidation. So it was kind of like Pfizer. It was like straight up like if you said anything that did not pump the stock and like support them, they had so much money in it. They were the world's most valuable company at one point. But they would go in and then they would clap you. Yeah, basically they were counting money that hadn't been paid to them as money that they had. Then people said this is like, again, it kept growing, and people thought they were the number one energy provider out there. And then it was just eventually the truth came out. I forgot who it was. Somebody exposed them there, but it was very hard, bro. Like there was even like, dude, people were dying and shit. Like it was some Hillary Clinton shit, dog. Like it was crazy. Like if you actually go and like, there's a lot of things like reporters would, dude, it was just nuts. It was nuts. Isn't Pfizer? Well, every BlackRock owns is on the, or they own a big stake in a majority of companies. A lot of people think BlackRock owns everything, like they are the ones who own the company, but that's a misconception. BlackRock owns a stake in almost every company. So some of them they're on the board, they have a controlling stake in a lot of companies, but they don't necessarily own it, if that makes sense. They own a portion of the companies, but that's it. Yeah, BlackRock and Vanguard. And that's because Vanguard is most people's 401ks, so on and so forth. So, let's see. So Vanguard owns 8% of Pfizer. BlackRock owns 7.89, and then Vanguard owns 8%. Capital Group owns 5%. State Street owns 5%. Charles Schwab owns 1.25. Bank of America, they own 1%. So believe it or not, the biggest shareholder in Pfizer owns 8%. That is Vanguard. And then the other 7.8% is BlackRock. So, that's, 16, 17% of the company? But that's not a lot if you think about it. But, again, we're talking massive, massive companies. And you don't even, no real individual owns Pfizer. That's the crazy part. The state of California owns 0.5% of Pfizer. I'm still in PRVB. Yeah, we're waiting on that in the next couple days. If the owners are the same, I mean, they'd be reported as the same. So Vanguard and BlackRock are different, but if they were the same, it would be bunched up into it. Because again, all these places have to file. And again, this is just doing a deep dive of who is owning, what percent. The rest is just everybody else. But, granted, 100,000 shares doesn't even get you 0.01 of the company, of Pfizer. So, if you own, 280,000 shares gets you 0.01%. 0.01. So, not even a tenth of a percent. Not even a tenth of a percent. You would need 285,000 shares of Pfizer. Imagine the balls to downgrade the U.S. out of nowhere. Never happening again. It's weird, though. Everybody is, this time around, it's I'm more ignoring it, but I have definitely seen quite the amount of people, they've been kind of worried about the debt ceiling. I think it's just because of how political it is and everything that's gone on, but we'll find out. The state of California, it's a California Public Employee Retirement System, and then the California State Teachers Retirement System. So they buy it. So it's pensions and endowments, even colleges buy stocks. So The Public Employees Retirement System owns 18.8 million shares of Pfizer. And then the State Teachers Union of California, for their retirement, they own 9.4 million. And then you're right back, dude. We were about to just break through 4,100 again. You've hit this level 4 times today. Technically, you were here like 6 times, but then you've bounced, and now you're back to 411. Couple of tech names moving back up. What time is it? 10:58. House Oversight Head, ex-Twitter workers reach subpoena deal. What's that? Are they going after Twitter again? Ford. I think a lot of people want the dividend, but most auto companies did pretty good today. JP Morgan. See, like, who owns JP Morgan? But that's why I like some of these companies to buy. Like, that's always been my logic on some of these, is that you go and look at some of these big companies in the world, man, and it's just like, these are, like, look at all these shareholder lists, and, like, these are the people who have massive amounts invested alongside of you. So it's like, if they lose, you lose too, you know? Like, Vanguard owns 9% of JP Morgan. BlackRock owns 6.7%. Massachusetts Financial Services. State of California owns 0.39% of JP Morgan. Google releases ChatGPT rival AI Bard to testers. Tesla popping. Oh, Google's popping off of that. Maybe should we get some AI news on Googly? Didn't I sell out at this price? I think I sold out here on Friday. I think I sold out at the same price. That's a weird price, but Google AI news, people might get hyped on that. Bard news came out 6 days ago. Market very jumpy, you know? That's a big candle, though. Yeah. It's coming in now. It could be old. Snap pop. I'm kind of mad Snapchat doesn't have an AI. I feel like Snapchat needs to just, bro, imagine if you could just go, what if ChatGPT was on Snapchat? Like, you just message ChatGPT on your Snap, and then boom, that's it. Oh, come on, Ev. Actually, don't tell Evan that, because I don't want Evan to spend any more money. They got AR. I want AI, bro. I want AI. Yeah, Snap GBT. See, look at that. You own a house, there's no mortgage, there's property taxes. Are you splitting the payment into two or just making one? It's whatever you want. It's up to you. I mean, I'll go little by little usually on any ones that are paid off. If you don't, again, it depends. Some places you could do it every quarter, every 6 months, every year, but it just all depends on what you want. But I don't like to, I like using my cash and having it. Yeah, if it's free, you might as well. Sometimes they charge you. I think it just depends on your county and everything else. Refis. Refis have gotten a little bit better, though. Again, a lot of mortgage people been seeing some big demand here. Back into mortgage landia. JP Morgan, now Airbnb. Every single stock would do the same thing. Now Uber and Snap are coming back up. Remember, you got Uber earnings. You even got Disney. Disney's starting to climb here. BBBY. Dropping rates is like feeding the piranhas. For real, though. It's crazy. It's so crazy. But then, I mean, it's weird now because this, when you finally get the rates down, you actually get to benefit off of lower prices. But because that's what, again, some rates are still very, very high. That's the crazy part. It just feels like relief because the rates were so much higher. But now it's like, the rates are still, that's a pretty penny, man. So like, you really need the prices lower to walk away with a discount. Remember Mervyn's? Yeah. I haven't heard that name in a while. Would you touch AI stocks? I mean, I like Baidu. I would go with the big ones, but a lot of these names are up too much. I don't know. I feel very, very weird. But like everything is just, I don't know, man. Everything's just weird. I mean, ask me that question in 3 months. You know what I'm saying? I do think AI has a lot of technology there, but it's the same exact thing as the what's it called stuff. It's the same exact thing as EV and charging. That's all it is. Everyone's gonna pike. I agree 100%. It's everyone piles in on it. Every company says this. They're gonna go up 100, 200x. Everyone's hyped on it, and then before you know it, none of them are really gonna last. And it just all depends on what's actually holding. So that's why I'm like, I like Baidu. I would go with a company that's getting into AI, but that isn't only AI. Does that make sense? Because if you are getting into something that is primarily and only AI, and that's what you're buying, and it doesn't have that, then there you go. But it's like if you get like a Google, you go get a Baidu, again, anybody who's already exposed to other stuff, then there you go. That's IEF. It's like that. Bonds are bouncing. That's what I was saying. If bonds come up, we might be able to do good. And the banks are liking it. quantum computers. I don't know, but you know, I really wouldn't want to try buying anything until it like chills out. Opinion on AI trading. I think it's gonna get crowded, and I don't think it's. I've seen what's his name, like Bahiga or whatever that kid's name is. He's funny. He's done like I see like little shorts. I saw him on YouTube Shorts of just comparing, like trading bots. So sometimes they'll just wash you out. Sometimes it works good. It just all really depends. But at this, you know, give it a couple more months. I mean. They even said it on, like, even Bloomberg. They did, like, a survey. And most people, if you genuinely know about finance and, like, you've already kind of had a career, you're not really worried about AI because it's just, like, it's very basic. So, like, in a weird way, like, I think most of you could probably out-trade a bot if you have a decent, you know, risk management. The best part about the bots is that you could do it passively, but they're still not really, what's it called? They're not, like, foolproof, and it's not too crazy. BlackBerry, I feel like a lot of meme stocks are running here today. Tesla will hit 60. If we ever have, like, a really bad economic environment, yeah. That Google news is coming out again, or it's recirculating. There's bots who are reading the news. Yeah, like real algos, like the Wall Street algos. That's what I'm saying. Like any retail bot you're gonna get for trading is gonna be dog shit. If that makes sense. Like the real ones that they're spending $200 million on, the ones with proprietary technology used by Citadel and all these, like, those guys are killing it. Those are the ones you want. But that's why I said, like, if there was ever a bot that worked, they're going to sell it to Wall Street for $50 million. Like, that's exactly what you would do. Like, you wouldn't want, like, it wouldn't, if it was, if ChatGPT or anything else could create a trading bot and it was public, I would be very, very surprised. Otherwise, if it really is effective, that shit's going straight to the fucking microwave scanners, and you're getting there. Those are the bots you put right next to the damn trading station or on Wall Street, so you could just scalp for days. It's called Top Ticker Pro. Big bot guy. Turkey death toll rises to 1,700. I like Ulta. I wish we bought more. So I remember we have Ulta in the long term. I bought it in 2019 or something, 2020. But then it just kept going up and I wasn't able to add to it. I only own like 1 or 2 shares. 2 shares. But Ulta is up 123% in the small long term. So right now, that's the beauty of the small long term. We never clapped ourselves with covered calls, and there's a couple of plays that really, really kill. We have 300% pluses on the small long term. But again, small amounts, but hopefully it grows. Or maybe a stock split, then we go from there. Oh, no. Uber. Yeah, Ulta. I wish we got. I loved Ulta. I always loved Ulta. I get my curly head shampoo from Ulta, bro. You know what I'm saying? For my Arab mullet. That's where you go. Ulta, man, it's nice. Bro, banks are running. I don't know. Maybe this could be effect with the bonds here. With this bond repricing, it could end up being bullish for banks. I could definitely see that. So if the bonds and the Fed futures keep repricing, I think the banks may be able to hit it, but some of them are still pretty expensive. MSTR's on the high. Citi says there's not much an activist can do to improve Nordstrom. After Nordstrom's 25% surge by saying Ryan Cohen built a stake, we said we're not pretty much sure an activist can't do much to improve business, says Citi. Shares have cut to the February 3rd rally, dropping as much as 13% on Monday. I'm still bullish on bonds, but I'm definitely getting worried because this dollar yen bond move, it's very it's weird. So I mean, in a weird way, it's like everybody overnight in the bond. I guess ever since Friday, everybody's kind of like, wait a minute, maybe Powell might come through with this. This is kind of weird because all of a sudden the bond market was very, very confident. Even after Jerome Powell spoke, you know, the terminal on the Fed futures dropped down to like 4.3, and now it's at 4.7. So their bond volatility is kind of returning. So I'm still in the play. I'm going to ride that out, but we'll see. But if I'm down on that one, I'm assuming the other stuff will come back down. But now I think we're still kind of in the middle of it. Yeah, the Dow Jones is green. Interesting. But bonds are recovering here, so that's what we were saying earlier today. It's either the bonds need to go or not. SPY might be able to go green. A lot of things are moving now. Again, I think bank stocks are starting to lean. Financials are now matched up with utilities. Snap is still at the high. Uber's going into the high. Uber's crazy today. Yep, ES back. It's not back to the high of the day yet, but it's moving. 41.21, 41.23. That's the next level. And then if you get past there, you'll fill the gap at 41.36. But now you have the bonds playing along. I haven't looked at the dollar yet. Uber is raw. Dollar came down, actually. So dollar, like the bonds, are chilling out. Is this the new bull? Dollar up, yields up. Yeah, bull's still trying to push everything. I don't know if that will last. It's just that one, it could last for a little bit, like we've seen. But I mean, I think it's quite simple. I don't see a world where bond yields go back to 5% or higher, or like high fours, and then tech is loving it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Or if it goes even higher. So, like, let's say the data gets even worse. If inflation starts to come back up again and bond rates go higher, I don't see tech rallying. Like, that's just not really too common. So, it could happen for a little bit, and there's going to be a little bit of a gap, but I don't see that as occurring. Much love from Texas. Amen. The worst trade I've ever made. Not taking $250,000 because I thought I was going to make $100 million, but that was good. Otherwise, I shorted Apple in like 2018. That was a shitty trade. That Sam trade was pretty fucking bad. But that's about it. Maybe this NQ might be up there. Other than like losing money off of big gains, I mean, I've tried to keep my losses pretty small for the most part. Well, GE. Why did GE still go? Yeah, GE's holding. I'm going to cut the GE. That'll be a 180 loss. Again, I took like 4 different losses today. I just don't want to have too many shorts. The last one I need to cut will be ANET as the short. I closed the GE. Is that defense on the high or that's DraftKings? No, defense staying chill. LMT, remember Boeing was down earlier. Why do we keep? We're not up that much, but we're just at an interesting point. I think this could have been, I mean, you could have easily, like, you got to realize how today could have played out. Like, today you could have woke up, everybody would have brushed off everything from China. They would have said bonds selling off. We agree with Powell, but we already know it. And then you could have ripped right back up to 41.55 or higher. So today's just kind of a chill day. We're getting ready for Powell tomorrow. There's not much economic data. There's going to be a couple of earnings, and then that's pretty much going to be it. So bittersweet is what I would call it. The craziest was the DraftKings down 30. You hedged it and walk away like down 1K. Yeah, I remember that. I thought we made money on that one, but I remember I was down more. I was down like 45K on DraftKings. So all the premium sales, bro. All the damn fucking premium sales. But we'll see. Hopefully we could do something with this play. That'll be fun to watch. But that's why I want to make sure I took a lot of different plays to start. Then we started moving up. It started to get a little trappy. So that's why I'm like, okay, I want to clear out some of this. I don't want to handle too many things, free some shit up, and then be ready to really, react to this. But I don't want to, if this keeps bleeding on me, I don't want 10 other cuts bleeding on me too. And then if I get caught too high on anything. So pretty much slowing it down, taking smaller losses there so that I could give me some more stamina to go. So then pretty much I won't even feel anything emotionally. Where it's like if we keep going, if anything did squeeze on me, I don't want it to hurt. But then if it comes back down, then I'll be able to, we'll make a lot of money back instantly. And then hopefully, too, if I could still cut that ES with some profit, then it'll be good. Hedge funds cut bets in the largest unwind in 2 years. Interesting. Yeah, the penny stocks here, I got a couple of those, like the Qualigen and some other one, but What's this one? So hedge funds cut bets in largest unwind since 2021. Prime broker data at Goldman JP point to degrossing, lingering caution among pros contrasts with retail optimism. Big money speculators are shunning the New Year equity rally, unconvinced by the buying frenzy. While being forced to unwind bearish bets in droves last week, risk on. Hedge funds tracked by Goldman's prime brokerages have been reluctant to chase market gains. Their long positions were trimmed during this week. Through Thursday, as the S&P posted its fourth weekly advance in 5. The reduction in both long and short, a phenomenon known as Wall Street as degrossing, led to the largest overall retreat since January 2021, when day traders infamously banded together on Reddit to take on professional short sellers. Further evidence of professional investor caution was evident in the data compiled by JP Morgan, showing that Thursday marked the 10th biggest degrossing session since the start of 2018, combined with long activity for the firm's prime brokerage. They noted flows were quite negative over the past 4 weeks. While hedge funds are well known for their defensive exposure, a tilt that allowed them to fare better during last year's sell-off, the tentative positioning speaks to a lingering sense that the S&P's roughly 17% gain from October may have gone too far, given the Fed is still in tightening mode and corporate profits are falling. The lack of faith contrasts to a market where corporate buybacks are starting off the year at a record pace and the retail army is boosting presence in stock trading above the meme era peak. The equity guys are pretty shell-shocked, and they're not behaving with that kind of conviction. President of Alpha Theory says, if you look at the sell side, it's pretty uniformly bearish. The strength of New Year's market shift took hedge funds by surprise. While their favorite longs have been beaten the S&P by 4 percentage points this year, the most shorted stocks have handed them losses by outperforming a whopping 17 percentage points. Goldman Index shows. Put that all together, global long-short stocks have hung on to a 4.5% return, while sheer price gains have lifted the value of their positions. Stocks fell for a second session on Monday, extending a retreat on Friday's hot jobs report at 4180 last week. Hedge funds heading into 2023 with low equity exposure are scrambling to unwind short positions as January's equity rally defied warnings from prognosticators at firms like JP and Morgan Stanley that ongoing year will get tough in the first half. Amid the NASDAQ 100's best start to a year in 2 decades, funds tracked by Goldman slashed their bearish bets in tech shares, with short covering hitting the fastest pace in 2 years compiled by data. Such covering has added fuel to the market rally, luring more investors to join the party. Rules-based, computer-driven funds such as trend followers, for instance, have gobbled up $95 to $100 billion of stocks this year, with January purchase marking the heaviest since November 2019, according to an estimate from Morgan Stanley's trading desk. As things stand now, net leverage, a measure of hedge fund risk appetite, takes into account that their long versus net short positions has climbed from the start of year in part to short covering, yet at 69%, it still sits in the bottom quarter of the 3-year range, Goldman data shows. Reading on fund exposure at Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan also pointed to a lack of euphoria, especially among U.S. managers. There could be some residual degrossing, but the medium-term metrics suggest that we would be closer to the end than the beginning, included John Schlegel. He wrote, additionally, as degrossing short covering is often reversed as markets pull back from high, this could be another sign that the market rally might need a breather. So there you go. That's a big one. I'm glad, though, so I guess it makes sense. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who fucking woke up feeling like that. Where it's just like, okay, we got to calm everything down. That's why I think it's at this point, because it's either things truly slow down or you're going to get another vicious move, and it's just like you could do a lot with a little now, but you just want to make sure you don't have too much now. And then some people are finally taking profits. Powell might not do it, though. We're going to find out tomorrow. It's just shit's moving. That's it. It's just the bonds, the dollar. We're dealing with an interesting setup here, to say the least. Boyle, UNG. I've never seen those on the high. Glad to coming back down. Yeah, UNG is moving. Imagine you're Goldman with all the data live. How could you lose? I got a scenario. You have all of the data, and all of the data shows to the economy and everything doing awful. And then Jerome Powell says he doesn't give a shit, and then markets rip 17% in a month. So, yeah, that's one way. I don't know if you could relate. So that's, you know what I'm saying? That's an easy way for that to occur. You know, you could have all the data, and then just Jerome is like, nah, man, it's cool. I don't even care about financial conditions anymore. What? What did you just say? Microsoft holding news event. If they pump another AI, bro, I'm going to slap somebody with baby powder. Does Fortinet have earnings? Microsoft news event comes as it boosts AI investments. That's the headline. Almost. Where my baby powder? Dude, I know what happened in the last 2 days, bro. AI is turning to the next bubble. That's going to be like a little EV wave. So you could get in and get out if you want. I mean, don't fall in love and add them all to your long term. But, dude, you've had so many AI headlines right now. This is insane. Kathy's eyes get wide. Allen Iverson bubble. AI, EV, blockchain, NFT, weed, mushrooms, the ultimate moon stock. That's it. We're going to take over the world with all your AI answers while your car's electrified. And you can pay for everything with blockchain. And we even have an NFT to verify that you own it and be a part of the community. And then we got weed and mushrooms for any other mental issues you may face by holding this stock for 10 years. So invest now. Okay? This is a great development. Welcome to 2023. No, HBI no longer has a dividend. They cut their dividend. So now that's it. It's over. I want to sell covered calls on Snap, but it seems low. Like, you could sell them for, like, you just don't get as much. And I'm even considering Uber, but I might want to wait a little bit more on Uber. And then we'll see what happens. When they make AI blondes, it's over? Are you saying you've just given up all future hope of a partner and just said once they got a blonde AI, that's it? Okay, that's cool. Hey, man, if that's what you're into, that's fine with me, man. That's cool. This guy, man, people are like, yo, I could do efficiency with work. Oh, I'll be able to get a new career. He's like, yo, if they got a blonde and a brunette, damn AI bot, it's done, son. That's it. That's it. That's my metric right there, man. I thought you were going to be like, once they figure out quantum computing. He's like, nah, man. Once they got some blue eye, you got blue eye AI. Oh, man. Snap calls are so cheap. So why get, we're talking about selling covered calls. Yeah, that does sound kind of down bad. I bet you he signed up for all the like Ukrainian dating websites. Have you noticed the rise of those, bro? You know that was a rise ever since the war in Ukraine, man. These Ukrainian dating websites been popping off, man. That's what they like. They like, yo, meet Ukrainian women right now. You're like, what? What do you mean? Some of y'all you love it. They were like, yep, that's it. The war-torn Ukraine. Yep, I'm sorry. Let me save you, girl. Come here. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, you could probably thank 90-Day Fiancé for that. Economic advisor Brian DC speaks to reporters, talks economic progress at State of the Union. I didn't see him. Microsoft didn't disclose content of Tuesday's news event. SPY coming back down, 11:30. We held at 410. We really did. We really, really did. We export engines. We do a lot of that. Apple. A little Apple drop. Uber keep coming down after running up. I just watched the chips. Damn, it's already 11:30. I didn't even have a car. Oh, it's because I had a matcha. I said, how come I want a carbo, though, low key. I'm not going to lie to you. Is this the, this is the Occidental CEO? Talking about labor costs and everything else. I think you already heard this. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oh, I bought more seaweed, too. I'm going to go get me a snack. I'll be right back, okay? I love you. I love you. Amen. Amen.
Together and approved by the board yet, so growth from this year to next year we haven't yet determined.
Higher? Is it higher? Is there growth?
There won't be significant growth from us because there's still a lot more value to be gained for us by continuing to focus on delivering value to the shareholders through share repurchases. So a big focus for us in 2023 is repurchasing our common and potentially the preferred.
Well, we're going to get to capital allocation in just 1 second. Just one more quick question on the Permian. Can you give me an idea of the cost inflation, though, that you're still seeing, like what it was last year, what you're looking at for this year?
We're looking at this year probably around 10 to 15%.
Is that better or worse than last year?
Last year was close to 20%. So this year it looks like it won't be as bad, but it's still going to be significant for us.
What's really sticky for you?
Really almost everything. Steel has started to roll over a little bit, but a big thing still is getting labor for trucking and for crews. So the labor costs are still going up.
All right, that was Vicki Hollub, the head of Occidental Petroleum, speaking exclusively with Alex Steele down in Scottsdale in Arizona. Alex actually standing by right now to give us a little bit more insight. And Alex, the big question I have for you is when you listen to what Vicki had to say here, does that sort of dovetail with what the other executives out there are saying as well?
Yeah, pretty much. on the one hand, you got the cost problem. So costs are lower than they were, say, last year or the year before, but they're still relatively high. And as Vicki was saying, and you heard this all across the conference calls, it's everywhere. It's sand, it's frac crews, it's labor, it's all of it. So that's the one part. The other part is, though, that I think was a little bit different is how she's looking at the Permian assets. So when you say things like, we need to rethink how we're drilling, that seems code to me as in like we've tapped out all the easy oil, now what do we do? She's saying that a little bit differently. She's not seeing that at all with their assets within the Permian. Other oil companies, though, have been talking about that. So I don't know which way it winds up going here, but that's going to be key for the innovation and also how much oil we can actually get out of U.S. shale.
Nevertheless, she made it pretty clear in her conversation with you that she doesn't see significant growth in production, and her main focus is on returning cash to shareholders. What are you learning in terms of what investors prioritize? And I ask this with the fact that Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has taken a big stake in Occidental.
Right, so he got a sweetheart deal when Oxy was trying to buy Anadarko and they really needed funding.
To change Disney District Board of Control. It would give DeSantis power to appoint new Disney District Board. Let me down this seaweed real quick.
Buybacks, dividends, and then how you chart that against the actual share price, and you kind of get your answer. The tricky part, though, will be how to allocate not only to current oil production, but it does seem like these companies are just going to be investing to produce the same amount, not necessarily hugely growing it, but what they do with the other stuff, like wind, solar, alternative energies, battery storage, power, for example. Oxy's going to be really big into direct air capture, where you get carbon dioxide from the air, you sequester, and then you separate it, and then you either store it in the ground or you wind up reusing it in another type of business. These are all things that are going to cost a lot of money. The returns are very uncertain. And that's where the question mark comes.
Alex Steele can always make it understandable, the entire energy infrastructure and entire energy industry.
Sometimes.
Thank you so much. Bloomberg's Alex Steele speaking to us from Arizona. Romain?
All right, I was going to get you some quick breaking news. This on all the fury around the AI business here. Google a little bit earlier today released that ChatGPT rival, which is calling Bard, to early testers here. And now we're learning that Microsoft has an event planned for tomorrow. This is an in-person event at its headquarters out in Washington. According to The Verge, they're reporting that this will also be related to ChatGPT and the integration with Bing here. So all of the sort of hullabaloo right now around everything AI continuing to pick up here. We'll keep an eye on Alphabet. We'll keep an eye on Microsoft, Scarlett, going forward here.
Yeah, I don't like that name, Bard. That sounds very weird. I'll never hang out with a bard. If some dude was like, I'm like, oh, yeah, man, you're pretty cool. What's your name? He like, Bard. I'm like, you probably had a rough childhood, sir. That's probably like a dysfunctional AI. You know what I'm saying? He probably got bullied growing up in AI land. His name was Bard. Like barbed wire? That's barbed wire. I don't even know, man. All right, getting a little bit of a drop now. NASDAQ drop again back to 4109, 4105, 4106. That's where you got the break. But we're doing this sell-off again. This time, though, bonds. Again, you had a little bit of a rally. Dollar's trying to tick back up here. But again, Microsoft and Google, they're getting a part of the whole AI pump right now. AI is going to solve internet toxicity first. Nah. AI is just going to make everybody conform more. Everyone's going to sound like an AI. Every email you get, you're like, why do you speak so well all of a sudden? Wait, hold on. Like, I swear the other guy told me the same thing. It's just a crazy. And then we'll get cool pictures, though. And that's about it. Biden to call for billionaire minimum tax. That's cool, man. They haven't attacked the rich in a while. I remember that was all the hype. But yeah, Biden to call for billionaire. Oh, State of Union tomorrow. That's it. White House releases fact sheet previewing State of the Union. Nice. So we're going to know what he's going to be talking about. Again, State of the Union's tomorrow, but first you have State of Pal. I think Pow Pow is going to be at like 11 tomorrow, so like short 10 or 11. Let me double check, my friend. I need to sneeze. Tuesday. 10:40 a.m. But that's on I don't know what time zone this is. UTC -7. So it's an hour ahead. So 9:40 actually. So right when the it may not be that big. So pretty much right when the bell rings. I think I'm seeing mine is showing me again, what time is that? ECB Lagarde. $10:40 a.m. So 9:40. It's an hour behind me. Or ahead of me. Yours shows 12:40? Yeah, I have 9:42. So I think like 10 minutes out of it. You positioning? I'm just going to write out what I have, but I'm hoping I could clear up more stuff here. And then once we have confirmation, get out of the ES and then double down on the NQ, or double down on the ES and then get out of the NQ. But then that's why I'm trying to clear up everything, so I don't want to have too much weight, so I can move on there. You want to use strikes for a butterfly? Just use some of the prices we've been to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think 380 to 385, that's going to be a range. 400, even below 380. 375 all the way down to 360. I think 360 is a great price. Again, that's where our original ones were. My gut feeling tomorrow is telling me that Powell's going to do nothing. And then if not, I mean, it'll be a pleasant surprise. But low-key, I think nothing's going to happen. And then I think whatever happens with the bond dollars and the yen, that can move more things. Biden wants surcharge on corporate stock buybacks quadrupled. Oh, wow. Maybe we get a reaction to that. Biden is going to urge a surcharge on corporate stock buybacks. Yeah, it's an economic club, but you never know. I mean, just like Jackson Hole was a big meeting, but it all just depends what he wants to say. Watch Meta off that. Watch everybody off of that. Y'all think it's just Meta. Again, this was one of the largest buyback seasons in the last like 2 to 3 years. Biden briefed Congress on balloons last August. What? Oh, they're talking the Chinese balloon. Bro, I swear I was like, wait, like balloon payments or what? Yeah, House spokesman comments in statement on balloons. That's the headline. Administration briefed Congress on balloons last August. Got it. Do bonds run with the SPY or against? Depends what year it is. So up until 2020, they used to run against, and then after 2020, they would run up and run down with it. Again, you're getting updates here on what Biden is going to be talking about on the State of the Union, corporate taxes or corporate buyback tax, and then billionaire minimum tax. It is almost power hour. 10 more. Today flew by. Slow day, boring day, but hey. Oh, look at that bid support here too, bro. This is a wall if I've ever seen one. This is the line in the sand. This is our red line. You don't cross the red line. If you cross the red line, we'll strike back with force. VWAP's actually ticking up, but then bonds are coming down here. Again, isn't Pinterest after hours? That could move a couple of things. I think Biden's just going to hype people up. Isn't that the whole point of the State of the Union? I think he's going to double down on economy being strong. You know, bring up a couple of phases. Inflation down, economy strong. This is what happens when you build back better, bitch. look at what we did, huh? It's simple. That's what we're gonna charge you a tax on more taxes for the billionaires, huh? You gotta pay your fair share. Listen, I'm fine if you make money. Anybody can make $1 million. I don't care. You gotta pay your fair share. It's simple, you know. But look at this. You see that shit? What we did? Go look at the chart, bitch. We brought that down, and the economy booming. Well, what? Where are they at now, huh? Simple. And I mean it, seriously. Come on. We're fucking shit up. Yeah, that's how you fucking do it. Why? This is I'm telling you, it's simple. Oh, man, I think I'm stuck. I can't get out of it now. Okay, it's fine. We gotta look, you almost, it's the power hour. It's gonna be here already. Don't worry about it. Oh, look at the red candle. Look like a stick of gum. Like a little chicle. Here, you know what I'm saying, huh? It's right there. Here, let it come down. Bring it down first. Let the stock's moving. Uh-huh. You want to hear a story? I don't know. It was good, though. It's good. I've gotten used to everything. Can we vomit, please? Okay. That's a weird request, sir. You're dying. Why are you dying? I brought healthcare to more people have healthcare than before. Why are you dying? Don't die. Come on, you got Obama Biden care, Biden care, right now. Seriously, check it out. I mean it. You see the insurance? Don't die right now. What do you mean vomiting, death? What's wrong with you? We don't die. We build back better. Simple. Boyle running. It's weird. Yeah, what happened? Remember the dark winter? Ah! I wish I could do Trump. If I could do Trump, it'd be a lot more fun. I tell you, Biden doesn't know what he's doing with balloons. Everybody knows what to do with a balloon. You shoot it. You see a big balloon with a satellite, you shoot it. Why do they wait so long? Simple. China, they love Trump. China would never fly a balloon in my area. Not even on my birthday, they wouldn't fly it. I tell you, I don't get it. I would shoot that down in a second. They wanted to play with me. You know why? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. That's what you have to do in this country. You got to show them that you mean it. I showed them I'm terrific at it. I'm the best at it. They know. I talk to the people. They don't doubt me at all. And I shoot things. That's what I'm good at. You remember Al-Qaeda? I shot them. They're gone. When's the last time you heard Al-Qaeda? Never. They're not even on Truth Social. Simple. Telling you. I wish I could do a better Trump. I would have so much more fun in life. That's all. You know, it's good. That's the difference. That's what I've noticed though, is like I make fun of like Trump, and like the people who like love Trump, they laugh. But then like you make fun of Biden, even if you don't even like Biden, that's like, you know, he's like the worst player on the squad, you know. But like they get so mad if I make fun of Biden. I'm like, what? Like, can we not? So I wish I could do more Trump, because you get less blowback for making fun of Trump, and then it's a lot more fun. It really is. I wish I could. There's some good ones. It is funny. It's very fun to make fun of Trump, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Jamie Foxx has the best Trump. Mm-hmm. I'm growing. I'm working on my Trump. It's getting better. We got to work a little harder. That's what we do in America. We work hard. That's what I'm doing right now. Don't worry about it. We figured it out. Simple. Terrific. Beautiful. Handsome. You know that they call me handsome. In China, they say I'm the most handsome man. That's why they don't send balloons over here. They know I'm handsome and amazing. When do we find out the next Republican candidate is? Honestly, I think we changed the way we vote in America. I think we put all candidates through an NFL combine. Yep. I said it. I said, fuck all this shit. We need to know more about them. I don't want to see them debate. I want them to run a 40-yard dash. I want them to see how much they could put up on the bench press. We got to put them under stress in training, and then we got like real number stats we could follow. You know what I'm saying? Let's do like simulations, put them in a war simulation, see how they perform. Like, I want stats right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. It's like a remix, a political NFL combine. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. We get like a draft class, and then we do a random lottery. So instead of doing like, you know, like it's like, what do they call them? The preliminary votes. You know what I'm saying? I'm already blank. I got a degree in this shit. That's sad. I don't know this off the top of my head, but that's it. We just like randomize it. Whoever had the worst set of voting, they get to pick first on the voting schedule, bro. Like, we could learn a lot from it, man. We could learn a lot from the NFL. And guess what? They're both rigged. So there you go. What's their vertical? Fuck that, man. We don't even have to test that. I'm straight up, you know what we should do? We should give them all sobriety tests. Exactly. You know how like a cop pull you over too late at night and you be smelling like a damn Heineken? Mm-hmm. We should do it to the politicians when they're sober and see how they perform. Be like, can you stand on one leg? Okay, right finger to the nose. Okay, what you're going to do is take 9 steps there. Just heel the toe. And then on the 9th step, I want you to turn around and see if they could handle it. You see what I'm telling you? Like, I don't need them to do a vertical. That's fine with me. But if they could accomplish that, that'd be fine. Do a pacer test. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I've thought about this, if you couldn't tell. Mandatory random drug testing? No, give them random drugs and see how they act. See, that way we could see how they handle under unforeseen circumstances. So we don't need to randomly test them. We need to give them random drugs and see how they react. I'm telling you, that would tell you a lot. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine, like, boom, what happens if you gave him mushrooms? What happened? Would he still be able to be commander-in-chief? That's a strong individual right there. Boom. Telling you, man, we can solve this political issue in a day. U.S. is watching China ties to Russia closely, Ned Price says. Commended in hashish. That's a good one. BBBY. It's on the high. Everyone's like, what's going on? I don't know, man. I don't know why you're in love with it. The company is bankrupt. It's okay. Get to see it was the best imagination on mescaline. Isn't that like a muscle relaxer? I guess it meets the criteria, but I don't. I think they're all pooped their pants. But hey, you know, these are just another political thing. Shorts got greedy. I think shorts are covering. Again, I think it's part of the de-risking. Again, the thing is dead. State Department Ned Price speaks at briefing. It's very interesting. Again, a lot of things are getting covered. That's what we read today. So right now it's like 69% or 70% bullish to bearish, but that's nowhere near what it used to be. We'll find out. A rally in trucking driven by hope freight cycle has bottomed. I like UNG in a couple months, though, but at the end of the day, I mean, soft landing, I think UNG is going to, right when Powell stops, it'll be good, but it's weird that it's going up on the day that the bond expectations changed more hawkishly. So we're going to have to give it some time, and we'll see what Powell snitches on tomorrow. Earnings today is Activision, but you can't really play it as much because of the buyout. And then that's it. Then Pinterest. My wife went to Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday because they're closing. She got 40% off poopery. Wow. Yeah, bro, they're closing all the stores. Like, it's weird, but hey, man. Y'all do your thing, 21. Do your thing. If it goes above my average, Lord, I promise I'll put 3/4 back into the long term. Oh, no. You already negotiating with the Lord over your Bed Bath & Beyond shares? Man, don't bring this curse upon us, bro. See, he's already negotiated. You say, Lord, baby Jesus, if you bring Bed Bath & Beyond back to a $6 handle right now, I promise you I'll put 3/4 of it in the long. You didn't even tell him you were going to tithe. Come on, you didn't even say thank you, Lord. You got to start with a prayer. You know, you got to learn to be an advocate of the Lord. He didn't even, man, he said, I'll keep 1/4 of it inside there, Lord. It just, if you give, I'll get the other 3/4 to the long term. Man. Forgive us, Lord. Forgive us. Bro didn't even say he was gonna donate, but no, you got to be I think that's like manic when you get to. I've already told you that story, bro. Like there's an era in stock trading, and depending on what you're going through personally, like you'll start like hitting stock trades, and then you just start donating money when you feel good. It's weird. Like I told you, I knew a guy who did that, and it would get like weird, and then like eventually, like I was just like, nah, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill. SE is on the low, 5.7% down. FINRA says all affected trade messages have now been processed, so they fixed that issue from the morning. No, PRVB. There was news the other day, but it wasn't the one we wanted. But we're gonna find out. I hope it's like Omer. Omer this morning they had something. What's this? Proverbs equity. There's an 8K that came out. I think this was the last one. They drew down a $40 million tranche of the loan agreement. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's fire. Bro, they issued warrants at $8.56. That was part of the deal with their loan thing. But that's a very high price. But this isn't this was on the Hercules thing. That's great. That means the lenders were willing to give them $40 million valued at $8.50 a share. Which, remember, this stock was trading at like $3 prior. But we're waiting for the Sanofi thing. We'll see. Warrants are just like an option. Literally just a more complicated option. Again, Finra solved it. SPY coming down here, bro. What a shitty day of nothing. I don't know. I thank the Lord, though, because it could, not any of that craziness. We're going to test the red line right now, which I believe is at like 4,108 or something, or maybe 4,106. A little bit of a gap. It is a dancing queen all day at VWAP. He's getting ready for Pow Pow. Young Pow, you don't need to feel down, I said, young Pow. I know the bonds are the only thing, but that right there is that's the earthquake happening. Maybe a bad time to use that definition, but there's definitely an earthquake in bond, dollar, Japanese yen land right now. So we're going to find out, but it's pretty crazy. He said, damn, the government has options on me. No, sir, you have an open warrant, and I hope you don't get pulled over. But I'd love to see a YouTube video of you running from the cops, because I like watching body cam videos. Sadly, that's like another one of my weird addictions. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, I love it. You have no idea. That's how I know so much. All right, you're dropping a little bit more aggressively here. Is that the red line? Did they clear it? Everything's taking a candle. Apple to test. Oh, yeah. So red line. Let's see if the support becomes resistance there. That was 4,120. You're back up above it, but that was a decent amount of volume. What's the volume on the day? 40 million, pretty light. And wow, we already started power hour. 53 minutes remaining on the day. Why are yields? It's like people are believing Powell. I mean, that's the beauty, is that maybe tomorrow if Powell sticks to the same script, the bond shouldn't move as much, but it just, in a weird way, it seems like there's more of the market kind of believing that rates are going to be higher for longer. But again, we'll find out. It's because it could only last so long. It's because if the rates keep going higher, I don't know if the market could keep rallying, and that's what we got to see. In a weird way, I think that's why even this rally, if the bonds went up with it, we would have been really, really rallying. But it just seems like the last couple of days, people are kind of worried about it. You even got some problems here overseas too in the China stuff, but we will see, man. TLT look like it might squeeze. You need something to show. You need more soft landing data, but I don't know. It's going to be good. It's going to be interesting. Donnie Wine, can you do something for me? Can you talk to Jerome Powell for me? Jenny Yellen. No? Okay. Soft landing, smoff landing. I don't know. I like the theory, though. Just like once you, I think once you actually get data of soft landing, I think we're going to come down in a weird way. That's why I'm even curious. It could either happen at this meeting, but I put it as a 50-50, or next CPI. One of these CPIs, no matter what happens, we're coming down. And what I mean by that is that if CPI is too high, we're going to sell off. And then if CPI comes in low and it like confirms what everybody believes, I feel like we're still going to come down as people, kind of the reverse reaction to when we had the high CPI on October 13th. That's so backwards. Well, I think that makes sense in this market. I think a lot of things are backwards. Do you have any other small caps besides Redfin? Not really. We had HBI. There's a couple. Dude, C Limited is still getting clapped. Bro, C is down 6.7. That's another 2%. CPI is next week on Valentine's Day. Damn, Valentine's Day is next Tuesday. That's crazy. SPY's coming back down again. I don't think you're getting the same support at 41.20, though. So this was that giant red line throughout the day. Remember, it looked pretty crazy when you pull it back out. Yeah, the Biden news. That's what Biden's going to talk about that at the State of the Union tomorrow night. Intel. Damn, Intel's down 4. Sick of the liquid diet. Is good for you, man. Can you have yogurt? Isn't like yogurt like a hack? Like, because it's kind of like liquid. I'm the real Bradley Frizzle. You really spent 10 minutes to make that account. That's not going to save you, dude. It's okay. It's not going to save you. Power hour dump, we might. 45 minutes. 45 minutes left in the day. SWBI pickup. I don't really like the gun makers. I mean, it's not. I think they got weird business models. They always get pumped up with everything, but I mean, their performance really hasn't been the best. So, like, I'm not a big fan of them, to be honest. No company, so like Square, PayPal, none of them have reported. JP, we're going to look to see if he keeps the same speech or if he changes it up and then really affects on the dollar and bonds. That would be it. Yeah, banks. Again, I think banks are the ones benefiting off of those bond yields moving like that. Apple's dropping now one more time. PayPal's on the low again. I think did I get out of the PayPal or no? Did I fucking hold that? Damn it, I held it. I thought I clapped it earlier. I thought it was already down enough. Again, they're coming off the downgrade. Apple's going. A lot of things are kind of selling off here. I'd watch to see if the chip makers like NVIDIA and AMD come down. FTC won't appeal federal court loss in Meta case. So Meta is not going to get sued again or appealed by the FTC. Crowd, everything's sliding. That's it. 4105. You're going to break 4100. I wonder if we'll close below 4100. We have 45 minutes left, but again, closing below 4100 will be a big deal. PayPal reports in a week or two, I think. Let me double check. You're going down, though. You're slipping a little harder. PayPal February 9th. So actually this Thursday. That's crazy. They got downgraded right before earnings. FTC still undecided on whether to pursue in-house trial. That's for Meta. Yeah, so PayPal's on Thursday. MicroStrategy chairman Saylor is on Bloomberg.
Strategy. So how would you describe that strategy right now?
Follow me on Instagram.
Well, our strategy is to acquire and hold Bitcoin. We do it through cash flows and through equity and debt issuance. And that's amounted to about a $4 billion investment on our part over the past 2.5 years. Mm-hmm. So my role as the executive chairman is to oversee our capital markets activity, our Bitcoin strategy, and a lot of education, investor relations, some evangelism. Mm-hmm. The CEO, Fong Li, was my number 2 for many, many years, and he runs the enterprise software business, which sells enterprise software to thousands of large corporations in 27 countries.
So let's talk about actually accumulating more Bitcoin from here, because if we look at the end of 22, MicroStrategy had about $44 million in cash. So when it comes to actually getting your hands on more Bitcoin, is that probably going to tilt towards debt and equity issuance?
You know, we've tried different things. We've issued senior debt, junk bonds, when we thought that was accretive. Mm-hmm. We've done convertible bonds, 2 of them when that was accretive. We've issued equity. We currently have a $500 million at-the-market shelf registration that's open, and we sold about $44 million worth of equity. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes we do that, and we've also borrowed against the Bitcoin. We have more than $100,000, 100,000 Bitcoin that are unpledged that we can borrow against, and we use some of that to borrow $200 million from Silvergate and a Bitcoin-backed loan.
Michael, obviously a lot of attention on your company because of this foray into crypto. A lot of folks have embraced it, but there are a lot of folks who are also wondering, why buy MicroStrategy in place of just buying Bitcoin or other crypto in and of itself? What's the advantage of going through you?
Well, a lot of institutional investors aren't able to own Bitcoin as property, and they don't have broker-dealer relationships that will allow them to buy the underlying digital commodity. So for them, they could buy MicroStrategy in a couple of minutes in a phone call, and they could do it through their prime broker, and our stock is marginable. So some people are using us as a gateway because it's just a simple way for them to get exposure. Others are interested in the capital structure because the company is a levered Bitcoin play because we've got about...
So MicroStrategy is just like a Bitcoin ETF. Is that what he's saying? So I think we figured out what they do. They do nothing but buy Bitcoin. That's it. That's great. That's great to hear. That's cool. Michael Saylor says MSTR is a levered Bitcoin play. That's literally what he just said. He's just like, yeah, like, you know, it's just easier to buy and you can margin it. And then he's like, we have a shelf offering, so we could just dump shares to buy more Bitcoin. And if you want to buy Bitcoin, you could just buy our shares. What? Sorry. Okay, why not? I love how the banks are ripping on all of this. Omer's still going up. Did nobody learn from Sam? There hasn't been too much destruction. That's it. Everybody greedy, man. Everyone's like, so we can still make money? That's all it comes down to. It don't matter. Yeah, but can we make money on it? We can still make money? I'm in. Get me in on this. Yo, you hear about BBBY? They're going bankrupt, but can we still make money? Okay, I'm in. That's it. As long as you can make money. That seems to be still the prevailing notion. It don't matter what it is, man. Money. BBBY has what plants crave. I agree. It really does. Bro, I'm really tempted to sell Uber covered calls, but I know right when I do, it's going to double up. I still have these covered calls on my screen. Oof. You could sell January 47.5, 47.5 for 250.5, 320, 32.30. Let's see, 47.5 minus 32.30. $15 divided by 32.30. 47%, we could get $500. Nice dividend on the year for Uber. But if you wait till after earnings and they do bad, you'll get even less. My thing is just that I guess they were at 50. You could sell 50 calls. 48s. It gets back above here. There would be another time to move it around. Was California raised your? Yeah, I didn't notice, but my mom called SDG&E. My mom told me that the other day. She's like, have you seen the natural gas bill? The gas? She said, I called them. And I said, why is it so high? And she said they explained it to her. And she said, this is wrong. This is not okay. So my mom called, bro. My mom called them and said, what the hell is this? In a nice Arab fashion. My mom was genuinely concerned. She said, what is this? She said, what? This makes no sense. Yeah, what time is it? It was 12:24. They're doing refunds and credits for overcharge. I did not see that. White House says it's up to China to show it wants to build on meeting that Biden and Xi had. Ramp Capital or Ramp Set. It seems like all the like AMC, BBBY, GME, those are going up. A couple of the earnings plays, except for like Disney and banks, are ramping up, but then everything else is staying kind of pinned. Apple's coming down. I kind of want to do it, man. That'd be like an 8% yield on our Uber shares if we did it. It's a good way to raise the yield. They're pricing in what, $3? They go to like 37. BBBY halted, markets coming down. I think BBBY did get halted based on the Chad. All right, SPY's dropping. I think I'm going to do it, man. I'm selling pretty far out to start, but I like the odds of it. All right. I sold 2 covered calls on Uber at 47.5 for January 24. So got about $480. And then I agreed to sell my shares about 50% higher. And then they have 2025 options. So literally I could even like roll over to a 50 for double the price if it ends up working. So I like it. Get a little. I think does it raise our percentage here? It might. Get a little bit extra preem. But I shorted covered call on Uber for the long term. Again, it's crazy because we've made half of our dividend amount this year just off of covered calls. So however much we're going to get paid in dividends, we just increased that by 50% off covered calls. But we'll see how it plays out. My Uber average price is $32. So 32 or 33. We agreed to sell it at 47, and then that's it. So it's not bad. Either way, we win on it. And then there's still room to roll over if it does do good. Oh, wait. Why'd you get Danny on that one? Yeah, GME, we still have that in the random. I hope that goes up. Carvana, little jalapeno popper. AMC. All of the meme stocks are going vertical right now. So there's GME, AMC. I think it's just all the BBBY hype. And then BBBY is halted. Where is a Redfin, huh? No, Redfin, come on. I just hope Redfin could sneak in there and act like one of them, you know, and be like, oh, don't mind me. You know? Y'all get so hyped when it goes up. Y'all don't spam the chat like that when Redfin go up 200%. You know what I'm saying? Where's that energy for, like, anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, this one actually, like, held up and it didn't even, like, you know what I, like, come on, look at all of these charts, bro. I'm just saying, how come, like, y'all don't get the same one, baby? I need a little bit more hype on the other ones then, because y'all just get mad fucking hyped off of that. Yeah, let me get some Redfin in the chat, bro. Oh, Benny Silverio, sending the plug some love. I love you, baby. God bless you, man. So awesome to see you, man. I've been praying for you, and it's a beauty to see you back, baby. Let's get it for 2023. We need a more horn in here. Amen. Amen. Okay, SPY's even selling off a little bit here. Redfin start. We're up 190% on Redfin. And, like, holding. That's the crazy part. But no, I need more hype on Redfin. Y'all, I just wish y'all got as excited. Like, literally, out of those 3 stocks, one of them is bankrupt. The other one is offering a 10-for-1 stock split. Then the other one is still selling video games in a store. And y'all still hyped on it. It's amazing. Let me hear it. I get a Redfin or something, like, cause I'm just confused out of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me go to the random. I'm gonna sell out of those GMEs if they're up. I forgot. The GME, it's up 100%. Cost $90, but it expires February 17th in 2 weeks. Oh, but it's a $25 call. So actually, it might go in the money. What do you guys think? Sell out for 100% on the random, or we're about 30 cents from the money with 2 weeks left? I don't know, but you see everyone's getting kind of hyped. We could ghetto spread it. I don't know if they would even let me. Hold for in the money. So we bought it for $90. It's at $188. So random play. Again, it was dead last week. That's the key. So I already wrote this play off for even the random. Yeah, the long term is only for the big account because on the small account, I don't think we had 100 shares of Uber. Yeah, we only had 12. Notorious. What's up, baby? So let's see. So these are the calls we have. This was the one on the random. They were pretty much dead a couple days ago. And then they do this every day. So it's literally they pop up, they shoot back down, and they pop back up here to the same. Like, it's already lost 20 bucks there. Then they come back down, and then they shoot back up. All right, we'll give it a second. I'm more inclined to sell it. The gold, the GME, the Apple puts went up. The Lucid put got clapped. The Ford got clapped. The Southwest got clapped. The Origin, we need that to run up. TMF, those bond plays, dude, a lot of the random play. Wait till it already dropped. It was at 190. Now it dropped to 170. So we'll see. We'll see if it gets in the money. I mean, you're 50 to 10 cents away from the money, depending on what it does in a candle. But I figured that play was dead. That's why I want to get out of it once it kind of comes back up here. It's already literally, I've lost half of the profit just by even calling it out loud. Yeah, bank, dude, I wish we grabbed a little bit more of the banks. They're killing it. Bro, JP Morgan is ripping. And there's our Uber. Do your thing, JP Morgan, do your thing. JP Morgan actually did pretty nice. Yeah, banks, damn it. Damn random. Right when it was time. That's it. It just came right back down. Shout out to long-term alerts, baby. In the money, out the money. Don't forget, options don't care. We still go down. I know. Do your thing, JP Morgan. Do your thing. If it gets past 143, remember, wasn't that where it was last time? Like 143.31. SPY even bouncing pretty heavy. You got 24 minutes left. Fed Bostic, we must investigate whether the January jobs report was an anomalous reading. If banks pop from here again, the banks could be the real winner here on the bonds. XLF's doing good. But, bro, ever since the middle of the day, as the bonds stay down, that's it. Get some Redfin. Now you're talking. We already have Redfin at $3. That's good. We hold. Yeah, Bostic, let's investigate your bond trades. Good call. Good call. The new CEO of FTX charged $699,000 for 2 months of work untangling the failed cryptos exchanges' chaotic finances. $300K a month, not bad. Open Door is changing everyone's account on them. What do you mean? At Margaritaville? I know, there was good. I think our lowest JPM purchase was 116, And then we even got a dividend. That was the cool part. One of our drips came in at like 114, so that was chill. But it was good. I'm surprised, dude. JP Morgan, like, that's a solid 12%. We're getting like a 4% yield, so it's not too bad. Wish we had more shares, though. And then again, we sold Uber covered calls for the long term. I'm excited. I hope some of these covered calls, I mean, I hope they don't end up being a problem for us down the road. But it's good. We've gotten about like just under $1,000 in covered call yield so far to start January. So if anything there, that's just adding to our passive income for the account and growing up cash on there. 20 minutes left. JPM. I think it's the banks. I kind of want to buy them, like I said earlier, but like, where's Bank of America? They were the underperformer. No, they started going up. But again, I think these higher interest rates, higher for longer, means bullish for the banks as of now. Excuse me. Would wait to add MMM. I'm waiting on it. We will see. I like the yield. Yeah, but I would want a little bit higher. Tesla, the GME, BBBY. I don't know if it's halted. Everyone's going insane. AMC, Meta. Buying. I covered my Tesla short there. I want to clear. I don't know. Short, you got to be careful with any shorts and longs up here. Just like the market could keep squeezing you and you get really crazy, or if you go long and it comes down just a little bit, you could get clapped. So it's honestly, we're kind of at a trap point. That's why I've been trying to kind of just de-leverage everything, and I don't want to be holding too much than anything I'm already in. But even the stuff I'm in, I feel like some of it's kind of trappy. So I'm just being cautious. We'll see with Powell. Roblo. And Roblo at 40 is a big level. They did it the other day. Oh, where's BNB? I forgot about that. Snap. Nah, it needs to. It was up at 12 earlier, and again, we want to see if we close below. What's it called or not? Redfin's popping. Still in that Boeing short, yeah. Jerome Powell should be shortly after the or wait, 9. Yeah, 9 Pacific. Oh shit. So that's like 12 Eastern. Oh, I'm stupid. I said it was after I was confusing the time. So yeah, Powell's going to be middle of the day tomorrow. $401. We quickly hit. I didn't know that. Right there on that low, you went below 4,100. You got 18 minutes left. Yeah, 12:40 Eastern. So 9:40 Pacific time. So Powell's going to be smack dab in the middle of the day. Interesting. So that one right here was 4,100. 408.70 is 4,100, give or take, by like a point. BBBY resumed. JP Morgan's Kalanovic calls latest stock rally a bear market trap. He reiterated that stock investors from last week's arguing in a note to clients. arguing in a note to clients that the disinflationary process could be transitory. Sees the first 3 months as like watching an inflection point in the market, with an air pocket during second quarter and third quarter, followed by renewed deterioration of fundamentals. We advise to use the current strength in order to reduce exposure. Kalanovic said, pointing to how investors pile back into speculative assets from cryptos to meme stocks. Even with headline inflation ebbing, Kalanovic anticipates that elevated wages will weigh across margins, threatening more layoffs. So disinflation in this situation will not be anything to celebrate, as it leaves rates in a even more restrictive state with central banks. Wait, bear trap. He says bear market trap. Oh, so he's saying it's going to come down. So he's not saying it's there to trap bears. He's saying this is a trap and you're still in a bear market. I don't know how I feel about calling disinflation transitory, but we'll take it. And banks are still running. Bostic says Federal Open Market could also consider moving back to 50 basis point hikes if needed. There you go. If Powell says that tomorrow, then we're going to get shitted on. Then there you go. So, again, I don't know how much they're going to take Bostic seriously, but that's how you bring the route. That's a change in attitude. So, consider that a preamble to Powell, but that's... Remember, I said that the other day. That's what they got to... That's all he... But Powell has to say it. So, I think if Bostic says it, it's one thing, but you need Powell to say that. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. That's exact. I don't think Powell said 50. I think Powell just kind of left it up there. But if Powell comes home and tries to drive that home, it could be big. Dude, I need to go potty again. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's non-voting and he's a scammer. So we'll see. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then there it is. Yeah, see, they're talking about it. They're going to here in a little. Okay.
Be looking at an additional rate hike and that a higher peak rate, and that's something that is really on his mind. He said the first and second quarter of this year could be stronger than expected. The Fed's forecast is for growth to be about 0.5% for the full year, and it certainly seems like the strong labor market might be inconsistent with their forecasts.
Another thing he mentioned, which I thought was really interesting, is that as everyone looks at the path of the Fed's rate hikes, people are thinking that since the Fed tapered down from 75 basis points to 50 basis points to now 25 basis points, that it'll stick with 25 or eventually just stand pat. Bostic brought up the possibility that the Fed could go back up to a 50 basis point interest rate increase, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he was supportive of the move last week to move down to a quarter point, but that, for the future, all options ought to be on the table. He said what people need to understand is as they move into this new phase that is very much data dependence, that they need to be able to consider a wide range of options so that in his view, 50 is certainly, while not his base case and not something that he's pushing for, it's something that at least is an option that's out there.
All right, great interview Steve Matthews just had here with the Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic. If you have a Bloomberg terminal, definitely check it out. The idea that a stronger than expected economy may mean that the Fed has to do a little bit more work. We'll check in with Steve a little bit later this week, I'm sure, but in just a little bit, a few more minutes here, we're going to check in with Richard Bernstein, CEO and CIO over at Richard Bernstein Advisors. He's going to help count down to the closing bells just about 15 minutes ago, with stocks still lingering around the lows of the day. Scarlett.
Still lingering around those of the days. I feel like they're changing the narrative a little. I don't know. You want tinfoil? Can we run it up? Let me get like 10 likes. Give me 2 likes, man. Shit, I'm not good at negotiating today. If you got 2 likes available, that'd take us right to 2,700. I'm fine with a solid number. Are you ready? All the Bed Bath & Beyond AMC mother effers are gonna love this tinfoil. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Just hit the like button. Come on. Hit it. You're out there. I mean, if you got 2 likes, that's all we need. Like 1, 2, boom. We're already there. We're already there. Look at you. All right, check me. Ready? This is why they're now bringing back the narrative. Not only was that jobs report really, really bad and should have brought you down like 2% like it would have at another point in 2 minutes till 10-minute rigged, but what if all of the big money was just caught off sides and now hence like you could even see my short and I could only imagine who else was short like that. And then now they didn't buy anything in October and everybody stopped buying in 2022. So now they need to change the narrative because they are all just getting squeezed. All the biggest money in the world is getting squeezed or they missed out. That is the tinfoil. So maybe, because I'm surprised. I thought they would want to pump this even more, but not unless the big money's getting their big hand out of it. Well, I don't know if it would squeeze the market unless but that's why it's weird all of a sudden now. Again, why is the bond market believing this? This makes no sense. I'm telling you, especially just after what he said in the rally. But like it was a possibility the bonds were supposed to come down, but it's weird how it kind of happened. Oh, but it does correlate with the data. But at the same time, it seems like you would expect a lot more people to be more excited about this, even with big money. But I think a lot of people were caught off sides on it. BBBY did not squeeze the big money as much. It's very simple. The company is bankrupt. It's just doing what it does every time now because everyone's like, it's bankrupt. This company is going to shit. But in the meantime, everybody buys it when it's It's the weirdest world we live in, bro. It's like the bankruptcy defense squad. It's like y'all are like, you can't bankrupt them even though they said they're bankrupt and they can't pay their payments. How dare you? So then everyone buys it because it's supposed to go on. I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of like a retail plunge protection team. So you know how like there's the plunge protection team for like everything else? It's like retail is plunge protection on anything that goes bankrupt. They're like, Carvana, no. BBBY, no. We need to support it. And then that's what happens. Yeah, just watching out for the little guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like all of it, bro. There's just it's a pretty wild concept. I never thought I'd see that one, but I did. You know, I got to live through it. UNG, I think, again, anything soft landing, economy, depending on what Powell does. I mean, if any of the employment data all the way down, especially to CPI and all of that, if that comes up, I mean, I still like the play, but we're going to find out. You make it sound like such an experience. I mean, it is, because eventually we're going to see if that ever stops, but that's like a real big change in the world. Like in the early 2000s, bro, when companies would go bankrupt, you know what retail would do? Retail would be the one shorting it. That was like the easiest play. Like if you knew by that time, usually the stock was already down a lot, but it's kind of a new phenomena where, because like it makes sense though, because it goes bankrupt, everybody piles in the short because it's an easy money trade, but then everybody squeezes it and buys it. So it is quite the phenomena. 1 billion market on close. But usually I feel like it does the opposite of the sell. So again, that 10-minute rig didn't do much. Wait for the final 5. $1 billion. Do your thing, JP Morgan. Do your thing. At least we got some of that. Bonds are going to flush into close. $1 billion to sell. Big earnings will be Pinterest, and that could move like Snapchat, maybe a little bit of Meta. I think that's even why Snap is coming up here a little bit. Oh, Chegg earnings. I feel like Chegg is going to get clobbered by ChatGPT. So you saved the 4,100 close. So 2 more minutes here. Like we said, I mean, watch if it really. There's a big bid over here, though. The market may want to try to eat it. Watch out for that. But again, closing above 4,100, solid. You still got a gap to fill for tomorrow. We'll find out. Yeah, Pepsi, Coca-Cola went up. I mean, the Dow not too long ago was green. And then again, bank stocks believe it or not, banks aren't even in the green, though. But utilities are killing it. Staples are break even. And then discretionaries are right there. Now financials are ticking up. TSM, well, that's the China stuff. Again, part of the fears here with the balloon are more China chip bans. If they find out, defensives just took a little pop here too. Yeah, Redfin, wasn't it already at 10 at one point? It hit 1050 at one the other day. I don't know how long it lasted. So you're moving up here. Final 5 in 30 seconds. Again, Goldman, JP, they're running. So banks are going to close positive, and Staples just went green right now. So your Dow names, that little bit of hesitation back to value kind of hit today. What is it? So it's already coming down. Final 5. It's here. This is final 5. Again, I want to see if they're going to try to eat this. If we close below 4,100, that'll be very bad for tomorrow. If you close above it, you'll be saw. It's 10 points in 5 minutes. So get ready. That's right at VWAP 2. Even now the banks are going, but bonds are dropping there too. Coin puts, that could be decent. That one could, again, they're up a lot. They were up way more. Maybe wait for one more Bitcoin pop. Oh, man. 4,100, 4,110. 4 minutes remaining. Wow, a day of nothing. Huh? How do you feel? And then Powell tomorrow. Clear the runway for Landon. We're getting ready. You might get a little bit of turbulence here, though, towards the end of the day. We'll see with this 4,100 test. That will be the big one. I'm surprised people didn't bid up Nordstrom's more with all the memes running. There's Apple, Meta. Powell is going to be like 12 Eastern tomorrow, 12 or 1. So like middle of the day practically, or kind of towards the end. 10-year's getting demolished, dude. Everything on the bond curve, all the yields just shot up. I would argue that's part of the shock and change in sentiment you got today was a real big move on the bond yields and the dollar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the house with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 66 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless Theta made you a bitch because it did nothing today. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down their flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. All right. Not much time left, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it home. Tomorrow will be a bigger day. Got a couple more earnings throughout the week. Again, don't forget about Disney, Uber, and the rest of those. Pinterest after the bell here today, alongside of Activision as well, too. But, Chad, you got to bring it home. You got a little bit more time. And we're almost at 3,000 likes. Wow. Final 5. I think we're holding. 4108. Bro, you were pinned here today, bro. Pinned this whole time. Pinned this whole time. What are you going to do? Wrap it up, Chatadonia. We are almost there. Oh, man. Look at the GGs in the chat already. You still got a little bit more time. You actually have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've made it through a day of nothing, but tomorrow we'll have a lot more earnings after the bell. You're going to get not that much economic data, but we're going to hear more things overseas, everything from China to Japan. The dollar is going up today. It is breaking out on the year. The bonds are breaking down, and the earnings of big tech is wrapped up, but you have 15 seconds left, and Jerome Powell tomorrow. You got to finalize your plays. What are you going to do, baby? What are you going to do? Bring it home, Chad. Let's go. Oh, man. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Wow. Wow, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's go. Happy Monday. I need that GG. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. All my people in the game, all my laggers, all my lurkers, all my lovers, everybody holding it down, contributing. Don't be shy right now. I need that GG. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Good game, baby. Way to stay in the game. Let's go. Are you ready? Oh, it's only February. It's only beginning. Powell tomorrow. Good game. You made it, bro. Way to play your heart out. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Beast mode. Oh, defense. Let's go. Good game. Happy Monday. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Where my stepchildren at? What did you say? Good game. Good game. Good game, baby. Let's go. I see y'all. All the people holding it down. All the people really in the game. Let's go. I need that GG. Amen. Let's go. That's how you play, bro. That's how you play. Good game. Good game. Good game. Let's go. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. This Chatadonia. Let's go. Happy Monday. Why am I so hyped? I don't know. I have no idea why I'm this hyped, Chad. Good game. I almost said good morning. That's it. That's the day, bro. That's the day. So Chatadonia, I hope you know you blessed, man. We made it through. I'm sure tomorrow will be a little bit more exciting. We're going to have a lot to deal with, but that is the day. Before you get going, man, if you got to head out, I just want to tell you how grateful I am for this moment. Not only the end of the day, but you gave me a minute of your time. I hope I made the most of it. I hope you're feeling good, and I hope you're feeling blessed. But for real, if you came in, showed up, you got something out of it, and not only you got something, but you gave something, and that was a positive contribution. You made the most. Good questions, people posting the news, people with the positivity, man. For real, God bless you and thank you, man. I'm here for the real ones, and that's what makes every day a joy, and that's why I'm saying it's truly an honor. So I hope you enjoyed today as much as I did. I hope you're just as excited for what we're about to deal with in the market, because we got a lot coming our way, Chatadonia. So for real, it don't matter if you got a membership badge or stream alerts, but we really do appreciate all those people holding it down and making so many more things possible and just showing love, man. But for real, everybody who came in today and made the most out of it, I appreciate you. I love you and thank you, and I hope I see you tomorrow. But that is the day. You know that? That's the day. That's the day. That's all we got, bro. So check it out. Check out all the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Again, if you go to the first link, bro, It's crazy. I think over 100 people signed up on Friday because you didn't know that literally, like, if you come here, like, look, bro, if you go here, where is it? There's free, you get real, but where? That's stream alerts, free long-term alerts. You see this right here? So, bro, you could get a free text message anytime we buy anything in the long term. So, like, if you weren't here on November 7th, we bought Redfin. It's up 180%. Okay, maybe you weren't there for that. Maybe, where was it? It was like June 116, even on any of the prices on JP Morgan. You could have got a text message. It's all free. It's all free. Don't even get me started. Meta, if you weren't here on October 31st, you got a text message. That stock is up 107%. This is for everybody. It's free 99. It costs you nothing. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. That's just a couple of them. Our long terms are looking pretty, bro. They're looking pretty. Oh, is Pinterest? Did it already come out? So that's the first link. Hold on. Let's see. Do we got it? Wait. I think Pinterest Skyworks came out. Skyworks revenue 1.3. Estimate was 1.32. I forgot about Skyworks. Pinterest earnings have not came out yet. Yeah, you want that? It's free, bro. It's first link in the description, man. That's all you got to do. Free long-term alerts. Free long-term alerts. That's all you got to do. So check that out. You could also get the stream alerts if you'd like. But everything else, man, you know what to do. We always here. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Shout out the real ones on there. Are you guys going to go to the watch list tonight? Am I going to see you on the watch list? Can I make sure you're here? Because that's it. I'm going to stop explaining shit because I'm going to be like, it's on the watch list, dog. Come on, man. No, the alerts are not daily unless it's the stream alerts. But the long-term alerts, man, sometimes you might wait a couple months. But, I mean, if you waited any amount of months last year, it was worth it. So, like, our worst pick last year was Airbnb at 125. But every other play, you know, you would have had to wait a couple of months. But the other 6 or 7 would have made you, on average, about, like, 30 to 40%. I think a little higher. So, yeah, the long-term alerts is just for whenever we add to the long-term, you know, stuff we're not going to sell out unless they cut their dividend like HBI. But that's it. But check the watch list out. You know, don't forget about the watch. Just don't neglect the watch list, okay? Please don't neglect the watch list, okay? And even then, it helps out the channel. Can I just make sure you all run up the watch list today? Can I have your commitment to run up the watch list? Otherwise, I'm going to go poop and go to bed. Huh? No? Come on. Just run it up, baby. Just run it up. Oh, cult merch is breathable. How about get you some merch then if you're too lazy to watch the watch list? You could get some merch. That's fine with me. Pinterest hasn't came out yet. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, don't neglect the watch list, okay? That's it. Don't neglect him. Don't neglect him, man. He's there for you. Okay, it's always. I have a lot of. Oh, here it is. Pinterest. Average revenue per user $1.96. Estimate was $1.98. EPS was 3 cents. EBITDA was $1.95 versus $1.81. So their adjusted EBITDA was good, but revenue missed by $10 million. Net income was $17 million. Honestly, it doesn't seem like that bad. Why are they destroying them like that? What the hell? That's weird. Yeah, that's what Pinterest authorized stock buyback of up to $500 million. Bro, what a fucked up earnings season. They didn't look like they did that bad. So, like, again, did Snap get hit off of that one too? It didn't seem like they did that bad. Yeah, Snap even took 30 cents off of that. I think Snap might bounce back off of it, but it didn't seem like it was that bad of an earning. Monthly active users increased 4% year over year. Shares are down 13% after fourth quarter revenue missed. They authorized $500 million in buybacks. Yeah, they didn't do too hot. Earnings season becomes learning season. Oh, Pinterest CFO Todd Morganfield is leaving. So CFO is exiting the company. If we get 4,000 likes, can we get Nigel next earnings? If you could get 20,000 views on the watch list, I'll bring back Nigel for you. That's it. Because you guys know how many people join this bitch a day? You guys know like 30 to 40,000 people join the stream every day. So, like, you'll have, like, 4,000 or 5,000 here, like, solid. But there's, like, 40 motherfucking thousand of you guys just popping up. You know that? So I think y'all can pull it up on the watch list. I think it's possible. You know that? We were doing 40,000 on the watch list not too long ago, back in the day. So I think y'all could do it, man. I think it's possible. Like, I even think today, how much are we at today? Yeah, today was 35,000 people. And today was a slow day. Today was a slow day. So y'all can pull up on the watch list. Y'all just lazy. I'm just kidding. Y'all just think the real ones, the ones who are here, pull up. The watch list is not $99. Why would the watch list be $99? I could charge $99 if we wanted to privatize it, but what kind of dickhead do you think I am, bro? I didn't invest 15 years ago to charge people to show them how much I know about the stock market. That's crazy, bro. Jim Cramer listening. God bless him, bro. God bless him. There's 45,000 people stealing content. To God be the glory, baby. To God be the glory. Amen. 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 Run it. No promo for the merch. I told you if you go actually and you go to the first link and you want the stream alerts, the promo we got right now, if you go there and just check it out, you'll get it for the price that's on there. Yeah, it's crazy. Otherwise, it's chilling the stream and we got you, bro. We got you. No promo for the merch. I'm not a promotional type of person, bro. I have never really promoted. You know, no promo, no FOMO, and that's it, man. You know, keep it on the low, and you better watch out for the YOLO because you got to do it solo dolo. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, you can't trust them out here. You can't trust them out here. I don't know if they feel me, though. Yeah, man, a couple of bars right there. You know what I'm saying? But, Chad, check out the links. I love all of you. God bless you. God bless you. Blah, blah, blah. But check out the watch list. Run it up, man. Run it up, man. If I drop 10K on the mod shirt, will I become a mod? And will I get the shirt? I don't think that's how it works, but, I mean, I'm open to negotiation. It depends, man. So check out all those links, man. Third link for that membership badge. Shout out to all the members, baby. I love you. God bless you all. God bless the real ones. Thank you for supporting the channel. Those are the real ones. They've been by every time, man. Every time, man. You need a restock media mod shirts. Oh, that's it. The size has been stopping you. Okay. The size. And God bless you, Charlie. I love you. Charlie, is it weird? I don't want to freak you out, Charlie, but I was in the shower on Friday, and I was thinking about you while I was in the shower, Charlie. You know that? I was like, man, Charlie's a real homie, bro. So, Charlie, you know, if anything, I need to get you a mod shirt just for being on there, bro. You know, I think you need one. I think you already get a voucher. Well, honestly, Charlie, you know, because some people, bro, like I said, man, you've held it down in various ways. You know, we put some people on. People switch up real quick. People act all weird with me sometimes, and they do stuff. But it's always good to see people holding it down and doing so in a way that they know I vibe with, man. So, for real, God bless you, bro. For real. Yeah, Pinterest 500. I was in the shower, though. I was just reminiscing on the stream from Friday, and I was in the shower, and I was like, that's good by that, man. It's very, very good, man. Just some people, they've held it down very well, and I know Charlie showed a lot of love to other people out here, man. So that's what I was going to do, Charlie. I'm going to get me whatever link you want so we could put it on the Twitch channel. I'm going to give you a little Twitch box for anything Charlie wants. We need to get Charlie his own, because he's the stepfather. He stepped up as the stepfather of the Twitch. So we gotta get him his own little box there. You know, we need to get the lights up there, the tiger, you know what I'm saying? We gotta get it up there, man. Whatever Charlie wants on there. Amen. 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 But God bless you, Chad. So check out all the links. Check out the merch if you want to support. Shout out to all the members. Check out the new channels. You better check out Cole Real Estate too. 6 p.m. on Wednesday, baby. Ooh. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Check out the rest though if you'd like. God bless you. We got some Colt PHILO. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I don't know. It's private. I'm the private one. That's it. You can't even see. You got to follow me, dog. That's it, man. That's it. My clapping trips you out. You trip me out. You say that every time. It's tripping me out, bro. It's tripping me out. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's hype, bro. You got to bring the vibes, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to bring the vibes. Amen. Amen. So it's good, man. It's good. Activision, I haven't seen the earnings there, but I could check. But check it out. Fill out the prayer request wall. Check out the tutorials. But, you know, me and my mom pray for you. We prayed for you guys last night. It was a beauty. You know, Mama got love for all of you, man, and this is what we believe here, okay? That's it. This is what we believe in. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. So we praying for y'all every day. We pray everybody gonna make it, man. So you got to put in some work, and hopefully you got good vibes, and you praying for everybody else in here, man. And that's it, man. And it's a long journey, and we got a long way to go. So I really do hope all of y'all are in the game. Amen? Amen? Amen, baby. Let's go. I love y'all. Activision was $2, and there's no estimates, I think. Or no, net bookings, $3.57 billion, and EPS was $1.87. So Activision beat, but then now Pinterest is getting, why does it look like Pinterest is getting murdered? My high-low. Chegg, are they getting clapped? Yeah, that's the Chad GBT effect, probably. Uber doesn't come out today. But check that all out. Fill out that prayer request wall. But Chattadonia, that's the day. That's the day, baby. That's the day. So you need a little bit more, uncle, and you may have something waiting for you. I don't know. I'll just run it, baby. Run it. Oh, I feel beast mode. Oh, you know this one? Oh, you might be singing this one in like a week, dog. You know why, right? You know. Oh, no, they cut it off. They didn't want that to happen. Oh, you know, just. Oh, no. Oh yeah, this too laggy. I'm lagging like crazy right now. So, Chad, I hope you enjoyed the day so far, but, you know, it's game time now. Yeah, we have round 2, baby. We have round 2. Wow. Oh, you've waited. Huh? You've waited so many days in the market, so many things. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. It's PHILO time, dog. Huh. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? Oh, man. Oh, you know what I'm here to tell you, bro? It's a simple sentence. I don't know who needs to hear this right now. But I heard this and it got me hyped, bro. You had me re-looking at life and everything. And it's like, it's a funny thing about what I'm going to share with you. Are you ready for it? Are you sure you're ready? Honestly, if you don't want to think, if you don't want to make improvement, if you don't want to tap into the highest form of yourself, you better leave right now. If you get scared of the word God, watch out. I don't want you to turn to salt, man. It's okay. Here it is, Chad. Are you ready? You need to find God in what you weren't given. Oh, I love this one. You know that? This one, I love it. I'll explain it to you. You know why? Because how often do we look at things that we got or things that went good, and how many people find God in what's given? You know that at one point, bro, I used to always, like, every time I get into my car, bro, I would thank God for certain things. And, you know, at other times, too, like certain things that were given to me and certain things that I've been blessed with, bro, I'll be out there being thankful for it, right? But then what do we do about the things we don't have? Sometimes we trip up on it. You know, it's a funny story. This is a Stevie Wonder story. It's the story of Stevie Wonder. You know, the blind piano player. Here's what he would say. He said at one point, you know, he would always trip out. His mom would try to, like, take him to churches. They would try to cure him. And he played along with it for a little bit. But at one point when he was younger, he told his mom, maybe there's a purpose for what I didn't have. And maybe there's the blessing in what I wasn't given. And that's where it actually comes from. Oh, man. And it's wild to think about. Because maybe if you take a step back, you'll realize maybe there's something bigger than it, but you could find God in what you weren't given, bro. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. I pondered on this for a minute. I pondered on this for a very, very long time. And I really, really enjoyed it. Because I was like, damn, it's so easy to think you get God when you have things that were given, but what about the things you didn't have, right? And here's a funny part, man. Like, how many of y'all trip sometimes on the thing you don't have, or you keep making the same mistake? Oh, I don't know if you feel me, bro. I know you feel me. Right? You make the same thing over and over and over again. Right? And there's certain things you're missing out on. But it's like, bro, like, seriously, don't trip on the puzzle piece you didn't get. Like, you don't think God knew that? Like, that one thing you struggle with, or the thing you think that's stopping you from getting to where you should be, or getting that one thing that you ultimately desire, and you're like, I keep doing this, I keep messing up. It's like, you don't think God already knew that? That's a crazy concept to me, bro. For real. I'm like, oh, man, like, Yash keep coming out. I'm like, yo, in a weird way, I don't think it'll stop me from my blessing if God kept me there. Doesn't mean I keep doing the same thing, right? I think we could all apply it in different ways. But this is one thing I want to give you as you move forward, okay? And I think this is something for real maturity as you move forward. It's very, very simple. It's just finding God and what wasn't there. And y'all could call God whatever you want, but I'm talking about God. I'm talking about life. I'm talking about peace. I'm talking about love. Like, for real. Enjoy your life. Make the most of it. Really soak it in. How can you actually be at peace, bro, if you're always stressing on what you didn't have, or you only feel good when you get something? Instead of realizing maybe the thing that is missing, or the thing that you do not have yet, it may be pointing you towards something and explaining a little bit more than you thought. So, Chad, I hope this helps you throughout the year. I hope this gets you off to a good start of the year, especially with all the FOMO around and everything else occurring. But I think it's a really, really big thing, you know? Because this might be it. I'm telling you, man, because now you're going to learn. This brings it back down to everything, man, where it's like, yo, be thankful when it's good. Be thankful when it's bad. Be thankful in pain. Be thankful in joy. Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. Yo, come on, man. Oh, this is what it means, man. For real. And I think if you took the time there and said, wow, what wasn't given to me? Or this thing that I think I don't have, or the thing that I think I'm lacking. And if you realize that that is your opportunity to connect with both God, your skills, and your potential, you might realize you're sitting on that field of diamonds. You know what I'm saying? You got your ultimate mine of diamonds, and that's what's in your mind. And maybe if you extract from that, you won't be walking around living, in a way where it's holding you back. Because, that's seriously, when you focus on what you didn't get and what you don't have, do you know what that creates? Beyond bitterness, that's a victim mentality. And it's funny, if you go down to political theory, all the way down to other walks of life, man, there's other ways to look at it, but a lot of things start by thinking you're the victim. You know that, right? And that's what happens when you're like, oh, I didn't get this, and it happened there. Even then, some people take responsibility for it, and I bless you for that, but at the same time, it's easy to get caught up in what you didn't get and missing the positivity and what you could really learn from it. So, Chad, I hope this helps you. I hope you're ready. I hope you bring some good energy, man. And I hope you don't ever let anything that you have or don't have stop you from living up to your highest potential. And that's what this is all about. And I think that's what this year is going to be about. And maybe the year after it, and the year after it, man. And it's always a constant journey, and I hope you always remember that and don't ever forget it, man. We are all works in progress, but, this is part. Remember that. Just don't forget about that mountain analogy and the river and the guy on the mountain and looking down, and that's why what you think didn't get given to you, you might find God, or you might find your answer in what wasn't there. So don't miss out on those opportunities, okay, Chad? Sound good? Sound good, baby. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Amen, Chad. Amen. We ready to go. We ready to go. Get ready. Let's have a good time. Let's go, baby. So, Chad, that's the day. I love and appreciate all of you. I hope I see you here in the morning. I hope you don't neglect the watch list. Don't be a watch list neglector. You know what I'm saying? How you going to neglect the watch list like that, bro? But either way, I'm going to see you here tonight. And then I'm going to see you in the morning. But that's the day, okay? So I love you. And that's it. I think that's all we have right now. I hope it doesn't lag. Peace out, dog. Have a good day. Damn it, keep lagging, bro. I gotta close all these. Save my bandwidth. Ooh, damn it, they keep cutting me off, baby. Hold on, play the music. Where the music at? There it is. Yeah, screw it. This is pissing me off. You're making me mad. Like you keep cutting on and it goes on and it's off. Listen, hey, I mean it. You have a good day, okay? But don't worry, there's no more evil balloons in the sky. I got them all. Pop. So you listen, Chad, don't neglect the watch list. I love you. You have a glorious day and goodbye. Hello, good morning. Okay, bye. I'm telling you, it's simple. What do you want to talk about? It's simple. You guys know what you need to do. Me on the watch list. I saw every watch list. This guy on the watch list, it's amazing. It's terrific. It's beautiful. It's handsome. He's tall. It's a tall watch list. I told you, no balloons on the watch list. Not under my watch. They don't do that. So you have a wonderful day. Okay, bask in the sun. That's what I do. I tan 17 hours a day. Okay, I'll see you there. Good night. Goodbye. Wonderful day. Bye. Oh, man. Yeah.